Complete a whitewash. Elvin, can you hear me? Yeah, hi. Can you hear me? Yeah, I know. Just remind me who's won the toss. Yeah, okay. Very warm conditions here in Colombo as we get ready for the toss. We've got the two captains. Ranjan Madugale is the match referee. Hashmatullah, you have the coin.
Head.
Heads is the call.
Heads is a call.
It is heads, Pakistan.
Pakistan. Babar, what have you decided and why?
We will bat first because pitch look like very dry and a little bit grass on it. So I think first 10 over is a little bit crucial because of wind and all the things. But we will try 2 runs on the boat and put pressure in them.
Right now, a game away from making it as the best ODI side in the world. Does that get you excited? Your team excited?
Yes, very excited. But we will try to win this match. We focus on this match and. When we are playing international, we always trying to win the match and series. So everyone excited to win this match.
Right. Okay. Right. What are the team changes? I believe you made quite a few changes.
Yes, we have 4 changes. Usama Mir not playing, Haris, Naseem, and Iftikhar is not playing. Nawaz come back and Fahim, Naseem Jr. and Shauskil is debut.
All right. Okay. How settled is your team before the Asia Cup or the World Cup? You feel that you need to make few more changes to get the best set of players available and playing for Asia Cup?
Look, Ramesh, before the Asia Cup, we have against good series against Afghanistan, so we have a pretty satisfied because everyone is trying to perform well, and we have a bunch of players. We are trying to different combination and all the things in these 3 matches. So quite very confidence in our group. So we will play our side in Asia Cup, and yes, we will try to give our best today also.
Last question. You've played here during the LPL. This could be a bit of a tester, this pitch for the batsman. What do you make of the pitch?
To be honest, today pitch is different before we are playing in LPL. So quite difficult, different pitch, quite grass on it, and I think good pitch. So I think 90 to 80 is good total. Is it?
Right, okay, have a good one.
Cheers.
Right then, the last game was a terrific game. Do you still have enough in the tank really to make them once again toil hard for a win?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Yes, as you say that last game was very good. Our team also played very good cricket, but at the end they won that. But now today is a new and fresh day, and we will try our best to come back and win it from here.
Yeah, because every game is an important one, especially for Afghanistan. You don't get to play a lot of matches against the top tier side, and so this, even though being a dead rubber, still should make a lot of sense to you and Afghanistan.
Yes, as you said that we don't get enough chances, but from last 2 years we playing very good cricket, especially in ODIs. We qualified directly to the World Cup, and we beat some good teams. And we will try to play good cricket, as you know that Asia Cup is ahead.
Yeah.
So today our aim will be to win the game and go with the positive things to Asia Cup.
Right. Any team changes?
Yeah, we have two changes. Ikram and Abdurrahman is not playing. Gulbadin and Farid are in.
All right. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Right then, the news from the centre out here is that Pakistan have won the toss and decided to bat.
Down the track. Tremendous stroke. It's gone for 6. After the disappointment of the first match, a resurgent Afghanistan rode on a brilliant 100 from Ramanullah Gurbaz.
It's been a lot of hard work, a lot of class. 150 for Gurbaz.
And a solid half-century from Ibrahim Zadran to post a big total. What an innings this has been. Imam ul Haq and Babar Azam kept Pakistan in the hunt with half-centuries.
That will be Imam ul Haq's 18th one-day international 50.
Afghanistan's bowlers then turned things around.
A slow delivery and taken.
Heavy chase run out. Yes, heavy. This could be caught. Yes, without caught on the boundary. But a heroic counter-attack from Shadab Khan meant the match was headed for a last-over thriller. There was no dearth of drama in the final over.
Oh, it's gone through the gap and slipped. Pakistan somehow, with just that one wicket left, have found a way to win this game.
After the heartbreak, can Afghanistan bounce back, or will Pakistan complete a whitewash? Good afternoon to you. It's a very warm welcome, literally, to the Premadasa Stadium in Colombo. This is Buletto presents Super Cola, Afghanistan versus Pakistan, ODI Series 2023, powered by Mahabar Auctions. And this, of course, is match number 3 out of 3. The series stands 2-0 to Pakistan after that absolute thriller in Hambantota in game number 2, where Pakistan, dare I say it, just at the last moment managed to sneak victory. So they have the advantage. They have all sorts of incentives to try and make it 3-0. Afghanistan, of course, have some pride at stake, as we always say, and they want to see if they can finish this series with their first ever victory against Pakistan in ODI cricket. Well, to talk about all these matters and things beside, Ramiz Raja, Faviz Maroof. Ramiz, first of all, and that was a sneaky win, wasn't it, Hambantota, game number 2?
Yeah. I mean, it felt like you were part of this, river rapids thing, where you are in a swirl, in a whirlpool situation. I mean, it could have been anybody's game, and I think Afghanistan would be thoroughly disappointed to not really get over the line, because they'd done everything right to get over the line. But Pakistan have got this knack of disappointing Afghanistan. It's become kind of the latest Agatha Christie kind of a novel situation, where somehow we get these great close matches and Pakistan pip them.
Yeah, but thankfully without the dead bodies. That's good news. Faviz, the attitude from Afghanistan, coming back as they did in that second game, was a triumph in its own way. I mean, so disappointing, yet here they are, game number 3. They have to try and pick themselves up once again and try and get this first win against Pakistan.
Absolutely, try and get the first win out of the way. I think that's very important for Afghanistan going forward for the Asia Cup as well. They're in the group of Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, 2 big games coming up. So I think they played really well, as Ramiz Bhai said, for them to come back from a 50-odd all out and to score that amount of runs and narrowly missing out that. I mean, at the halfway mark, we all thought Afghanistan was going to win that game, but unfortunately, as Ramiz Bhai said, Pakistan have this habit of disappointing Afghanistan, and it carried on. But full marks to Afghanistan. I think if I had to put the money on who's going to win that last game, I thought no one deserved to lose that game. Everyone wanted to, but unfortunately, Afghanistan was the receiving end.
It can be a cruel game. We all know that it's been that way ever since the game was invented. Right, just a reminder yet again that this, of course, is a home series for Afghanistan. So here we are in Colombo. But let's remind you about the beautiful sights and scenes you get in that part of the world. The turquoise blue waters of the lakes and the breathtaking mountain views make Bamyan one of the most beautiful provinces of Afghanistan. Located in the central part of the country, the province lies in the valley of the foothills of the Hindu Kush Mountains. Bandi Amin National Park, featuring 6 lakes, is a sought-after tourist destination here. No wonder then the area is known as the Valley of God. some wonderful, beautiful scenes there from the hinterland of Afghanistan in Bamiyan. We're in Colombo, of course. We are here in the heat and humidity of the capital city of Sri Lanka, and looking forward to game number 3. Right, let's look at things that will affect the game. We had some pretty good pitches, 2 pretty good pitches, one slightly slow in Hambantota. We've got a new pitch here at the Premadasa, so let's check it out with HD and Amir.
New venue for this third ODI and a brand new surface as well. Let me just remind you, there's been a lot of cricket played here at the Premadasa in the last 6 weeks. There's been Emerging Asian Cup and there's also been LPL. So a lot of this square is used, but it does look like a good surface. Let me just talk about the dimensions. We've come from Hambantota, which is a very big ground. This one, slightly different. Away to the right-hander's leg side, 75 meters. Down the ground, 75 meters, but there's a short side here. To the right-hander's offside, it's just 63 meters, so don't be surprised if the batters try and go there. Amir Sahel was also at the LPL, and he felt that the surfaces there were a little bit on the slow side. They were up and down, they turned a bit. Let's find out from him if he thinks there's anything different here.
Yes, HD, this is a much better looking pitch. It's nicely created. And in my opinion, it's very hard. It has a grass covering, and this grass covering is going to help the ball to slide onto the bat.
Okay, so 239 in the last 5 innings has been the average score batting first. Do you feel they're going to need a little bit more than that?
I think they'll be requiring at least, like you suggested, 260, but maybe beyond that.
Right, so we're going to stick with 260.
Okay, so that gives us a clue as to the pitch, brand new pitch here for the Premadasa. Actually, just a quick question to Farviz. These pitches here, they've had a lot of work over the last few months.
Absolutely, David. I think 5 months ago they had the top surface, the top dressing. So soon after that, the ACC Emerging Asia Cup was not supposed to be part here. And all of a sudden, because of the unavailability of the other grounds, the group matches were put in here. I think 6 to 7 games were played. So before it got binded in and gelled in very nicely, the ACC Emerging Cup played on the games. The initial plan was to play the LPL first and the Asia Cup. So all of a sudden you find Emerging Cup and the pitches were not that great. But I feel, looking at today's pitch, this looks a fantastic pitch. I play a lot of games up here, but I think this is one of the best I've ever seen for a long time.
Well, they've had a week to let it grow a bit, let the grass grow, get some water in, do some rolling. So
Absolutely.
they've had a week to prepare it.
And this pitch, I was told, not much used in the LPL as well.
Okay, right. So it's fresh. It's a good pitch. Right, let's see what happened at the toss. Our man Ramiz was there in charge.
Very warm conditions here in Colombo as we get ready for the toss. We've got the 2 captains. Ranjan Madugale is the match referee. Hashmatullah, you have the coin.
Head.
Heads is the call.
Heads is a call.
It is heads, Pakistan.
Pakistan. Babar, what have you decided and why?
We will bat first because pitch look like very dry and a little bit grass on it. So I think first 10 hour is a little bit crucial because of wind and all the things. But we will try 2 runs on the boat and put pressure in them.
Right now, a game away from making it as the best ODI side in the world. Does that get you excited? Your team excited?
Yes, very excited, but we will try to win this match. We focus on this match, and when we are playing international, we always trying to win the match and series. So everyone excited to win this match.
Right, okay, right. What are the team changes? I believe you made quite a few changes.
Yes, we have 4 changes. Usama is not playing, Haris, Naseem, and Iftikhar is not playing. Nawaz come back, and Fahim, Naseem Jr., and Shauskil is debut.
All right, okay. How settled is your team before the Asia Cup or the World Cup? You feel that you need to make few more changes to get the best set of players available and playing for Asia Cup?
Look, Ramesh, before the Asia Cup, we have against good series against Afghanistan, so we have a pretty satisfied because everyone is trying to perform well, and we have a bunch of players. We are trying to different combination and all the things in these 3 matches. So quite very confidence in our group, so we will play our side in Asia Cup, and yes, we will try to give our best today also.
Last question. You've played here during the LPL. This could be a bit of a tester, this pitch for the batsmen. What do you make of the pitch?
To be honest, today pitch is different before we are playing in LPL. So quite different pitch, quite grass on it, and I think good pitch. So I think 290 to 80 is good total, is it?
Right, okay, have a good one.
Cheers.
Right then, the last game was a terrific game. You still have enough in the tank really to make them once again toil hard for a win?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Yes, as you say that last game was very good. Our team also played very good cricket, but at the end they won that. But now today is a new and fresh day, and we will try our best to come back and win it from here.
Yeah, because every game is an important one, especially for Afghanistan. You don't get to play a lot of matches against the top tier side, and so this, even though being a dead rubber, still should make a lot of sense to you and Afghanistan.
Yes, as you said that we don't get enough chances, but from last 2 years we playing very good cricket, especially in ODIs. We qualified directly to the World Cup, and we beat some good teams. And we will try to play good cricket, as you know that Asia Cup is ahead.
Yeah.
So today our aim will be to win the game and go with the positive things to Asia Cup.
Right. Any team changes?
Yeah, we have two changes. Ikram and Abdurrahman is not playing. Gulbadin and Farid are in.
All right. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Right then, the news from the centre out here is that Pakistan have won the toss and decided to bat.
Okay, so that is the news from the middle. Ramiz, do you want to talk us through today's Pakistan team?
I was hoping that Haris would get a chance in place of Fakhr, but Fakhr is still there, so they want Fakhr to get some form. Saud Shakil is an important inclusion because he's a very fine middle order batter. He plays spin extremely well, so interesting to see what he does on his debut. Then Mohammad Nawaz, we know, can add up a lot of beef when it comes to all-round strength. Fahim Ashraf is back playing for Pakistan. Now, he's promised a lot, Fahim Ashraf, but at times he disappoints you as well, and conditions may just suit his style of bowling, and he's a big hitter as well. So all-important changes just before that all-important Asia Cup.
Indeed, indeed. Right, Faviz, let's have a look at the opposition, Afghanistan.
Two changes. Farid Malik, the fast bowler, left-arm quick, is coming in for Abdul Rahman. Was very expensive the other game. And also Gulbadin Naib, the all-rounder, comes into the team. That means the batting strength goes even deeper, probably number 8, number 9. Okay. So that's an option that Afghanistan has gone as well. So a lot to play for, pride at stake. So I think it's going to be a good game.
Okay, quick question, Ramiz. I mean, what's more important to Pakistan here? Just making sure that their neighbour doesn't get a win, or the chance to go #1 in the world in the rankings?
I think, as Babar suggested, it's all about winning. And winning with a new combination will give them a lot of sort of psychological advantage, because you want to test your bench strength, and this is the last chance before they enter the all-important Asia Cup. So I like the changes, I like the body language of the skipper, and I just hope they do the job, because winning with a new lot and winning would mean #1 position.
Okay, well, Afghanistan still want this first win. Now, it's been a magnificent story about Afghanistan cricket over the last 10-15 years. We've been talking to one of their important board members about the future of Afghanistan cricket.
Well, the passion for cricket has grown tremendously over the last 2 decades. Cricket has become a household name, and it has become a household sports. We see kids playing on the streets, on the road whenever they can, and then we have the official or formal cricket being played on club level, schools level, and on national level as well. The Afghan players have become not only heroes for Afghans, they have become heroes for almost every corner of the world. Afghans are being praised in the leagues that they are playing. This is perhaps the first time that we've had heroes, apart from other things that we usually had in our society. Now we have heroes in sports, and in cricket we have big names in the world: Rashid Khan, Muhammad Nabi, Farooqi, and others. So yes, for the first time we've had heroes in sports. For the board, it was a challenge and a priority at the same time. We wanted the cricket, the game, to go beyond the boundaries that were there in the last couple of decades. That's why we've promoted cricket, and we are promoting. We have procedures in place to promote cricket on club level, school level, then inter-provinces. Then we have tournaments which are regularly played, Shpagiza and Green Afghanistan. And that's how we are making sure that we get grassroots access in terms of our reach. And we get players from the villages and from districts that cricket has not been there till now. So I think we've had appropriate steps, and we believe we will have players from villages and from districts. We are planning to have Afghanistan Premier League also next year. So that will be an opportunity also to have more grassroots players coming up, and then they will be icons for the societies as the national team players are currently. So we think that will make sure that we have a sufficient and appropriate supply of new players. The biggest challenge is cricket infrastructure. Unfortunately, we don't have international stadiums or standard stadiums as per international criteria where we could host international teams. We are hosting teams, or we are conducting tournaments outside Afghanistan. So this will remain a problem for the coming some years. However, at the board we are determined that we should work on the facilities, and we already have certain plans in place. We will have a good news of an international stadium in the coming years. Afghanistan is a beautiful country. The scenery, the people, the food. So I'm sure that once the door is open, we will have international cricket grooming in Afghanistan, and we are working for that opportunity, and we are working for that goal. As a board member, I must say that the whole team is my favorite.
Well, it's already an incredible story just to chart the progress of Afghanistan cricket over the last few years. They're in the Asia Cup, they're in the World Cup, they have some world-class players. Planning for the future, all important, and that future, of course, starts today. They would be desperately keen to get their first ever win in an ODI against Pakistan. They came ever so close just 2 days ago in Hambantota. This is their final chance in this series. Okay, we are pretty much set. The umpires are out there, pretty much set for the start of play here in Colombo, the Premier Dasser. Let's join our first commentators for the day, who are H.D. Ackerman and Amir Sahel.
Bulleto presents Super Cola Afghanistan versus Pakistan ODI series, powered by Maharaba Auctions. Hello and welcome to the third one-day international between these two sides, Afghanistan and Pakistan. Afghanistan have made the 2 changes and Pakistan have made 4. Alongside me, Amir Sohail. Take us through those changes.
Yeah, Pakistan making 4 changes, and rightly so, because Asia Cup and World Cup round the corner. Just to rest their bigger players and give opportunities to new players like Mohammad Wasim, South Shakil. He's making his debut. Then Fahim Ashraf has been given an opportunity. I think the reason for that is that if something untowards happened during Asia Cup or World Cup, they have the players who got some match practice under their belt. Imam ul-Haq is going to open the innings once again for Pakistan. He's been prolific, scored a couple of half centuries in this series so far. And his partner Fakhar Zaman, he's been off the boil, he's been struggling, has been given another opportunity to make his mark.
Wazalak Faruqi. Well, the last over in that second one-day international, the one that went down to the the final over, and it was such a tight game. Really was a brilliant game of cricket. Pakistan chasing down 300 to go 2-0 up.
Correction needs to be made here. South Shakir is not making his debut. Babar Azam had everybody confused when he said at the toss that he's making the debut. He's already played 5 ODIs for Pakistan, and it's going to be the left armer once again to take the new ball.
2 slips in place, man on the deep third boundary and a fine leg. Those are the 2 allowed outside the 30-yard circle. That's just slipping down the leg side.
You see, I was asked a question by a friend why Fakhar Zaman is struggling and is finding it difficult to deal with the balls which are swinging back to the stumps. For me, whenever he's looking to play the ball, he's off balance. When he's shuffling, his weight is transferring on the toes very early, and that's why he's off balance. And I'm surprised this thing hasn't been identified as yet.
Someone just walking in front of the side screen. Well, it wouldn't be a cricket match if someone didn't walk in front of a side screen. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it has been identified, and you know, the players now having to try and work through that technical issue, which you've seen. Certainly, the bat face comes down fairly closed.
It has been prolonged. This is my worry.
He's got a wonderful one-day record, so he's probably been given the extra bit of time, hasn't he? But there is a Mohammad Haris who's waiting in the wings to possibly come into the makeup. So there's no doubt he'll be feeling a little bit of pressure.
And also he's looking to play everything through offside, and that's why he's been missing those deliveries. Now he has to change his mindset. Now what he needs to tell himself is, okay, my zone is from mid-off to fine leg. And if he brings that mindset into the game, he'll be better served. But at the moment, you know, the way he sets up, he's looking to play the ball through covers. And that's why he's been getting overbalanced.
He's off the mark now. Menon from India, who's at the bowling end. He's experienced now, isn't it, Menon? I remember when those figures were single figures. Now he's 46th. Izzatullah Safi from Afghanistan, just his 5th ODI.
I thought Safi did a very good job during the first ODI of this series.
Oh, that's rolled. Granted, it was very wide of off stump, but that didn't get off the ground at all.
His wrist wasn't behind that delivery. Must have been the last over playing in his mind.
Well, that's edged and to go down to 3rd man. It'll just be a single, but he's had a full go at that, Imam ul Haq.
Now that's where he falters quite often. When he's looking to drive the ball through covers, his weight doesn't go forward. He just hangs back and tries to hit the ball very hard. We saw him getting out during the test match as well. So the advice is whenever he's looking to drive the ball through covers, he has to lean into the stroke.
And again, we find ourselves with some supporters in the stands. It's an Afghanistan home series, but of course we are here in Colombo, Sri Lanka. Always had a flip at that. Play and miss ends the first. 2 without loss.
And very well a balanced squad of the Pakistani team for this upcoming Asia Cup. Reliable batters, few imposing players in Haris, Rizwan, few all-rounders there, but quality fast bowling, quality. And then you have an all-rounder like Shadab, ideal for these conditions.
Been given a welcome break today, Nasim Shah and Haris Ralph. Nasim Shah's had a very busy period. He was here in Sri Lanka for all 3.5 weeks of the LPL and then played the first 2 one-day internationals, so you can understand why the selectors have decided to give Nasim Shah a break. This man's been good inside the power play, Mujibur Rahman. Very impressive average, and his economy rate, exceptional. You've spoken about the troubles that Fakhar Zaman has had over the course of the last few months, but on the flip side, Imam Ul-Haq has been brilliant. I mean, he must be a contender for player of the series. There's turn. There is turn there.
Very lucky Imam Ul-Haq. Yeah, he managed such deliveries off the back foot in Habbantuta, where there was no pace for the bowlers, but here there is a bit of pace and he has to be careful there. That ball was precariously close to that leg stump.
He didn't even try and spin that ball, but it's actually just gripped in the surface and straightened. 2 half centuries to his name in this series already. Oh, very well fielded. Very, very well fielded.
That has to happen often in this game if the Afghans are to get some positive result in this game. Not only the bowling has to be very good, but the fielders, they need to complement the bowlers. And so far so good. 2 decent overs.
So maiden, 2 without loss. Oh, that's well bowled. Tailing in.
That's encouraging, isn't it? Getting the ball to tail in. Once again, Fakhar Zaman was off-balanced. Look at his front toe. It's pointing towards extra cover. And he's looking to negotiate the deliveries which are tailing in. Questionable.
That one going out, but again, very full. But he's in the side to try and give Pakistan a quickish start inside the power play. And so difficult for a player who's asked to be aggressive when struggling for form to continue with that method, because there's risk attached to it. And if you get knocked over, you start to think, well, how many more opportunities am I going to get given?
You know, once the form eludes these attacking players, that slump is for a longer period, as opposed to players who are technically very correct and bat conventionally.
You mentioned that Fazal Farooqi bowled that last over, and of that second ODI, and you were wondering how he would have recovered. The 150th one-day international for Afghanistan. A very proud moment.
Yet to win against Pakistan, came very close so many times.
That is beautifully bowled. Genuine outswing there.
It has been a brilliant over from the left-armer. First couple of deliveries tailed in, and last two deliveries has left the batsman. He's challenging Fakhar Zaman with every delivery.
I'm going to get through this now, Amir, around Fazal Haq Farooqi and that last over. Is we saw how quickly Afghanistan got over getting bowled out for 56, so they're a resilient bunch. So there's no doubt he would have been in his hotel room just pondering, reflecting on that last over, what he could have done better to try and defend those 11. But he is also a massive competitor, so I'm pretty sure it's now gone.
No, I thought after running out Shadab, he bowled well, but he got greedy. That's nicely played. You know, when Haris Rauf was on strike, he got greedy. He offered him some pace. He tried to knock him over with the pacey delivery, but I thought Haris Rauf was ready for it, and those 3 runs actually took the confidence very high. And eventually the Pakistani tailenders were able to win the game, not for the first time against Afghanistan.
Now that'll be 4. That'll ease Fakhar Zaman somewhat. Now boundary ends the 3rd, 6 without loss.
He's been waiting for this. Ideal length for a player who has such a back lift. He just slapped the ball. This should give him confidence.
It was Babar who won the toss and decided that Pakistan would bat first. He indicated that he thought this was a good pitch. He even mentioned the number 290. And it's been some time since that number's been achieved here at this ground. The average first innings score here of the last 5 one-day internationals is just 239. It's led the powers that be to relay the top surface of this square. 5 months ago they redressed it, and what we certainly saw during the LPL was a square that hadn't quite settled.
At the moment, it's been a struggle for the Pakistani batters. Haven't looked comfortable.
There's certainly a lot more grass. There was a nice covering of grass, all dead. And the seamers may look at that and think, well, maybe just a little bit of purchase if the seam can grip on it. But no real moisture in the pitch. Nicely bowled. That's 2 maidens in a row for Mujib, 6 without loss. Well, what a last one-day international we had. And this final over, it had drama, real drama. Shadab looking to steal a little bit of ground, and Fazal Farooqi bringing out the man-cat. But from here on in, it was all about Nasim Shah. That was the stroke from Haris Rauf, where there was a misfield, and they ended up getting through for 3, which brought Nasim Shah on to strike. The outside edge was found, and Pakistan won from a position which 3 overs prior to this, no one thought was possible. Yeah, good shot. Outfield's quick. Don't bother.
Two boundaries. For Fakhar Zaman, he was able to hit a boundary of the last delivery of the last over from this left-arm fast bowler, and the first delivery of his 3rd over. Went over the boundary line. The timing wasn't there. The placement was good. Should give him some confidence. Some confidence.
Back-to-back boundaries, but still the slips remain. You like that as well, because there is some swing there. It's just about getting his length right, and Afghanistan recognise that the man in picture hasn't been in the best of form. And it's all about wickets here. Try and take wickets. Not about necessarily the economy. It's about making early inroads inside these first 10 overs while this ball is still new. He's bowled a couple of outswingers. And again, and 4 more. Overpitched.
Yeah. Things are shaping up for the left-handed opener, Fakhar Zaman. A drive through extra cover, and this time around a full toss. He pounced on the opportunity. Didn't try to overhit the ball, just timed it. 3 boundaries in quick succession for Fakhar Zaman.
That's the delivery. That's the delivery that Fazal Farooqi is looking for. And I'm sure in the back of Fakhar Zaman's mind here, I know he's got the one that slides back into me, and that's the one I need to be careful of, because that's the one he's struggled with.
And first 2 ODIs, he was chasing those wide deliveries, but this time around, he's restraining himself. He's getting the bowler to bowl to him. Good enough for a single.
Yeah, he's been good for Afghanistan since he's come into the international fold. I remember watching Fazal Farooqi in South Africa in the Under-19 World Cup. It's a few years back now, and then he burst into the international side, and they've got someone now who can bowl with a new ball. Their bowling coach was quick, Hamid Hassan, plagued by injuries, unfortunately. There's that one that slides in. Imam looks after it. 5 gone, 16 without loss. Pakistan knew that at the start of this series that if they won 3-0, they would go above Australia and be the #1 ranked team in ODI cricket. Australia do tour South Africa next month for a few white ball games leading into the World Cup.
Who do you think is going to win that series, HT? Australia or South Africa?
I think again a lot depends on the surfaces. Sometimes South Africa is not the easiest place to bat at the top of the order. In Australia, they fancy themselves at the top of the order. The front 3 or 4 are quite aggressive, and if the ball nips around, South Africa can do some damage. So, but if South Africa prepare real flat wickets, then I think Australia's batting is probably a little bit better than South Africa's. That's neatly played. They'll chase it down. Zadran, the fielder.
First runs of the bowling of Mujib. It's been very tight, on the money. Just short enough. Just short enough for Imam to be able to guide the ball towards third man.
Pushed the first one hard, but it should only be one. Just going back to that series between Australia and South Africa, another concern for me is it just doesn't seem that South Africa play any international cricket anymore. I can't remember when their last series was. And Australia have obviously just come off a big Ashes tour. Can you remember?
I remember them playing that T20 World Cup in Australia, and after that, no notable series as yet.
Just starting to get a little bit of confidence now, isn't he? You can just see the shackles beginning to fall off like a Zaman.
Yeah, he's growing in confidence. He didn't bat an eye to that swinging delivery, went through that stroke. And that's his ability, natural ability.
Oh, what a catch! As he put it down, I thought he held on to an absolute screamer. Zadran. That would have been out of the top drawer.
Could have been a stunning effort from him. Anticipation was there. He dived at the right time, unfortunately. Couldn't hold on to that one. But full marks for the effort.
Now he goes down the ground. It'll bounce away, run away for 4. How ironic. 6 gone, 24 without loss. Well, so nearly the first wicket of the day. Brilliant effort, brilliant diving effort, but it's still none down, 24 after 6. One or two have kept very low, one or two have just scudded through. That one doesn't even reach the keeper on the fall. Imam here using his feet well at the end of the over from Mujib.
A very good response after that chance. He ventured out of the crease and absolutely wrong-footed the bowler.
Well, that's just gone racing away for 4. For a moment it was hanging in the air. For a moment it might even look One even looked as though it might be catchable. Just a bit of a chip, but just wide as well. 4 runs in the book.
He's probably an innings away from getting it right. Right now, it looks all over the place. The bat is coming down at an angle. He's not comfortable driving it through the offside. Half pushes, half nudges, plays with a lot of inside part of the blade. But spending time at the crease could sort a lot of stuff.
Yeah, one thing he's done well, actually. I mean, he's hit a couple of nice boundaries. Those ones there just outside off stump. At Hambantota in the first game, he was following those, moth to a flame, iron to a magnet. It was, he couldn't stop himself playing at them. So he's starting to sort things out. And we've all been there at some stage, albeit some years ago now, but we've all been there at some stage where just spending time at the crease, you get your rhythm back. If you don't find a way of getting out, you hang in there long enough, things start to fall back into place, and that's what's, I'll whisper it, starting to happen for Fakhar Zaman. Good shot. That little bit of width, that little extra width is what he loves. It's when he gets drawn into something slightly wide and tries to play with a straight bat, he gets himself into trouble. When he's got that extra width and it's almost a flat bat, but not quite, then that gives himself all the room he needs to get his hands through, bats on top of it, powers it away.
Easy ball for him to handle. A front foot cut shot. That's kind of an instinctive, natural angle for him, because the bottom hand then takes over and he's a bottom-handed striker. The only issue is that he's pretty unorthodox with how he holds the bat. The bat comes down at the ball. Edge will give him a single. And so it takes a little bit more time for the unorthodox ones to get it right, because they bank on fluency, on timing the ball more than the technique. And so if you ask him to go back to the drawing board, there's nothing there for him really to go and have a look at.
You're right, there are cricketers who are, as it were, assembled like a kit. They know exactly where every working part is. If one goes slightly off, they just fix it, put it back in place. There are others like this man, like Fakhar Zaman, who's, it's also instinctive. It's hard to analyse for yourself where it's going slightly wrong. So things like rhythm, we talk about rhythm a lot, but rhythm is so important. And that means, the timing of your foot movements, the timing of your back lift, so the combination, all those things coming together. It's 33 without loss. .33 after 7, current run rate just edging towards 5 runs per over. Just remember at the toss, Babar was talking quite high figures, wasn't he? Sort of 280, 290. And yes, there's plenty of batting still to come, and yes, these are the opening overs, and yes, acceleration, of course, can come, and no doubt will.
When you won the series and you're playing the last game of that series, the flow of that win makes things happen for you as a player, as a side, and so you can get out of a rough patch by just feeling confident about how the team has played. I think it's an excellent opportunity for Fakhar to feel that way. Nothing to lose, relaxes you. I was hoping that Mohammad Haris would be given a game before the Asia Cup. He was absolutely breathtakingly brilliant. during the LPL here. On tough pitches, he batted superbly.
Yeah, I suppose you can easily argue there was an opportunity here with the Series 1. But is it, yeah, so you can see the 50-50 ball. Do you want the new guy to come in or the man to come in to get a feel for it when he is in form? Or do you want the man who you've banked on for years now, who's been a star at the top of the order, to have that time at the crease and get some form?
Pakistan think tank feel that Fakhar Zaman has got a lot to offer as an opener in ODIs. His record is phenomenal, and so they are persisting with him. End of the over, 34 without a wicket.
This is breathtaking Kabul with its natural beauty, hilly spots covered by the mountains all around, with historical locations, tombs, grand mosques, with the capacity to accommodate thousands of Muslims, and with the crowded and busy city of Kabul and the high-rise tall buildings. Beautiful view.
Yeah, and from the sights and sounds again of Kabul, back to the Premdasa Stadium in Colombo. 2 games down south. This is the 3rd and final game in the series. Gulbuddin Naib, medium pace, playing his first game in this series. Steady start, first ball just outside our stump on a good length. It's defended. Misfield, now that's the sort of thing you can easily avoid. Any team in the world can avoid those casual misfields. Any team in the world can always improve on its fielding. Now, Fakhar Zaman today, it was the sort of release shot he was looking for. Twice actually he's hit those from wide of the off stump. That one was through extra cover. Full toss, dispatched nicely. Those sweet shots, those ones, the simple ones where you just middle it and it goes for, those are the ones actually that give you proper confidence. It's when you feel as though the rhythm is coming back and where things are looking better for you.
There are a few trigger points in his batting. When he's playing reasonably well through the offside, you know that he's on song. Feel that it becomes just a little bit tougher for an opener to get back into form. To get your form back against new ball bowlers can be tough. Every now and then you can get that kind of a delivery outside that off stump. Just felt during the Lanka Premier League that the medium paces, the bowlers that did not have a lot of pace, had a good time on these surfaces. Express bowlers were put away. Angelo Matthews, for example, had a great time of it. Medium pace, swung the ball, got in the good link box.
Good delivery, just that little bit of swing at the last moment just took it away from the outside edge.
Nice ball, floated it up there, and after kissing the surface, it did deviate. It's a good delivery and a good angle to bowl to. Fakhar is not fluent through the offside, or not as fluent.
This has gone high in the sky. It's going to be tricky to take, but that is a good catch in the end. Those are so hard to judge sometimes had to manoeuvre himself into the right position, had to judge it out of the sky. There's a few clouds around to give you some sort of background. But that was a miscue from Fakhar Zaman. So all those things about getting a rhythm back, they're now history. It's another relatively low score, 27 from 33 for him. And Afghanistan have clung on to one.
It's a very good catch. Breezy conditions, and Fakhar there managing to toe end it. Playing that one out of frustration. And a very good catch. Steadied himself and took it with soft hands. And so Fakhar's frustration continues. Gets to a 27-36 for the loss of 1 Pakistan.
Pakistan 1 down. Babar is the number 3 and the captain, of course. Naught in the first game, 53 I think it was. It was indeed 53 in game number 2. The runs had started to flow there. And he would be a very happy man if they flow again here today in this third final match in this series. But in the LPL games at this ground, his scores were 7, 59, 11, 9 and 6. So 150, all low scores in LPL. I mean, we're told the pitch is slightly different here today. Some of those LPL pitches apparently slightly tired, slightly slower, but he will just start again. In the meantime, the other man who's been in consistent form in this series, Imam will have, well, he's not had much to do yet. 10 from 22. But Pakistan rely on him to be something of a rock at the top of the innings. He will play his shots eventually, he will find the boundaries, but first thing for him is to try and help set this platform. I had a brilliant platform the other day, which then got slightly demolished, and someone put some scaffolding right at the end underneath it to win the game.
It's a great finish. And Afghanistan, Pakistan of late are producing some heart-racing thrillers. Babar against spin on surfaces such as this one can start off a bit lazy and a bit dodgy. Normally a very fine player, aesthetically so pleasing to watch, but against spin and against Mujib has had his issues.
Well, Mujib's a bit of everything, isn't he? I mean, there's the genuine spin, and then that one with the fingers behind the ball, which just turns into genuine swing. That's the beauty. That's a lovely way to ease your way off the mark with the boundary through extra cover.
Just mentioned aesthetically pleasing, good to watch, and here's an example of why would you want to watch him. Lovely drive, making sure that the ball was hit all along the ground, closing the face of the blade just slightly.
You know, it's always such a good sign when you see a batsman meeting the ball right under the eyes. It means he's watched it all the way onto the bat. Let it come to him is the expression we use. It's the perfect intersection point. It's a very solid defensive shot too. Nudged away, there's a man out there on the mid-wicket boundary, so the easiest of ones. So 10 overs done. First power play is complete. 42 for 1. So run rate has just calmed down a bit, actually. It was approaching 5s, it's now going down towards 4s. 42 for 1, 10 overs gone. Power play 2 now comes into play. Just to explain and reiterate, 4 players allowed outside the 30-yard circles. And there's a long conversation going on between captain and bowler. Estimated finish time tonight, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Four men in the ring. That doesn't force you to have 4 men in the ring. You can have more in the ring because they're not threatening you at this stage. Babar is new to the crease and Imam has been on the quieter side, 10 of 22.
Yeah, right. It's 4 outside, so 5. You're allowed 5 anyway. And what do they got now? Let's do. They keep changing. This could have to abandon this over. It's taken too long already. I mean, there are rules in place. Let's be fair. There are rules in place to try and keep the game flowing. Captains have to understand there are penalties if you take your time doing all this. Come on, just get on with it. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 in a ring on the offside. 1 at mid-on, just inside the circle. Deep square leg, deep long leg, deep third man is out as well. Slip is in place. So yes, you're right. You don't have to just obey what it says in the power play rules. You go tactically for what's good for you and the team.
This was tactically wrong. Having a couple of good deliveries, and certainly we saw this reaction from Fakhar Zaman. Just wanted to break free, and it went horribly wrong. And he'll rue the fact that once again he got a start and just couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, he just had to stretch. In the end, it was too far away from him. In a sense, the idea was okay. Now we're seeing a little uneven bounce from this pitch. From Faruqi, there were a couple that kept ever so low. For Gulbuddin as well. I mean, you can tell by the reaction of Babar Azam. Now, the thing about Fakhar, he was trying to get down the pitch. I mean, you do all sorts of things when you're slightly out of form. So he's trying to get down the pitch previously, and then the one that cost him his wicket, he'd gone even further. And it's only the width really that undid him. It was the width that undid him because he still couldn't quite reach the middle of the bat. It was right off the toe end.
The problem with that shot selection was that it's a perfectly fine shot to execute on a good pitch, but this pitch demands you to be a bit careful. And you find it tough to hit through the line on top of the bounce. The ball is stopping, it's staying low. So what you need to do is to spend more time and get to a 30 first, and then maybe to a 50. Milestones give you confidence, gives you high, and so getting out when he's just looking a bit better would disappoint not only him but the think tank. Oh, almost an edge. What a good delivery round the stumps, and even a slight bit of deviation looks a great deal for the batsman.
Yeah, just gets stuck in the pitch. There is deviation as well, but pace comes off it as it hits the pitch and as it starts that process of deviating. Yes, it's a good delivery. It's sort of hand on hips result, isn't it, from more reaction from Imam, who's going, look, come on, how am I meant to play that? How am I meant to get the runs flowing if this pitch is doing this? I think, to be fair, I mean, my honest opinion is the 2 pitches we've played on before this game, all well played. Oh! Well bowled. Great length, great line. Half a chance, maybe. No more than that.
Yeah, I've got to position yourself accordingly. He's not express. He's getting the ball to move round the stumps angle once again, teasing, testing the left-hander, and falls short of Mohammad Nabi. Just feel that this is a good pitch for a medium pacer to be aggressive, to pick wickets. Because that kind of pace allows the ball to be more on the surface and then moves just about slightly to tease the batter. 44 for 1.
Yeah, finish off. But I thought the two pitches, the second pitch of the series was the best. And we saw that in the scores and the way that people batted on it, because there was enough in it, enough pace in it for batsmen to play their shots. Already my impression of this pitch at Premadasa, and we know there's been a lot of cricket played at this ground, and the surface was relayed only something like 5 months ago. Topsoil was replaced something like 5 months ago, which is not a long time for a pitch to bed in. But initial impressions are there's a lack of pace, and that's going to stymie the stroke makers. It's going to make it harder for them. So I think already Pakistan might be revising their targets of 280, 290 as spoken of at the toss. We will see. Once again, it's taking an absolute age to decide where the fielders need to be.
See, my problem is that, you know, it kills the rhythm, the viewing rhythm.
The only man appealing is Gurbaz behind the stumps. That's drifting leg side. Any consolation, the man who picked it up was the man who moved into place at the last moment at the start of the over.
Ball that a leggy, I think that's why that fielder was put behind on the fine leg area in the ring. Good thing about Mujib is he's wicket to wicket, straight line, doesn't get a lot of spin, but he makes the batsman play. And you've got to pick him off the hand. If you miss his leggy or an offie, then you're in trouble. He attempted wrong then, I think.
Yeah, it didn't matter because it was so full. It was a real, genuine half volley. In fact, almost so full, actually, he couldn't get the full shot on. Now, first game, just harking back to game number 1, that was Mujib to Babar. Pretty much straight on. Just maybe a sort of tiniest bit of grip, but he was expecting, or playing as if he was expecting, more turn. So just beat the inside edge, going straight on to hit the stumps. So you can see from Afghanistan's point of view, that sort of head-to-head. Just think how pleased they'll be if Mujib can get Babar Azam again cheaply. Slightly ugly, I have to say that, slightly ugly from Imam. Maybe just read it late.
Getting the impression that driving is going to be an issue here on this surface. So you've got to wait and tuck the ball to square leg point. Maybe a square drive could be an option.
Let's face it, just driving in Colombo can be interesting.
Yeah. Miracle happens, but...
Yeah, nicely bowled, but that little nudge... Well, he should be in comfortably. They might well have a little look because umpires just like to be sure. It looks as though he was comfortably home initially. Certainly should have been. We'll just check that.
And the wicket-keeper person, can I have the best side of replay, please? Batter has made his ground. Wickets are broken. Satisfied my decision for...
Yeah, as suspected and now confirmed. As I say, always good just to check and be absolutely sure. So not out, still 1 down. 49 for 1 after 12. Three-man used so far by Afghanistan. Faruqi 4 overs, of course, plenty left for later. Mujib, spell of 6 so far. Ulbadin, the wicket taker, 2 overs, 1 for 4. Responsible for the wicket of Fakhar Zaman.
This is an important partnership for Pakistan. They've been engaged in 10 100-run partnerships. Imam and Babar. So Afghanistan have got to put everything behind their bowling resources to make sure to uncouple the two. Because not only do they provide Pakistan with a great platform to attack the opposition, but in the process they get them into a winning position as well. It's a terrific partnership record.
Yeah, certainly is. Averaging 73.06. It's nice to see your name in there. One with in conjunction with Syed Anwar, one with Javed.
Batting with Javed was always interesting because he's trying to coach me from the non-strikers end all the time, as if I was a novice and a non-entity. Like a kid I was. And I remember a shot that I played. We were involved in a partnership in a World Cup game. You were commentating against the Windies at Melbourne. I got 100. And we were in a partnership of about 120 or something. And he was absolutely on my case, trying to work the ball from off to leg. And I said, I don't know how to play that shot. I've never attempted that. You know, that funky shot through fine leg. And finally I did. It was an outside edge. The keeper surprisingly moved towards the leg side. Otherwise, it would have been a straight catch. And he missed it, and the ball went through that first slip for 4. And I said, never ever again, Javed bhai. Never. It's quite interesting batting with him.
Well, he was one of the greats for sure, Javed Miandad, and quite interesting playing against him too, because he didn't mind coaching the opposition as well.
I remember once, it was in '87, we were playing against you guys, and Ian Botham was struggling against Abdul Qadir, and so I was at short leg, and then suddenly, you know, we had Javed at silly mid-off, and so he came in, and straight away, edge and gone, caught behind, easy catch for the keeper. Imam ul Haq, the wall collapses. He's been such a regular for Pakistan in ODI cricket as an opener, but not on this occasion. This is excellent bowling, because he's kept going at that off-stump channel, and in the end, an excellent result.
Yeah, short of a length, just that little bit of a width, but the same thing basically as Fakhar Zaman for Imam ul Haq. He's taken that step or two down the pitch to try and create some impetus. Found the edge this time as opposed to bottom of the bats. It's a failure for the first time in the series. He has gone for 13, Pakistan 52 for 2. Well, no sooner have we discussed how effective the partnership between Imam ul Haq and Babar Azam can be than the partnership is stopped. So our new man, Babar and Rizwan, in at number 4, 52 for 2, 1 ball left in this, the 13th over.
He was squeezed for runs. Didn't see rhythm from Imam ul Haq in this innings. Wanted to power it through the offside. Very unlike Imam's shot. Normally he likes to spend time at the crease and paying the price. But credit to Afghanistan for keeping it nice and tight against him.
Yeah, it looks as though he almost tried to hit it too hard, trying to give it too much. The head just started to come up as he was trying to complete the stroke. So the timing goes when you do that. So Pakistan have to start again. 2 down 52. Rizwan has plenty of time to look around. Gulbadin has just about made it to the back of his mark. Good ball. Not a great one to receive if you're Rizwan, first ball of your innings. 13th over finished, 52 for 2 still. Here we go again. Just look at this. That length is what really works for Gulbadin, and just finds a way through. In between bat and pad, there's just a tiny gap. But a bit of a stretch from Rizwan. That's never a good sign either. Bit of a sort of poke forward with the bat. When the bat comes in front of the pad like that, means you're kind of searching for the ball.
Well, David, during LPL, we were visited by a snake. That was a pretty big snake, and, well, the ball is snaking here. Gulbadin has bowled a brilliant over. Has bowled a brilliant spell.
We're talking venomous or constricting or both?
Well, not venomous, I think. I was told it isn't, but it was mighty scary to find one. It was about 6 feet and was looking to find an exit, which he finally found. But kind of strange happening.
Rashid Khan, it's an early bowl. Sometimes Afghanistan leave his powers until later in the innings, but this is a good time actually, because you can sense that Pakistan haven't found their rhythm yet. Pitch is, I would say, more bowler friendly than batsman friendly at this stage as well. Medium pace is certainly doing the damage. Spin bowling, well, Pakistan's record against the spin isn't 100%. It's not absolutely brilliant by any stretch of the imagination. And again, if you're Afghanistan in this position, what do you want to do? You want to get these next 2 out. 2 absolutely key wickets, Babar and Rizwan.
I don't know how the modern Pakistani batsmen are taught to play spin. But going back a few years, it was always about locating the ball off the hand. Some still manage spin expertly, mostly don't, and that's a worry for me moving forward into the Asia Cup, which is to be played in Pakistan and in Sri Lanka, and then World Cup in India, because the pitches will favor spin.
The way that was played implies that that was read from the hand, because the position and the angle of the bat absolutely perfect, just going with the spin to play it onto the onside. I mean, Rashid is special, we all know that, a very, very special bowler. But the more people play against him, the more they should get used to these variations.
I think, David, he needs to flight the ball a little bit more in ODI cricket. I mean, he's got a wonderful template for T20 cricket. But going flat in ODIs is not really the done thing for him. I think the results also show. In the last game also, Pakistan were prepared to block him out, not give him a breakthrough. Once again, he starts off with a pacey over, 55 for 2.
Yeah, that's his, as you say, that's his preferred pace. That's what he's used to delivering. And actually any bowler will probably start their first over, at least first couple of overs, in a comfort zone, just to try and each and every day get the rhythm, just feel the ball coming properly out the hand. But yeah, it's a good point. You know, the ability to adapt to different conditions, to tease people out, earn your wickets, that's always a good thing to have. Well, the wicket taker, the man responsible for the 2 wickets falling so far, Gulbadin. 2 for 7 from 3. Very, very good figures, and an early sign But gentle medium pace could be tricky on this pitch. Just trying to play that shot that you were talking about.
I just feel that he can be out of the crease and just put the medium pacer off his length a little bit. The intention was okay. I think you can do that against medium pace because it's not going to threaten you with a lethal bouncer or a short pitch ball. What he does well here, he stops in his stride and manages it well, even though it wasn't off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, that's Fuller from Gulbadeen this time. No damage done, just the one. Men in the right places. But yeah, it's the interesting thing is when you're trying to force the pace and there is no pace out of the hand and no pace off the pitch. Any batsman will tell you they prefer it if the ball comes on off the pitch. Makes timing easier, makes stroke making easier. When you've got to control it like this, somehow force it like this, it just gets harder.
He's bowled superbly, Gulbadeen, and just the ideal pace on a pitch like this. And Imam was beautifully set up as well. He was struggling with that angle around the stumps, the ball shaping away, not middling a lot of deliveries, and then wanted to break free, caught behind. Very good bowling by Gulbadeen and good from Afghanistan. A lot of muscles for a guy who only bowls at medium pace.
There is nothing I can add to that.
Just been told by Devinder that he wanted to be a wrestler. Thank God he's playing cricket.
Well, boundaries, I tell you this, boundaries, of course, very hard to come by at the moment. He's bowled very well, he's been accurate and consistent, bowled well to his field as well, so if there's been any slight deviation from the prescribed line, you've got the man in the right place like that to just keep it down to one.
Just trying to figure out this surface, and I think that because it is a bit rough, the ball is sticking into it, because dry conditions, dry environment should not make the ball to move about or move around.
Well, I'll tell you this, run rate is continuing to drop. It's 58 for 2 after 15.
Babar and Rizwan, the captain for Pakistan, winning the toss and batting first. He's at the crease at the moment. Over 14 of 20, Rizwan near the crease on this glorious Saturday afternoon here at the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium in Colombo. It's hot, it's humid. Gulbadeen making impression, taking 2 wickets. Nicely bowled once again. And the commentary box on Devinder with me is Fidai. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Devinder. Things look quite interesting from here. Pakistan can continue at the same speed and make only 189. They will fancy their chances if they can get past 250. Afghanistan has bowled a really good line in links. The bowling change that the captain brought, Gulbadeen Naib, new to this series, coming off to the injury, got the wicket in his first over and saw the back of Imam as well.
Babar versus Rashid. It's going to be a fascinating battle ahead of us. He's bowled 4 dot deliveries, trying to create pressure. He's been successful in PSL as well in getting the wicket to Babar Azam. Rashid Khan. Forcing him to play defensively. 14 of 24. Likes to take a bit of time to get himself in, assess the conditions and get into the groove before he starts displaying the aerobic strokes that he's famous for. Nicely pushed through the offside. Just a run from the 16th over. 59 for 2 Pakistan. 62 dot balls. That tells us about discipline from Afghanistan. Spinners in operation, particularly Mujib and then Rashid. And Gulbuddin bowling impressively, taking 2 wickets for Afghanistan. 59 for 2. Change in bowling. Azalak Farooqi into the attack from round the wicket to right and better.
This is the 3rd bowling change. So you certainly see that Captain Hashmatullah Shahidi is studied the previous 2 ODIs. The second one was a thriller. It was a strong comeback by Afghanistan, posting 300 runs. Unfortunately, couldn't hold it with the ball. They have a strong spin attack. They give him a good 30 overs. They needed the 20 overs by the Pacers to be properly bowled. But nonetheless, it was really a wonderful game. So today it seems like he wants to impact bowling changes, work out new strategy, which is really nice for you to be able to study. That's why you have such series before big events. Asia Cup coming, the Cricket World Cup 2023 coming up. So nice to contemplate and see where you're making mistakes and how you can address those mistakes. Because things about mistakes is admit them and correct them.
Also the short spells from the fast bowlers or spinners because of the humidity factor. They come from Kabul. It's not that humid. It's around 80% today. Temperature 32, 33. Seems like 37 degrees centigrade. And that's why credit should be given to Gulbuddin, because a couple of days back he was in Kabul in different temperature, coming in here and making impression straight away. That's where the role of High Performance Center in Kabul comes in. They identified around 28 players, 28, 30 players for the Asia Cup and World Cup. And they've been monitoring their progress, monitoring their injuries as well.
Yeah, the Afghanistan chief selector Asadullah Khalid identifying, as you rightly say, 28 men and working around them and keeping them ready for the big events of Asia Cup and the Cricket World Cup 2023. And it is even better to have a bilateral series against Pakistan to be able to test your skills and prepare better for these upcoming events.
A lot of changes when it comes to infrastructure as well. Number of teams in domestic cricket want to provide high quality cricketers the opportunity to compete against each other. Sweetly driven. The protection there on the boundary. Trying to accelerate a bit here because last 3 to 4 overs they've been able to exercise control with the ball, with the spin and pace bowling as well, Afghanistan.
Well, I'll take the cue from what you said, accelerate. It's been already 43 balls since they have hit a boundary. But let's take you to Kabul, to Afghanistan, and we take you to Balkh province, I believe. I thought
That ball kept low. And that marks the end of the 17th over. 61 for 2. Drinks will be there on the field.
We were talking about bringing you to the beautiful Afghanistan. So we've just arrived here at Mazar-e-Sharif and seeing the blue mosque. Beautiful view with the white pigeons adding to the beauty of this wonderful region. A place where people come to perform their prayers, also sit around, and it's so beautiful. This is also called Rawza-e-Sharif, or the name Mazar-e-Sharif, which means the tomb. It takes from this very place, which is the name for this city.
And back to Colombo, 61 for 2. Pakistan winning the toss, batting first, scoring at the rate of 3.59 runs per over. Residential buildings around the stadium. They expect a lot of people to come in the later half of the innings, and in the next innings as well. Rashid Khan conceding 4 runs in 2 overs. A lot depends on because how Rashid performs. Takes 1 or 2 wickets. All of a sudden you will see the rest of the bowlers following the suit and making it difficult for Pakistan. This has been relatively challenging surface to bat on. 2 of the better batters for Pakistan. Babar 16 of 28. And Rizwan on 3. Strike. Attacking the stumps. A lot of googlies. Of late has started to bowl the leg spinner as well. It turns a bit.
Well, the thing about Rashid Khan is that he'll keep it simple and he will bowl wicket to wicket, and he'll wait for the batters to make the mistake. And for a situation that it is,
driven through the offside. Known as king of spin, leg spin in T20 version of the game. He's been making headlines around the globe. And Afghanistan needs a big performance from Rashid Khan with the ball in hand. He's recuperating from back issues. And his focus is to create some magic before they head for the Asia Cup.
So for the situation as it is that Rashid Khan will enjoy himself because he seems like to have been building the pressure. Beautiful view by drone camera. We just saw a little bit of a fumble earlier, but it's really been quite a good start by Afghanistan.
Just changing his line. He's bowling at 89.4 kilometers per hour. Rashid Khan is very good when it comes to attacking the stunts and executing the googlies. Searching for first wicket for himself in this contest. He's someone who takes, once he takes one wicket, he takes wickets in a heap, 2 or 3 wickets to change the course of the game. He's been absolutely fantastic, a global superstar for Afghanistan to inspire the next generation of spinners.
And just a hint from Rahmanullah Gurbaz, inviting all of them to talk if they do not want to feel bored in this game. Maybe there's little bit of action required. End of the over, 64 for 2.
Gulbuddin Naib making impression straight away, taking 2 wickets already. Fazal to continue. Down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. He's been brought back into the attack to find a wicket in some fashion. Goes wide of the crease. Too far down the leg side. Well stopped by Gurbaz, a centurion in the previous match, 151. A majestic innings from Gurbaz to change that trend. Afghanistan not scoring enough to coming into the competition. It was extraordinary surge when it comes to responding to a challenge against the fast bowlers from the batters. But coming back to high performance centre in Kabul, that's where they monitor the progress of the players at the same time, giving opportunity to getting the players ready, getting conditioned them to play the series. That's how they've been able to fly in. Gulbuddin Naib after Azmatullah Omarzai suffered side strain. Again forcing him to play defensively around the opposition, just trying to bring the ball back into the right-hander.
That's where from certain talent grow. The outside, the high performance centers giving you those training and preparation stints. The result is Gulbuddin Naib coming in and already making an impact, taking 2 wickets, the only 2 wickets that Pakistan have lost so far.
Driven runs here. Need to do a lot of work there, fielded it on the boundary. Rashid Khan. And also the first class cricket that's going on in order to increase the level of competition. Look at this once again. Just opening the face of the bat to get it away from that fielder at the cover region on the offside. And great commitment. That's what you expect from Rashid Khan wherever he is. A global superstar. He's been pivotal in turning the fortunes of Afghanistan cricket. That stroke demanded a forward defensive stroke and managed to play it. Amir Shabdali ODI championship back in Afghanistan. Fitness has been the key word in bringing the new players in and giving them the objective to look after their fitness and compete at the highest level, because that's what the need, the requirement at the global stage in different conditions against supremely fit athletes. It's important to have fit athletes playing. Pull. He's found the gap. Will pick up a boundary.
That is finally a very good shot to ease the nerves. A welcome boundary for Pakistan. They waited for it for a long time. They wanted to build a stronger platform, and look at this. This was shot and there to be pulled. Rizwan is an aggressive batsman. He breaks the shackles and gets the boundary. That's a welcome boundary and a very good controlled shot from Rizwan.
It's rolling wrist over. It's coming slow off the wicket. That gave him extra time to play the shot behind the square on the onside to pick up a boundary. Obviously played. Holding into the pitch on that goes in the ball. A boundary coming from this over. 72 for 2 Pakistan.
And this is beautiful Pakman. Ravinder, you were there. I believe you had fun during the Shpagiza Cricket League and had a tour of this wonderful valley, which is green, cold, beautiful, and very warm. As for the hospitality of the local people over there is concerned, the food you get there, this is new construction, such a beautiful place.
Well, we played cricket as well in those pockets. You know, Mawai was also there, the commentator from Zimbabwe. Rashid continues. And not only we played cricket, enjoyed the hospitality of Afghan people there, and then I had the luxury of traveling back to the cricket stadium with Hashmatullah Shahidi, the current captain of Afghanistan cricket team. Defensively. Fantastic country. Lovely people around. Hospitality, food, the way they treat people. Love for cricket. Crazy. Never seen anywhere on the planet. Always a lot of talk about the performances of the players, who should be playing, who shouldn't be playing. Putting pressure on the selectors and board administrators about who should be picked, who should not be picked. It's a healthy discussion on the social media.
That's going to be close. Asks the question and gets the answer. The umpire raises his finger and he believes he's got his man. They go for the DRS review. Babar and Rizwan.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's start with front and first, please. Ball passes close to the bat. Can I have outrage to confirm if there is any bat involved? Yes, please. He's standing by for the outrage. Yeah, keep rolling. Roll it through. Flat line, load it up to the body. Satisfied. There's a clear gap between the bat and ball. Can I have ball tracking whenever it is ready, please? Pitching ourselves off, impact in line, wickets and missing. Is that you need to change your decision? You are on screen, signal now.
Well, that's a very good review taken by Mohammad Rizwan. Rashid Khan certainly surprised how it bounced so high. Believed that he had his man, but that's really, really good awareness, and he's indicating to the Afghan players that I knew it was like hitting me high and I believe that it would go missing. So
really surprised. He's planting his front foot forward, playing the sweep shot that was going over the stumps. Gulbuddin cannot believe it. Rashid couldn't believe it that was going there over the stumps. Mujib was surprised. Not very often he plays in Australia as well on bouncy pitches. Rashid Khan, he knows. Frustration growing. 5 dot balls from this over. And almost created an opportunity to take the wicket, Rashid. Chirping around the bat at the moment. Or was there? Heard something on that, but it's maiden from Rashid. 20 overs bowled, it's 72 for 2 Pakistan. Live from Colombo, the third one-day international between Pakistan and host Afghanistan here in Sri Lanka. Hot and humid conditions. Pakistan captain winning the toss, batting first. He's at the centre at the moment, 17 of 29. Rizwan has taken 28 deliveries for his 12. Successful bowler so far. Gulbuddin back into the attack from the media end. Short spells, given the humidity factor. That's a drive. Someone who operates there and thereabout was successful in getting the ball to move around off the seams. Movement in the air as well is very good when it comes to reception, taking the pace of the ball on this kind of surface where there's a possibility of ball staying low or bouncing a bit extra or hanging into the pitch. Got man at short mid wicket and man in the covers. Shot 2 on the drive.
Actually, he's got really good back of the hand, slower balls. Gulbuddin Naib. Talk about Babar Azam. Highest career average as a captain. Look at that. 69.23. That's amazing. That's really wonderful and so good for the cricket of Pakistan.
Will be run. 2 superstars at the top. One from India, one from Pakistan. Babar Azam, Pakistan captain. Virat Kohli, the ex-captain, trying to get back into the form before the Asia Cup. Should be a fascinating tournament ahead of us. But that's where he is, averaging 69 as a captain for Pakistan. And Kohli was averaging 72. 21 centuries in 91 matches. And another outstanding batter, A.B. de Villiers, Faf du Plessis, Rohit Sharma, also featuring with 55 in 27 matches. He's bowling good length. He's operating around the off stump negging line and maintaining good discipline with the ball. Will be the Naib.
Babar Azam and Muhammad Rizwan winning that T20 World Cup final against India, putting together 156 runs.
Just pulling the length back. Babar 18 of 32, Rizwan 12 of 30. It's been patient innings from him so far, known for his explosive shots, different conditions, and hence you can see the fielder there in catching positions mid-wicket and at the cover. He's beaten again with that delivery which goes away from the right-hand batsman. Leg cutter. 21 overs bowled, 73 for 2 Pakistan. Well, there will be change in bowling on the far end. Farid coming into the side today at the age of 29. A hard-working cricketer. Gives it 100% whatever the conditions are on disposal. Nicely worked behind, square on the offside.
Yeah, speaking about Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan, the class that they bring together at 156 run, finally winning against India. So they are a very solid pair out in the middle, have a good game awareness, builds the inning, and that's what they have done. They've seen the wicket behaving a little bit, uneven bounce, making sure that they stay out in the middle, take the game deep. They have the powerhouse towards the end of the innings.
Almost chopping that one onto the stance. Again was surprise as well, Farid, with his bowling. Babar was taken by surprise, 131. Shaping back. Up the inside edge, luckily go on to ricochet onto the stumps. Bit of cloud cover. Expect more people to come in as the day progresses.
And young kid Faiq, one of the hardcore fans of the Afghanistan cricket, was telling me stories about how
Beaten with the beauty.
Telling me stories how the Afghanistan cricketers, in particular Rahmanullah Gurbaz, inspired him to become a good batsman. But at the same time, how he wanted at the same time to be a quick bowler. So he wanted to be an all-round package for Afghanistan. Playing cricket in the academy here in Sri Lanka.
So he doesn't want to become a wicketkeeper.
You can't just do both. He wants to bowl, so he might just want to give up one thing, the wicket keeping, I guess. But he really is inspired from Rahmanullah Gurbaz and wants to become an explosive batsman for Afghanistan.
Nicely tucked away. Wristy players from subcontinent. Dravid Tendulkar, Mohammad Yusuf from Pakistan. A very impressive performance from Gulbuddin Naib today in these hot and humid conditions. He's a handy bat as well. In tight situations can score those crucial runs for Afghanistan. Remember that innings from Gulbuddin against the Shahzad and company in the Shpakiza Cricket League in 2020. Tremendous striker of the cricket ball, particularly down the ground. Nicely bowled once again. Afghanistan keeping it tight.
And the key is the line in length. Not allowing the batters to open their arms, free their arms, and score quick runs. But Pakistan at the same time has also been playing a very watchful inning over there. They do not want to put their middle order in trouble. The batters coming after Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan, so wants to give him another 10 overs maybe of a solid platform, after which they might just want to go and hit a few big shots.
Beaten, another good delivery. We saw a couple of outswingers already from this over. 22 overs bowled on 22 yards. It's 76 for 2 Pakistan. watchful. Being watchful is the key word here for batters on this pitch, where something is happening for the fast bowlers and the spinners as well. Some seam movement for Gulbuddin Naib early on. Patient innings from Babar Azam, the captain of Pakistan, 21 of 36, 12 of 33 from Rizwan. Patience and concentration from the batters. These are the 2 wickets trying to go down the pitch to take down Gulbuddin Naib. A fine catch taken eventually by Riyaz Hassan, and then advancing down the pitch again. A little bit of movement off the pitch, and that restless celebration from Gulbuddin Naib. Got the fielder in place on the drive on the offside. Babar Azam knows these conditions very well. Recently part of the Lanka Premier League LPL. This is one of the reasons that he looks assured, not in a hurry to play shots on this pitch, as the Afghanistan fast bowlers and spinners trying to tighten the screws.
You got 100 in Palikale, can be.
It's a wild shot from one of the best batters around. Frustration building, 24 of 58. Just holding its line, rather bit of movement back into the right-hander of the seam. This little movement of the seam, smattering of grass on this pitch. It's a different pitch from what they experienced in Lanka Premier League. Gulbuddin has a smile, always plays with a smile on it. That ball demands a defensive stroke after playing a couple of airy-fairy shots.
Talking about Gulbuddin's smile, I didn't see much of that during that Shpagiza 2020 when there was a heat between Shahzad and Gulbuddin Naib and everyone was going after one another. It was some contest really won.
Afghanistan cricket going nicely. Great. Also APL, Afghanistan Premier League in the pipeline. 5 teams will be participating. Slower delivery, nicely handled by the batter. 5 teams will be participating in the T20 World Cup here in 2024. At the same time, the GAK One Day Cup also they played already before the Sri Lanka series. Emir Abdali for the tournament ongoing, and there's a conscious effort to find players who can step up immediately at the international level. Also a team, under 19 team playing against Bangladesh and Sri Lanka in UAE. So a lot is happening in Afghanistan cricket, and the amount of talent that they possess, I won't be surprised. APL, the Afghanistan Premier League, could be one of the most delightful T20 league to watch.
It will showcase the raw talent Afghanistan has. Talk about the spinners, fast bowlers, and explosive batsmen that Afghanistan has. It will be an interesting, a very interesting league coming up for Afghanistan.
It's going to be maiden. It's maiden from Gulbuddin Naib, 2 for 11 in 6 overs. Fine bowling performance from him, 76 for 2, Pakistan.
Been very disciplined, have Afghanistan in their bowling attack. Gulbuddin, brilliant, 2 for 11 of his 6 overs, coming into the side of the injury of Azmatullah Ormazai, and here's the new man as well, another new man. 2 changes to this Afghanistan side. So Farid Malik, left arm seamer, the other one. Been in and around the Afghanistan squad for some time now, Farid Malik. He gets the odd game here and there, but I tell you what, he never lets them down. He runs in hard. When he's in the field, he gives 100%. He's a wholehearted trier. They just haven't quite got the measure of the surface, have they?
Those are the numbers of Farid Malik. Strong boy, runs in hard, as you said, hits a big hard. It's a fast bowler that any captain would like to have in the team. Runs in every day. Talking about the pitches, I think this looks much better what we saw in the IPL, but just that, I think the extra bounce and sometimes just keeping it low and playing the true Babar and Rizwan, which has been a challenge for Pakistan, but I just feel all credit should go to Afghanistan. The way of their ball, the lengths, the spinners, the fast bowlers have hit 3 different pitches, 3 different results hopefully. But the first game was slow, low. The second game was a fantastic pitch, and this keeps interested everybody. Even Gulbuddin Naib getting some movement, Farid getting some bounce. Batsmen, if they're willing to work hard, there are runs to be scored. Spinners, if they put more reps, there is some turn. So I reckon this is going to be a tester for both these teams.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that you have a player of Babar Azam's class, and he's struggling to middle the ball. When he is presented with something to hit, like a half volley or a long hop, he's almost a little bit tentative because there's no trust. Now, I know you said that they've relayed these five months ago, but I don't think the square is settled at all, because I've yet to see a pitch play well here over the last 6 weeks or so, and normally it is a very good pitch. But there's been spin, there's been inconsistent bounce and pace. But then again, if you're a quality player or an international cricket team, you need to adapt.
Bounce definitely has been inconsistent. A couple of deliveries before with the pace and the length what Farid Malik delivered, it just shot down. The class of Babar Azam, yes, he's struggling. That's where the experience and the class comes in. He's not going to give in pretty easily. We saw 2 rash shots, 2 wickets fell down, but Babar Azam putting the work in. Understand it's not going to be a 275, 260 pitch. At least get that 250 somehow or a 240 and be competitive. And under lights, there is going to be some movements for the fast bowlers. That's where the 3 Pakistani quicks will be handful.
Into the 24th, 77 for 2. Talented man, Zawad Shakil. He's only played 5 one-day internationals, and then Salim Aga, he played beautifully in the Test series against Sri Lanka, got a wonderful 100. Something had to give, and something has. And it's Rizwan who takes on Gulbuddin. But again, the middle of the bat is not found.
This is the ideal pitch for Gulbuddin Naib, isn't it? Enough movement off the seam. This time, Mohammad Rizwan trying to up the ante, coming down the track. Bat turning in his hands. Trying to get a going. And Rizwan should be the man forward. I mentioned about the inexperienced middle order, but there's plenty of class in that order.
Oh, that rolls along the ground. I do like the intent that Rizwan showed the ball before. Sometimes I think you've got to make a play as a batter when the run rate's sitting at 3 to the over. And I know the surface is one that they cannot trust, or they're not trusting, but you can go down the wicket and play a defensive stroke. You don't need to go down the wicket and try and hoik it over square leg, just to try and get Gulbadin to think a little bit more. At the moment, all he's doing is he's running in and trying to hit a length. Rizwan already, look, he's a foot, 2 feet outside of the crease. They're trying to create something, but Gulbadin is not leaving that area.
He's an ideal bowler for these kind of conditions. Giving the seam enough movement to create that doubt on the batsman's mind. And Mohammad Rizwan just playing with the crease, batting in front of the crease, behind the popping line. It's not going to be easy. And Gulbadin Naib is all his defense, getting his chance, and he has put both his hands up and accepted that this is my chance, and so far has done a wonderful job.
There's pace taken off. Oh, well, you know that he's a wonderful player, Babar Azam. But if form ever deserts him, we know what role he can play. He was operating our buggy cam earlier today and thoroughly enjoying himself. I don't think there's place for you here yet, Baba. We're still enjoying watching you bat.
Watching that, as well as one of his interviews, he said that Sri Lanka is like second home. It's lovely to hear. Plenty of supporters comparing to Hambantota. That's you, my bottom dollar. Most of them are here to see Babar Azam bat.
That's his new toy. You say he said it's his second home. I tell you what, I think he'll be looking for a different second home if he doesn't get something that he can hit through the line on. There's some games being played here during the Asia Cup. Work to be done on these surfaces, I think. But again, I know it's a very tough thing for the curator because of the amount of cricket that's been played here over the last 6 weeks. 80 for 2. Just what you want when you get drafted into the side before a big tournament like the Asia Cup and the World Cup. 2 for 14 in 7. That will get the selectors' heads scratching. Rashid Khan's just bowled the 4. Although whether Hashmatullah Shahidi will look to bowl someone else within this team, just to give him a couple of overs, because that's what cost them the other night, is trying to get the ends correct and which bowler to bowl towards the back end of that second one-day international. Having just used the 5 bowlers. Now that one bounces.
Talking about the bowling options, we've got Mohammad Nabi. Has not been used so far. Shahidullah, another option, which I thought Hashmatullah Shahidi got it wrong in the last game. I saw Shahidullah bowling in the Emerging Asia Cup. He's a very fine left-arm spinner. Maybe a few overs for me. And the same mistake, Afghanistan, which he did against Pakistan, did it against Sri Lanka in a one-day up in Pallakali. Sri Lanka chased down, I think, something close to 310 runs. And Gulbadin Naib and Fazal Faruqi was on the receiving end, bowling short balls, which is pace on, pace off. And all the Sri Lankan batters just kept on keeping on the head straight and trying to hit everything square of the pitch. Similarly, in last game, when the bowler was bowling bad, probably Abdul Rahman had a day to forget. A left-arm spin, a couple of them, because it's a bigger boundary. Sure that a left-arm could have done a much better job. So I think Shahidi got the tactics wrong in the last game.
Not as big boundaries here at the Al Premadasa as what they were in Hambantota, but the surface a little trickier. you have noticed of late as well, his batting under lights becomes tougher. So often in night games, there's teams that they like to chase because there's normally a little bit of dew around and the ball skips on nicely, but it hasn't been the case here.
The invitation as well, as I mentioned about the Imagine Asia Cup was not being planned to play at the Tailenders Stadium. Last moment, I think 5 or 6 games were played here, even in the finals. And all of a sudden, the curator was planning for the LPL and the Asia Cup, had to rush on. Also in the Asia Cup, the Imagine Asia Cup final, team batting first, Pakistan with a fantastic side against a good young Indian team, ended up scoring 352 in a final. That pitch looked very fine. We've now said, yeah, Ostam Babar Azam. And Gurbaz missed it too, just a bye. Much better blend by Farid, testing it out. Previously was digging it short, hitting that hard length, and all of a sudden pushing it a bit forward and getting some seam movement.
I think there's a little bit of frustration creeping in here with the Pakistan batters. A little bit lazy from Gurbaz. Baba just walked across to the other side, didn't even attempt to try and run two. It's the type of pitch where you walk in feeling as though you're in great form, and by the time you walk off, you think it's deserted you completely.
You did the pitch report with Amir. I had a look as well. We all thought it's hard, maybe good for batting 260, but all of a sudden, bowlers hitting the right length. It's tough work for the batters. So our Premdas Stadium dishing out so many different pitches for us.
Well, that's gone fine and will run away for 4.
Down the leg side. Real loose delivery by the Quicks of Afghanistan today. Still a boundary after almost 7 overs. That's how well Afghanistan have put the screws on these Pakistani batters. It's tough work, but the 2 experienced men are in the middle, wanting to get a partnership on. If you look at that 239 is the average first inning score, at least 240 off here. I was having a chat with Amir, it's at 260. Anything which the fast bowlers can have to go through.
Again, not timed. And again, Rizwan shows that frustration. Into the 26th, 86 for 2. And that's a great picture of how dry that square actually is. Versus Bangladesh, first up on the 7th of October in beautiful Dharamshala. Couple in Delhi. But none here. Versus Pakistan in Chennai.
Take a look at the venues. Delhi, Chennai, more suitable for spinners, dry pitches, low. Dharamsala, beautiful batting track, may see some movement as well for the bowlers. And Lucknow, the IPL showed different sort of pitches. Pune is a good pitch to bat on. Small bound as well as Mumbai and Ahmedabad. So I reckon Delhi and Chennai, those games are going to be massive. Not saying that the others aren't, but just that, looking at the history, Delhi and Chennai is something that Afghanistan will be keeping a close eye on.
Ahmed Nabi. So here is the 6th bowler now. And he's been held back and held back and held back, and probably because they fancy bowling Nabi when they're left-handers at the crease. Sometimes in T20 cricket, if opposition teams open with a left-hander, he takes the new ball. But now's the time for him to come on. 2 right-handers. 5 men inside that 30-yard circle, the mandatory 5. That'll be a wide.
Umpire Nitin Menon. It's quite clear down the leg side. I think that's a good call to get him off his mind. Nabi and Ramla Gurbaz. Nitin had his head straight. That was down the leg side, and I think it's the right call being made.
And just to give you an indication of how late this is for Nabi to come on and bowl, only twice before in his 146 one-day internationals. So this is his 145th one-day international, and only twice before has he come on later.
Goes to show how well the bowlers who have bowled before have done the job. Babar and Rizwan, very different to Babar Azam. He'll be aiming that sweep shot, but mind you, the boundary to the leg side is a massive hit. And the mid-wicket fielder is about 15 feet in front. That's Rashid Khan, maybe for the top edge.
I wonder how many teams around the world can, in their starting 11, can say, well, we've got a player who played in our very first one-day international and played in our very first T20 international. And that shows you how young Afghanistan are in the international arena when they can say that Mohammad Nabi played in Afghanistan's very first one-day international.
Playing their 150th ODI, and Mohammad Nabi has been there from the first day. And has earned the nickname of being the president. As we say, Colombo looking magnificent. The highways being a Saturday evening. A wonderful job just on Mohammad Nabi. Actually, I remember in 2006, Sri Lanka 18 Ireland national team and the Afghanistan national team played a tri-series. Even that, he was a part of it. Somebody that has done a lot for Afghanistan cricket, that's for sure.
Little nudge up the ground to end the Nabi over, 90 for 2. A very impressive record, really, in their first 150 one-day internationals. Granted, a lot of their opposition have come against those two at the bottom there, Ireland and Zimbabwe. They're starting to get more and more games against these other nations. West Indies, South Africa, England, Afghanistan. The team records after the first 150 one-day internationals that they've played. Where's your boys? Why are they not on there?
Are winning after Farviz Maruf started playing Sri Lanka. And looking at the numbers, West Indies, #1 average of 3. Just to show from where to where they have fallen at the moment, missing out on the World Cup this year. So sad to see the majors, the tears up in Zimbabwe. Cricket has taken a huge turn. Look at those numbers for West Indies. 111 wins of 150 games, and at the moment, this is in the first 150 games, just for the reminder of our viewers, at the moment the present team is struggling to get into the World Cup. Sad straight. And Sri Lanka, they're obviously very disappointed not to be there. Since the '96 World Cup, things have started to change.
There's bounce and a big appeal. They're very, very confident. They're going to have to convince their captain to go upstairs here. I think Gurbaz will be reluctant because he's got a few wrong over the course of the series. And this might be a no-go.
Wasn't convincing Ramula Gurbaz's body language. Usually someone who celebrates, but this time he wasn't sure. But what a fantastic delivery by Farid, changing the angle, coming round the wicket, just enough movement away from the right hand, and take a look at that for bounce. That's not convincing enough. Gurbaz, good that Afghanistan didn't go upstairs. Take a look at where the ball passes by when Mohammad Rizwan plays the defense, almost in the splice of the bat. That goes to show the amount of bounce inconsistency.
Yeah, the ball before that one that went past the outside edge, that squatted, kept low. Something that batters really struggle with when there's the inconsistent bounce. Before play today, there was a photograph taken with the entire Afghanistan team and coaching staff just celebrating the momentous occasion that is today. 150 one-day internationals.
Good to see Jonathan Trott with a smile.
Good little hand there from Zadran at backward point. He just nudged it towards the incoming sweeper. So 7 and over from here would see Pakistan get to 249, but I think it's very difficult for us to expect that Pakistan will score at 7 and over from now onwards. I think there would be an acceleration towards the back end, certainly, while there's just 2 wickets down. They've got some exciting batters to come, but I would think anywhere between, I don't know, 220, 230, that might be the number they're looking at.
Looking at the batting card, Saud Shakil, Salman Agha, Shadab Khan, who's in super form, Mohammad Nawaz and Fahim Ashraf batting up to number 9. And I think the foundation laid by these 2 batters is quite key in getting the rest of the batters to come out there and play their natural game, to be aggressive. But it's not one of those pitches where you come straight away and go bang bang. It's not going to happen like that. Important that not to target too big. Get a decent score and put the pressure on the Afghans, who are 2-0 down. Remember, he's playing for their pride, trying to win the first game against Pakistan in their history. And Pakistan will be playing this game to win and go to the number 1 ranking before the Asia Cup. That will be a major morale booster.
I like this decision from Malik to come around the wicket. I think around the wicket here, as it bounces a little bit low, you can access the stumps a lot easier. That's wide of off stump. That's not hitting any stumps. End of the 28th. 93 for 2.
Got a run rate of 3.3 to be maintained. I say Pakistan is not batting well, but it's a tough pitch out there. The Afghans have been brilliant. This is Babar's second ODI, and today playing in the crease, and today he's coming in front of crease, trying to create that pace. The inconsistent bounce has been an issue. This is what good batsmen do, changing their technique according to the situation, according to the pitch conditions, and that's why Babar Azam is one of the best names in international cricket at the moment.
Both players against the seam have been standing well outside their crease. Rahman Gurbaz hasn't thought about actually even standing up. I think Farid Malik's probably a little bit too quick for that. But Gulbadin not really. Been nipping it around.
Gulbadin is just like the good old style English seamers. Even the length on and off stump, plays close to 125 kilometers an hour. Enough pace to keep the wicket-keeper interested, as well as the batters. And batters trying to put the bowler away from the length, and he has not. He's in the same length over and over again.
Mid-wicket is very, very tight. So there's extra cover walking in tight onto the square. Don't want to just give away easy singles. Such a big position, that mid-wicket, for an off-spinner. That's arguably your best fielder needs to be in there. The South African John T. Rhodes, that's where he used to operate for all the off-spinners that played for South Africa. Saved so many runs there.
In great fielders in those positions. Looking at the options, boundary options for the 2 batters. Babar Azam hardly sweeps. He plays a drop kick over mid-wicket. That's an option with a huge gap between long on and mid-wicket, or coming down the track and going over mid-off. That's an option too. But for Mohammad Rizwan, he's predominantly like to sweep against the off-spinner. Huge opportunity between deep square leg and deep mid-wicket. Massive gap. Something that he'll be keeping a close eye on.
It's also a stroke that Rizwan likes to play. They might change the field for Rizwan. Mujib for Babar Azam came into square leg, but for Rizwan he now goes back to 45 and the deep square leg. Oh no, they're changing it again. So maybe now they're trying to encourage Rizwan to play that little lap shot. May bring in the LBW. Oh, just short. Nearly worked. So nearly.
Yeah, full marks to the wicket keeper and the bowler of Afghanistan. Almost paid out. Mujibur Rahman whisker away. A good effort. Don't think it carried. He had the premeditated sweep shot in mind. Mohammad Nabi not happy. But I tell you what, I think it's a good effort. Just that the ball did not carry to that square leg fielder.
This time he looks to go the other way. Same result, no run into the 29th, 96 for 2.
Takht-e-Rustam, one of the other beautiful touristic attraction in Afghanistan, in Samangan province. One of the archaeological beauties of Afghanistan. It's made of entirely bedrock and consisting 5 chambers. Beautiful view.
Evening setting in here now in Colombo. Respite from the heat for the players. So again, a change of angle for Farid Malik, coming over the wicket to Babar Azam.
Running out of patience here, Babar Azam coming down the track, but the length wasn't there. The idea was clear, trying to go probably over long on or long off, but the length was not there. Farid Malik, first delivery, changing his angle again, preferably, there you go, coming down the track. The length wasn't there. I'd like to see him coming around the wicket. That's an attacking angle. At the moment, he's just taking away the right-hander's LBW out of equation. Round the wicket, he can bring into play the LBW as well as the caught behind if there's enough movement off the seam away.
Again, not quite timed, but there's certainly some intent here from the 2 Pakistan batters. That's going to bring a boundary. And a little bit of relief and a little bit of joy with the 100 coming up.
He felt that Babar Azam was itching for a big shot. This is what classy players do. Even though he's looking for a boundary, it's always with a straight bat and a high elbow. Take a look at this. Any youngster watching, that's how you play. A lofted off drive or lofted straight drive. Wasn't the best of timings, but good enough. Then slightly fuller, and Babar Azam was into it like a pleasure bullet.
Neatly played. Risky stroke with the inconsistent bounce, but he watches it closely.
Again, hallmark of a brilliant player. Boundary followed by a single. Best place to be, the non-strikers in. Brilliant. That's why he's a champion player. In Sri Lanka for the last, 2 months or so. Played 2 test matches up in Galle, but SSC, plenty of game in the LPL. 8 of them, in fact, in Kandy and Colombo. He's traveling around. In tough words, being away from home, but I'm telling you, he's dishing it out. Captain of Pakistan.
So for Rizwan, Malik does come around the wicket. There's no idea where that went. He's dropped his bat. Whether the physio will be running on the field now or not, because that's hitting quite firmly.
He hit his six-pack. Some bound. Oh no, chest, the top edge. He's trying to go be aggressive. With uneven bounce, getting the better of Mohammad Rizwan. I think he's okay. The physio will have a closer look.
I think this hits the top edge and hits him in the chest, and then goes onto the grid, the grill of the helmet. And once that happens, then there needs to be that the concussion protocol needs to take place. So a member of the medical staff will run on, but it doesn't appear as though there's a medical staff member that's run on, just one of the substitute fielders.
To show how tough it is for Pakistan. This is the Pakistan's slowest team 100 against Afghanistan, the 6th ODI. Yes, Afghanistan have bowled really well, bowled to their plans, bowled to their field. Inconsistency of the bounce and pace of the pitch has been a real issue. No batter has been in full sail. It's a tester.
Push hard. Rizwan says, come, we're coming for two. And it ensures that there's a misfield. And so they do get through. It brings up the 50 partnership. It's been slow, but it's been important.
Yeah, slight misfield by Fazal Faruqi at fine leg. Running the first one hard. And Mohammad Rizwan always wanted the second one. And he made sure he came back for it. And Faruqi, in the cardinal mistake, they're not keeping close an eye on the ball. Tough work, and in the end, the two batters have put a price on the attack, not giving it away pretty easily.
Dot ball. So after 30 overs, Pakistan, you think they might want to get a move on here. 103 for 2. Well, 103 for 2 then, 20 overs left. We've had 30, feels like about 50. It has been tough, I have to say. These two, you've got two of the finest one-day players in the world, and they have struggled their way through this partnership. 51 from 105 balls. So that's a reflection of conditions. But if you're going to try and win a match, you have to adapt to those conditions, work out, sorry, excuse me, what's a good score. Aim for it, get it, and try and win the game.
Yeah, it has been pedestrian for the batters, no doubt about it. But here is a question for you, David. Is it the case of Afghan bowlers exploiting the conditions well, bowling tightly, or the look of the pitch has belied the behavior?
Do I get a third option? I mean, my interpretation is as blunt as this. The pitch has been variable and has been slow. So you see these two unable to time it, but Afghanistan have bowled well. Yeah, I mean, there's still that thing. You've got to then
If you're a bowling attack, you use your resources as best you can. I mean, for instance, and this one has gone fine enough to. Should be 2, I think. This may be 3 if they push. Yeah, they're going to push for 3. But the thing is this: if you're Afghanistan in the field here, you play to your strengths. One of your strengths is spin. One of their strengths today actually has been Gulbuddin, who has come into the side for the first time in the series and has hit a length, hit his lines, has enjoyed the uneven bounce from his point of view, because they've really just struggled to get it away. It's cued, drops way short a long on.
I just thought of third option. You asked
Good.
for it. Okay. The third option is, you mentioned that the batters, they need to adapt swiftly. Did they?
Well, no, they have struggled. I mean, still struggling. One-handed sweep shot, gets 1. I mean, what we've seen, what have we seen? Let's analyse very briefly what we've seen. 2 left-handers at the top of the innings. Both tried to come down the pitch to create something, because they were also struggling to time it. Both got out. These 2, again, I repeat, 2 of the finest one-day players in the world, have been coming down the pitch. That's a nice shot. That is a lovely shot, given everything we've talked about. One of those rare shots where actually with that little bit of width outside the off stump, this has been timed sweetly.
Yeah, the reason why he was able to execute that stroke perfectly, a bit of pace behind the ball, and there was bounce. And that's why Babar Azam pounced.
Have we answered the question yet? I've lost track. Have we answered that question? Devender, what do you think? He thinks it's drinks. Okay, fair enough. And he's right. Absolutely spot on. 113 for 2, 31 overs gone. And we might as well have a drink because nothing else is happening.
Well, when you go to Kabul, you don't just go that saffron there in Kabul. When you go to Kabul, you go for different purposes as well, not just playing cricket, watching cricket, dry fruits. And that is one of the reasons you see, enthusiastic cricket is there. Dry gin, almonds, and in plenty. Nutritious value, gives strength. One of the reasons behind the charm. Back to hot and humid conditions in Colombo.
Yeah, the Pakistani batters certainly need those to get some strength here.
Well, anything that brings some timing, some rigidity to the bat. We'll take it. So the bowling figures so far, one thing actually Afghanistan have done differently today, which is good actually, is by using 6, gives you further options as you get towards the end of the innings. They'd run out of options at the end of that game, match number 2. Penultimate over, no names, no pack draw, but it cost them the game in the end. Even then, still had a chance in the final over. So all these lessons are learned each and every day, but so far, Afghanistan have kept things on a very, very tight rein. So the drinks have been taken, and no doubt the dried fruits and the almonds and the saffron, everything else has been taken as well. And we have 19 overs left in this Pakistan innings. Run rate 3.65. Very, very different to Hambantota in that second match especially. So, Rizwan and Babar have the chance now to try and reset and make a plan for these final 19 overs.
Yeah, what they need to do, both these batters, if they're not finding the boundary, keep on ticking the scoreboard. Just play the ball with softer hands, nudge the ball into the gaps and run hard. We haven't seen that consistently.
Right, Mujib is back into the attack as well. 6 overs at the start of the innings. Well, the first ball after the break, after the drinks breaks, disappears. Not only that, it's a no ball as well. So in effect, the over hasn't even started yet.
Was it an early call from the umpire? And Rizwan heard it? I don't think so. That was premeditated. He decided that the ball is going to go towards mid-wicket. There is no fielder present.
It's going to be free hit. Rizwan, 34, looking to accelerate. Looking to put a competitive total. Freedom to express himself. Whacks it to the
I
offside.
thought he's going to run down.
It will be run.
Yeah, he had the freedom. I thought he was going to run down because he had the freedom to go down the pitch. What's the worst can happen? And if you miss it, you can't be out. It's gone down the leg side and is called a wide.
I thought the bowler was cleverer. He pitched the ball right up to the batsman, even though he was coming down the track, but wasn't able to farm the gap.
Yeah, what Rizwan would have liked to have done, get underneath it, over extra cover or something like that, just to find the boundary. But yeah, that's the tricky thing about these free hits. At the start of the over, those four runs off the no ball gives you a bit of leeway for the rest of the over, and we are already up to 8 from this over, which is completely at odds at everything that we've seen against Mujib start of the game and also in the previous 2 games. It is well bowled. Again, the attempt to come down the pitch completely stymied there.
Well, the one batter batted exceedingly well against Mujib over the years. Down the track. Pitch it over extra. Runs here. He does well on the boundary.
This time around, Rizwan was able to get underneath the ball to be able to hit the ball aerial. It has been a very good over for Pakistan.
Yeah, just checking this just to make sure there's nothing untoward, but the footwork is good. It's quite deft actually. So nothing to be, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, there's no need to look at anything else. That's nicely fielded with the boot. Job done.
That I was talking about Paul Sterling from Ireland. 32 overs gone, 124 for 2. So he's someone who stays side. He looks to hit through the offside. Plays him like a medium pace or sweeps, he doesn't go down the track. Not many batters go down the track against Mujib because of his fastest deliveries and variations.
Yeah, all good points. We've seen now that Rizwan, not through desperation, I think there's an element actually of assessing what he needs to try and do. So he's gone down a couple of times. The one time he's got it over extra cover, it's still sort of pitched like a bit of a golf shot, with a 7-iron, and didn't make the boundary. But Pakistan will be eyeing up. What can they eye up at this rate? 250 would be a hell of a good score from here. And what are the options? 5-0 from here gets you to 214, so that's achievable, I would say. Somewhere in between that and the we saw that to the right of it, 250. Well, I think somewhere in between actually is probably where Pakistan might end up. One-handed sweep shot, full toss, low. Ashley times it well enough and gets it fine enough as well to get boundary.
The way these two batters, especially Rizwan after that drinks break, started to improvise, tells me they're looking for something close to 250.
Well, you can look for it, and if you get it right, what can change, of course, is this: the dynamic can change. So, whereas Afghanistan have had pretty much control so far, if the runs start to flow, that just affects the whole balance of the game. Now, where's that gone? It hasn't gone far enough to get anywhere near the boundary. It's gone far enough to clear mid-wicket running back. And it's fortuitous. It drops. Oh, and we have an overthrow. Well, that bit is casual. And then the lucky bit for Pakistan, that high ball dropped in no man's land, in between maybe three fielders. It's right off the toe again, but just had enough to find some open ground. Then the next bit is this. We can't quite see the result, but can we interpret that? Can we put a caption on that picture here?
Off air we can, but not on air. Yeah, Rizwan doesn't have to do that. You know, he picked up a boundary in the over. What he needs to do is look for singles. And if he carries on like this, Pakistan surely can get close to 250. But he has to be reminded that it's not easy batting on a surface like this for a newcomer. So he has to eke out as far as this partnership is concerned.
So Hashmat has brought two premier spinners in for the purpose of getting wicket here.
It's a subtle tactic, isn't it? Batsman starting to play a few shots, so just turn the sight screen on to blink. You see, in the old days, Amir, in the old days, simple painted screens, you know, none of this electronic stuff. Nothing goes wrong. And I think they fixed it, hope they fixed it, and we can crack on.
One veteran was quite fussy about it, Tendulkar. But it's a maiden ODI 100 on this ground, long time back. It's going to be a challenge for Pakistan. Afghanistan search for a wicket. Rashid and Mujib. If they look to play attacking strokes against him, playing in Afghanistan's hands, because they liked batters coming at them. That's how they take wickets in T20 version of the game.
Beware Pakistani batters. Don't go after the bowlers, Afghan bowlers, otherwise they'll pick you.
131 for 2. Well, it's interesting listening to both of you here. Somehow saying, please, 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 don't go at the batsman. Don't try and score runs. Don't entertain us. Or am I being slightly facetious? But it is a balance to strike for sure. But again, if you're not going to nudge your way to 250. If you think you need 250, then someone has to take risks. And actually, yes, you're right. It won't be easy for people coming in to get the hang of this pitch quickly. But it's all about some sort of risk taking and some sort of ambition, trying to balance the two out.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You know, the cricketers, they need to entertain the crowd, to take the viewership up. At times, you don't have to play for the gallery, you have to play for the team.
Yeah, well, I'm not complaining necessarily about the entertainment value, because actually, first and foremost, sides if they can. I mean, go back to England, as it were, and the cricket they've been playing recently. They're trying to win games, and they're automatically entertaining because of the way they play. But actually, this situation today is all about trying to find a way of winning this game. I mean, decided to bat first. Pakistan, I think, expected a better surface. Everyone we know expected a slightly better surface from this pitch at Premadasa. But no, then you have to make the adjustment. Absolutely, then you make the adjustment. Well, the aborted run-up gives us a chance just to mention that it's Gulbadin who's back on again, who's been very good actually. 7 overs, 2 for 14. Got both openers out. Both openers running at him, trying to get the ball away and failing.
Yeah, he's not a stickler for liner length, but how well he has bowled in this game so far. Edged. And a boundary.
Well, nearly a third in much the same way. Okay, it's not a left-hander this time, it's the right-handed Rizwan, but he's run down at it like a sprinter. And then try to give it everything, try to give it a massive heave, but the outside edge will look as good. It might have gone over mid-wicket for 6 if he'd got hold of it, but 4 over third will at least be good in the scorebook. No one will know. In 20 years' time, no one will know where that one went, apart from Rizwan and Gulbadin. Rizwan has moved himself on to 49. That's where Gulbadin is good. Sticks to what he wants to do. In these conditions, you allow a bowler to do that more than normal. On really good pitches, if you just stick to what you do, as it were, batsmen work it out. They find ways of manoeuvring the ball. Comes onto the bat, whack, it goes over extra cover or mid-wicket, and your bowlers have a lot more thinking to do. Sweet, nicely timed. It's 50 for Rizwan, his 10th ODI 50. What a battle it's been though this time.
Now painstaking. A good thing for Pakistan. Stuck it out. At times he looked frustrated, but he used that frustration quite well. And he's been able to get another 50 in his ODI career, the 10th one.
Took the pace off. Went on slightly deep, so the single was on.
In the last 3 overs, what we have seen is this innings gaining a bit of momentum, and through this man, Mohammad Rizwan, he's been able to pick up a few boundaries.
Well, it did seem as though a conscious decision had been taken during the drinks break to try and force the pace of it. But we'd seen all his efforts before then. He had come to nothing pretty much. He miscues, misses. That's sweet. A good interception, half an interception, a deflection.
Ashraf did well. That ball was thumped. Well, that was kind of a scorching cover drive from Babar Azam. Cheering for the Pakistani team, and also Afghanistan supporters are there. Good to have a bit of noise in the ground.
It's the one this time. Yeah, without being rude, we had more elephants than people in Hambantota. 141 for 2. Big difference, of course, between the deep south and the national park and the big city of Colombo. And it's a weekend as well, so yes, certainly good to have. I mean, in effect, well, in effect, it is. It's a neutral venue. Afghanistan, the home side officially in the series, so a neutral venue. So nice to have a few fans in. I would say a little bit of atmosphere here. "28 runs in 3 overs since the drinks break. That's a marked acceleration.
It looks like these two batsmen have developed an understanding that Babar Azam is going to look for singles and Rizwan is going to be the aggressor. That is the city of Colombo for you. Artificial lights taking effect.
Flatter. About as flat as you can get as a spinner. You know, Devendra, would you like to see him throw the ball up a bit more at times than he habitually does?
He does in Test match format, but not in one day and T20. And especially when batters looking to play big shots, as Rizwan was trying to play. He likes to bowl flat and quick, just like that.
I know it's the way he bowls. I know it's the way he likes to bowl. There is a sort of thought in the back of the mind that every now and again the sort of floaty one that goes up above the eye line might grip a bit more as well for the spin. And one of his assets is consistency with those lengths. And we're just going to check this, by the way. We are just going to check this. Shouldn't be an issue. So before I'll say it again, umpires just like to be absolutely sure they've not missed something unexpected.
You can have the replay from the opposite side. Yes, please. Yes, he's standing by. Yeah, keep rolling. You just rock back and roll it again. Yeah. Freeze the replay. There, a batter has made his. The wicket was broken. Satisfied.
Well, closer than we might have imagined originally, but still safe for Babar Azam. That's almost bouncer length, and it has bounced off the bat, and it's going to bounce off the boards at the edge of the field. Just remember that. It's a rarity today. It's a 6.
That was flatter than flat, wasn't it, from Rashid Khan. Folding. Plenty of time for the batter to rock back and hit the ball aerial from the middle of the bat. And it has disappeared. This is good. This is good from Babar as well.
Well, like Rizwan just a few moments ago, a couple of minutes ago, he's down to 49 as well. Excuse me, sir. I'd like to point out that your bright orange bib shows up rather well against the black side screen. Ooh, thick outside edge, but it takes the ball into the gap towards deep cover. So both these men now on 50. Rizwan's with his 10th in ODIs. That is ODI 50, number 28 for Babar Azam. Also brings up the 150. So 150 for 2. under normal circumstances, you'd expect people to make hay, decide to make hay from now on. I'm certainly going to predict some sort of acceleration, attempts at acceleration for sure. Might not be fireworks as such, but the fact that these two have spent so much time with the crease means that even if they don't like it so much, or didn't like it to start with, they're now used to this pitch. So 50 from 77 for Babar, 53 from 71 for Rizwan. Obviously batting to come, Shakil playing his first game. Debutant in this format. Salman Agha played a couple. Or have I got that wrong? Hang on, I'm being corrected. See, I listened to Babar at the toss, and that's what he told us. I mean, I trust Babar explicitly. Well, there you are. Who can you trust nowadays, eh? Anyway, he's playing. Yeah, just a little bit of thoughts. It was slow and wide is called as such.
Yeah, this innings of Pakistan has got some acceleration, and that's why the ballers started to feel the pressure. Not many wide deliveries bowled by Gulbuddin before this over, but he starts off with a wide ball.
Just the one, straight out to deep cover, but it does take this partnership to exactly 100. 100 from 139 balls.
Both the batters summoning up their experience, composite class and mental application. About 51, 53 for Rizwan. The batters who've been prolific with the bat of late for Pakistan.
Yeah, both men, at least, as we said before, at least since the drinks break, both men seem to have just changed gear slightly.
And just because of that intent, Gulbuddin has been forced to shorten his length. And that has become easier for the batters. Another boundary found by a Pakistani batsman, and that is Babar Azam.
Celebration time for Pakistan, celebration time for the spectators turning up for today's game as well. The leg cutter dropping it short and easy picking for Babar to deposit it over mid-wicket for 4.
Well, the thing about the slower ball bouncer is that if you get it right as the bowler, you get it in that sort of gap between slow and quick. Now I'll continue that in a moment. Cut away nicely. Coming back for the seconds. Speed between the wickets, make sure that second is completed suitably enough. Yeah, the slow ball bouncer, if it's just slightly slower, it'll confuse the timing of the batsman. That one we just saw 2 balls ago was so slow that Babar had time to look at it, think about it, readjust, reset, think about it again, then readjust and think about it again, then hit it for 4.
Yeah, he had a small kip, woke up and was able to hit the ball over mid-wicket.
Took a little nip of saffron, didn't he? This is sweet as well, so there's a long chase on here towards that extra cover boundary. Again, footwork, we saw it earlier from Nabi. This is Mujib. The footwork on the boundary's edge at least saves the boundary, but it's 3 and it's 12 from the over already. Started with the wide, 5 legitimate deliveries since.
Still you can't slip like Manas Labushin in that World Test Championship final. A flowing drive from Babar. Excellent work from Mujib eventually on the boundary.
Interesting idea, especially on this sort of pitch. And the idea aborted. 12 from the over, 162 for 2. Yeah, you see, I mean, the green line's going upwards in the last 5-6 overs. That's pretty much since drinks. So it's like the switch was reset at drinks. They've taken a few more chances, yes. Mentally they've been more positive, yes, and that's the result. So after all those overs, the early overs, a couple of decent ones there in the first power play, but all those overs in the middle where things were going from quiet to quieter, there were no pickings for the Crows.
Looked nervous initially, Babar and Rizwan, but settled in quite nicely. Started to maneuver the length, took few risks, and he was rewarded.
Lucky stroke as well. One that went fine down to third. Normally a flowing batter who likes to play fluent strokes through the onside particularly. Lots of boundaries from the square region on the onside, mid-wicket. That was surely
going down leg side, but not bouncing particularly.
It wasn't short enough to be pulled. Yes, the trajectory was low, and that fooled the batsman.
Afghanistan controlling the game in 30th over, not quite allowing the Pakistan batters to run away with the game, but a conscious decision after the drinks break to accelerate, and so far Pakistan have been successful. Pakistan has the resources, Afghanistan, to shift the momentum. It's a matter of just one wicket.
Three dots. Pressure on the batsman. Number 4. Has been able to string few dot deliveries in this over, Rashid. He was quite expensive in the previous over, but he allowed the batsman to hit a couple of boundaries.
Oh, he's got him. 4 dots followed by a wicket. This is turning to be a very special over for Rashid Khan. That little dab from Babar Azam just ends up in Gurbaz's gloves behind the stumps. So Babar Azam has to go 60 from 86. And someone else needs to come in and try and keep the pace going.
He thought it's going to be a googly, but a bit of turn for Rashid Khan, and that did the trick. A decent catch behind the stumps by Gurbaz. Babar Azam perishes after contributing 60 runs from 86 deliveries. It's 162 for 3 Pakistan.
Saud Shakil comes in at number 5 with the fall of Babar Azam. So what can he do? Because he'll have been watching very, very carefully for the last 20, 30 overs or so and has seen what's been going on. He's seen that the acceleration has happened. He's just seen his captain dismissed. Just that edge. The deflection actually was reasonably big, so Gurbaz did well to make sure it didn't deflect off his gloves, just settle into the gloves. Babar annoyed at himself. It always happens that way. And Saud Shakil is off the mark straight away. That's actually quite a deft little shot. because he has somehow timed that to death. He's found the gap, he's found the boundary, he's up and running. 166 for 3.
It seemed like he picked him. Was into a good position very early, delayed the stroke to be able to find that gap, and he's off the mark.
Well, 3 men in the hutch. That partnership between Babar and Rizwan had just started to get things going nicely. So a lot now rests on the shoulders of Mohammad Rizwan to keep things going. Nice start from Saud Shakil. That's a good run. Ball straight away. That's always the key to these quick singles. As long as communication is good and he goes straight away, invariably you'll get in there. The odd scrap. Right, for Saud Shakil. Mujib goes round the wicket. Just gets it wide of the cover, so 1 follows 1.
You're talking about Saud Shakil. He's been prolific in test matches. He's been noted in ODI cricket as well. That's in the air. Full-blooded from Rizwan. And the ball has disappeared.
Wicket falling in the previous over, but that doesn't affect the tempo of Rizwan. Looking to attack Mujib. Kerem delivery. His favourite stroke, slog sweep. A full-blooded stroke. A mighty stroke as he picks up another 6. Mujib knows it.
Nothing to do with the field placing Mujib. That was a good hit. And that's why it was a 6.
Yeah, until they allow fielders 10 yards behind the boundary edge.
No, Mujib was saying that I made a mistake.
Thank heaven you know the language. There's a thought of coming back for 2, but just to point out again, smaller territory here. The grounds at Hambantota and here at Premadasa, acres of space at Hambantota. So actually in the deep there are a lot of 2s throughout those 2 games. Slightly tighter boundaries here at Premadasa, especially on that side. That's gone fine. Tell you what, it was very straight. It was swept from very, very straight, but he's got it away fine. He's found the boundary as well, so it's a brisk start from Shakil.
Yeah, he has come out with an intent. Saud Shakil has scored a couple of boundaries in his short stay. Went outside the off stump to be able to hit ball. Very fine. He's looking to improvise.
No runs this time. Just a little factoid for you, a little fact about Saud Shakil. In test matches, so not ODIs, he averages 130 against spin. Made a 50, at least 50 in each of his first 7 test matches, so he can play, that is for sure. It's 179 for 3.
So Shakil is a special player against spin. He's 9 of 4. And I probably will not be off the mark if I say that he'd probably be in the top 3 of current batsmen who play spin the best. There's the reverse sweep, only a single. And if he has a good outing today, he'll put a lot of pressure on somebody like Iftikhar in the middle order. And Pakistan looking for that option against spin, because Colombo will host a lot of games in the Asia Cup, and it'll be spin dominating Asia Cup. So they need to find someone as priceless as Shahid Shakil in the middle order to tackle spin. That's been told that he's not part of the Asia Cup squad, but I don't know how did he miss the boat, because when it comes to playing spin and playing in these conditions, he'd be so suited.
It's a huge compliment given to the young man. Such a view, Ramesh Bhai. And I feel, looking at the young boy, the little bit that I've seen and the things that have been spoken of this young boy, I think Pakistani selectors have got it wrong as well. Oh, this is called a commentator's curse. Just praising the young man. And the good old yes-no from the non-strikers end, and the promising inning of the young boy finishes with a direct hit by Ramullah Gurbaz.
Yes, very keen to rotate the strike. The idea was right, but clearly not a single. Ran himself out there. Ball watching, his partner was not interested in, for all the right reasons. Gone. Direct hit, and a very good direct hit from the keeper. Unfortunate end, because he had a lot to offer, especially against spin. Gone for 9, it's 180 for 4. Colombo's skyline is not as dramatic as that of Hambantota, but still a lot of special spots here as well. Our lone bird up there, mapping the sky. Agha Salman is another one who's got a lot of talent. Pakistan losing their way just a little bit. A little haphazard in the last few overs. I think potentially they are on for a 260, 270 total here.
Not to pick your brain on non-selection of Shakil. Take a look at this for run out. Cardinal not trusting the non-striker straight away, and Ramullah Gurbaz full throttle and had one Sam to him and aimed it properly. We'll talk about it in the next over, just 1 minute to go. Just want to speak about Shahid Shakil in these conditions, how handful he's going to be in the middle order, whereas some other selections could have been a good option. Going forward, we feel it's the other way around, will work at the R. Premdas Stadium. 39 gone, 180 for 4. It's a fantastic over for Afghanistan, just giving away 1 run. And the wicket of the promising looking, beg your pardon, Shahid Shakil. Still to come, Shadab Khan, Mohammad Nawaz, 5 Mashraf, all can use the long handle. The foundation has been laid after 39 overs. From 6 runs per arm here onwards, we'll get to 240, 244. And I think anything more than 250, it's going to be a match-winning score. Yes, 8 extras has been fantastic by Afghanistan, who bowled to their field, very effective in these conditions. Farid Malik from the far end has bowled the first 5 overs just for 19 runs, runs in hard.
That's gone through. Well hit, well struck by Rizwan. Tempo is up as far as he's concerned. He's played some lovely shots and was calm early on when not a lot was happening, and his pace has picked up. This is becoming an excellent knock now.
Yeah, fantastic knock. Taking the right option. That's definitely a boundary option with the last over before 5 fielders in the boundary. Mid-off is up, giving him some room. The length was there. Just went through the line. This is fantastic by Pakistani wicket-keeper.
That's given by the umpire. It was 50-50, I thought. Maybe going down the leg side, maybe a little high. DRS, what is he thinking? Is taking it.
Umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I've checked the front foot and it's flat. Let's start with front on camera, please. Appears to be missing the bat. Yep. I think you can have alterations to confirm. Roll it. Yeah, I can see a clear gap between the bat and ball. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking whenever it is released. Pitching outside off, impact line, wickets, umpire's call. Then stay with your, let you know whenever you're on screen. Signal. You're on screen, signal now.
Oh, it was a borderline case, but correct decision made by the umpire. He's obviously gutted because he was motoring along very nicely, and his innings has been cut short because of that in-swinging angle. Rizwan walks back dejectedly. 67 of 79. He played a very good hand on a tough pitch. 184 for the loss of 5. He occupies a very, very important post. Batting at number 7, Shadab Khan. He needs to get cracking straight away. He's got to know the situation also. Can't get out early. He's got experience. Lot riding on his skill work here for Pakistan. That's an excellent beginning for him. Driving sweetly through the offside.
Sweetly, creamy, the name, whatever. But I think that's a fantastic shot under the circumstances. This was given out. Babar and Rizwan went upstairs. I understand why. It's a marginal call, keeping the bails. Fortunately for Babar and Rizwan, it was clipping the top of leg stump. Yes, the angle was coming into the right hand. That's a good option taken by Farid.
Covering the set of stumps, Shadab, and Rizwan was doing the same. And so if you're covering the set of stumps, you cannot miss the line of the ball. There you see him almost on that off-stump line and then turning his wrists. just blocking himself with that feet movement and where he was with the angle, and so once he missed it, it was always going to be a close call. Better off really staying on that leg stump so that you can maneuver the ball freely through the offside.
I also feel caught him off guard of the seam movement. Generally with an older ball, left arm coming around the wicket, there's a tendency of going away from the right hand. But this occasion, it seemed back. Maybe Babar and Rizwan was caught by surprise with the angle and the movement what he got. But I understand what you're saying. He would have much better of doing the opposite thing. But I just thought it was a fantastic delivery, and the length was far better by Farid. Right throughout the day, he's been hitting the deck hard on the back of the length. And whenever he has pitched it full, he has got some assistance when it comes to some seam movement.
Once again targeting the stumps. Excellent over. Very, very fine over. Comes to an end. 188 for 5. $85 runs in the last 10 overs for Pakistan, so pace is up. Let's see how they end this innings. 10 overs left, the final 10 overs. Just a little bit surprised, Farviz, that the ball has not stopped moving from the paces, especially the medium paces. It looks a pretty benign pitch from a distance, but every now and then paces have surprised the batsman with lateral movement.
The amount of grass which we left in this pitch surprised me as well when I had a look, and that's why WW bowlers like Gulbuddin Naib getting some seam movement, and they're very dangerous in these conditions. And Farid, I think I'll have to give full marks to the young man. He has run hard, he's bent his back for his captain, for his country, and he has hit the lens very, very hard, and he has grabbed the opportunity with both hands. Also wanted to get your brains on, pick your brains on a couple of matters, Ramesh Bhai. Just so much activity happening last 2 overs. We just didn't have the time. On the matter of shout, Shakil, I understand what you're trying to say with spin, heavy, Premadas getting slower. You think the think tank got it wrong by not having him? Why I'm asking is, he gets middle order batsmen, some like Iftikhar Ahmed, is either blocked or hit. And these conditions, I feel the players who are milking those singles, playing paddle sweep, playing those inside out, these players are effective. So do you think they missed out on a golden opportunity of getting Shakil in?
I mean, South Shakil has got an average of 130 in Test cricket against spin. He's a master craftsman when it comes to playing spin bowling. Should have been in. And it's a longer version. Remember, it's not a T20 contest, so you need somebody really to absorb a few overs of tough spin. Excellent over from Mujib so far. Shadab has got stuck, looking to make a bit of room, and is following him right throughout this 5 balls now. Oh, bowled him. Yes, he deserved it richly. Shadab Khan was going nowhere. At 6s and 7s, as they say, is lost. And looking for runs, never was allowed that luxury by Mujib. So finally, he strikes.
Shadab looked rattled today. It's not the normal Shadab who's settled, taking the responsibility. Today, he's trying to hit every delivery, giving him some room, covering the stumps. He was trying to up the ante, and in the end pays the price. That was much quicker. The carom ball, and miss it, all ends up. That's beaten for pace. You hardly say it against a spinner, but in this occasion, Shadab Khan was undone by absolute beaut. But Mujibur Rahman, who has had a fantastic series so far. Shadab Khan gone for 3, Pakistan 189 for 6. Up.
Mohammad Nawaz is a very fine all-round cricketer. Let's see how he deals with the situation. Can be tough to get cracking straight away on a surface like this where the ball is holding and spinning and doing few things. Pak's exam will continue. Rashid, 7 overs, 1 for 27. Still maintaining a slip fielder.
A single towards Kralik to start the proceedings. This is a wicket of Shadab Khan, beaten all in Zavana fantastically, where Mujibi mentioned. He deserved it. I think he richly deserved it.
See, the moment you make room, you're giving a head start to the bowler. So modern day hitting is about staying still at the crease and then trying to create those angles. But moving away from the stumps, it was a head start for Mujib, and so Shadab became an easier target. There's a little bit of hesitation. And Nawaz didn't feature well against spin during the LPL. Struggle on these pitches.
The crowds has been fantastic. It's a Saturday evening and the vicinity of our Premdas Stadium. There's a lots of Pakistani supporters, Ramesh, and sure even your time the crowd has been fantastic. And mainly big Babar Azam fans. I've been speaking to a few of them. They're so happy that a bilateral series of these two nations are out here. And generally when even Sri Lanka plays Pakistan at our Premdas, the turn up for Pakistan is quite good.
Always felt it. Absolutely more buzz for Pakistan than any other side. And this team richly deserves audience and fans because they've played some scintillating cricket over the last 2-3 years. Just a game away from consolidating their position as the best ODI side. If they win this, they become the #1 side. It's a lot to play for Babar Azam and his men.
Lot to play, lot to like about. Oh, nicely bowled by Rashid Khan. This time is a leg spinner. That's quick, 94.3, but still there was some grip off the surface.
Well, this is another reason why South Shakil should have been employed for Asia Cup. Agha Salman has got issues against quality spin bowling. Nawaz is also not a natural when it comes to playing Rashid and Mujib and Nabi. Anyway, 6 down for 194.
5 runs from that over, but a good over by Rashid Khan, testing the batsman out. Last 32 balls, exactly 32 runs with 4 wickets. Rate of 6 runs. Pakistan will be targeting that 250. 8 more overs to go. That's definitely gettable. I just feel they rattled a bit. 2 matters in the middle. Got to settle down to get that 250.
.250 would be a good score for Pakistan considering where they were about 10-12 overs back. There's hardly any rhythm in the innings, but Afghanistan would feel that there's a chance of toppling Pakistan with a 250 score on the board. It shouldn't be beyond them. He likes that shot. He's out playing the reverse flick in the last game. But modern day batsmen think differently. So if it is your strength, you will go for it.
Tell you what, with the movement, some seam movement as well as the bounce, I'm looking forward to what Shaheen Shah Afridi, the new ball. Nasim Shah will be in a handful, Maharis Shah will be in a handful, but rightly so, they're given a break. If those two bowlers have played in this pitch, they must be licking their lips being in the dressing room. They'll be in a handful. In the amount of help these pitches are definitely assisting the fast bowlers.
A lot of shifting of the field on the leg side. They're trying to block his slog sweep. Yeah, too close to cut. These are valuable dots being bowled by Mujib. Again, a little nervous, really, playing Mujib. A lot to look forward to as far as Asia Cup is concerned. So that is your ticket to Asia Cup. 30th August is when it begins. Multan to 17th September. PCB.bookme.pk is the ticket house for you to target. That's gone for 4, I think. This is where Afghanistan need to pick up their game. The fielding has let them down at times.
In all fairness, I think it was an awkward bounce and awkward place to field as well for a big fast bowler. Pitched in front, he kept the body behind him, just that he never kept his eyes on it. That was a cardinal mistake. The bowler is bowling well, building up the dot deliveries. The fielder's got to be much better than that.
I've never seen a ball snookered off the body and rush to the field so fast. Overdone, 200 for 6.
Colombo skyline, sun setting behind the Colombo port. Beautiful area to be around with. Fantastic evening. Last few months, Sri Lanka have been experiencing extreme heat, especially in Hambantota and Colombo.
That is Pakistan squad for the Asia Cup. The usual suspects. The bowling looks in pretty decent shape. Osama Mir is the new face. Currently being engaged in ODI format for Pakistan. Plenty of fast bowling options. Batting, especially the middle order, looks just a little bit thin for my liking. Thin in terms of expertise and skill work.
It's a quick question for you, Ramesh bhai. Shakil is not in the squad. I believe Abdullah Shafiq is in the Asia Cup squad. And he's here as well. Why not play him, who's going to probably play in the contention for the Asia Cup? Not to play him and play Shakil.
Abdullah Shafiq is a very, very fine player. So many could have been drafted in today's game. Mohammad Haris, for example. Very exciting young prospect. Abdullah Shafiq got a double 100 against Sri Lanka in the series. Colombo. Played spin expertly. Nawaz, he needs to get going now. 3 of 7 balls is very, very slow.
It's interesting conversation, isn't it? Abdul Shafiq, Saud Shakil, yes, they scored runs in the test match. They were effective. One may argue it's a one-day cricket, but still, players in form, you and I know, we played the game at the highest level. When you're in form, you get the opportunity. Mohammad Har is the same. He led the Emerging Asia Cup. He led the Pakistan team, won the championship, scored runs there, played for the LPL, scored plenty of runs there as well. When you're in form, you don't want to be carrying the water, you want to be playing in the middle. So that's, I feel, it's unfortunate with these 3 young batters.
That's gone. Has it made the distance? Oh, would have been a great catch. That's gone and hit the fence. It's a 4. But a better attempt should have been made. And the idea is when the ball is up in the air, you've got to get near the ball, get under the ball, and then steady yourself. Riaz Hassan was the fielder. This sounded great, but it didn't make it to the fence on the full. There you see him trying to get near the ball, and he was on the run, so not greatly balanced when he was trying to take that catch. It was a difficult one, but then allowed it to just sneak through for a 4.
In all honesty, I was watching him sprinting across. It never looked like getting into under it. You mentioned about being there as soon as possible underneath it, especially in the night sky, and he did not look comfortable. Change the field after that stroke. Fine leg comes in, and mid-wicket drops back. The mid-off remains in the circle. Farid Malik cannot pitch anything outside the off stump full.
Runs back for 2. A target of 250 plus has been chased down only 9 times out of 54 at this ground. The chances are that you win if you get to 250.
It's a great stat, isn't it? And that's where I'm pretty sure the think tank of Pakistan would have spoken about in the middle of the innings. Probably the messages would have been coming from inside. Try and somehow get that 250. Still gettable. Still 5 Mushraf to come, who can use the long handle. As I said, new ball with the pre-Pakistani quicks. That's what I'm looking for.
Again, running, stopping, indecision, but they pick a run of the last ball of that over. 207 for the loss of 6 after 44.
Well, the closing overs beckon here at the Premadasa. 6 overs left, 207 for 6 at the moment. To get to 250, everyone's been talking about 250. That's going to take them just over 6 runs and over, which of course, in normal conditions, is more than feasible. Rashid Khan has 2 overs left of his 10. Hodge will bring 1.
Yeah, the way Babar and Rizwan was batting, the opportunity was there for Pakistan to get to 250 easily. But by losing too many wickets, it has stymied the progression of this innings. And these 2 batters, they need to bat very well to get Pakistan to 250.
I think Pakistan read the situation really well, and that partnership of 110 has been really defining for this inning. The fact that now they are at 208 and they can well take their team above 250, if not at least 240.
This field's had a few of those today. A simple dot ball becomes a simple one.
It will only help the cause. They can put more runs. So they need to be more disciplined in the outfield. They've given away a few extra runs.
All eyes on Mohammad Nawaz. He can really tonk the ball, hits the ball, but finds the fielder. Only a single.
Good lead from Rashid, but it's going to be, the contact is definitely outside off stump, so any appeals can be withdrawn straight away.
He has struggled. Salman Agha to pick Rashid Khan. And he looks like a player who struggles.
We have a player review for
I said
LBW.
appeals can be binned, apparently not. We've got a review.
The front foot, and it's a fair delivery. Let's start with front on. Just roll it again for me, please. It appears to me that the ball has missed the bat. Can I have Ultra Ace to confirm? Roll it. Yeah, flat line as the ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Can I have ball tracking whenever it is ready, please? Pitching outside off, impact outside off, and Nitin, stay with your not out decision.
Well, as suspected, as predicted, not out. Well, that's well bowled. That's beaten everyone. It's beaten the batsman, it's beaten the keeper. Won't beat the boundary though. That's going to be 4 byes.
Yeah, there was little turn for Rashid Khan, but it was accentuated with that bounce. Once again, Salman Ali Agha misread him.
Yeah, and he got him out in the first ODI as well. He was not able to read his deliveries as easily, but this one just not happy. Rashid Khan doesn't look happy with that. Could have been done a better job with that. Should have stopped.
Well, it was the bounce. Not for anything else, it was the extreme bounce. Settling for 1. No, going back to that previous ball, it was the extreme bounce as well as the turn that did it all. Did the batsman and the keeper. 2:15 for 6, 45 gone. Now, what have we got for these final 5 overs? The other night in Hambantota, Aspatullah had to gamble. Only used the 5 bowlers in that second match of the series. They've used more today, which gives them more options at the end here. And of those options, Farooqi will certainly bowl. Well, he's got 4 left, so we've got more than enough available from Farooqi. Mujib's done his 10, Gulbadin's bowled 9, Rashid's bowled 9, so he'll bowl 1 more. Farid has 3. Preempted, oh, he's not got hold of it well. And the dive, well, the dive in vain, so the ball will roll away for 4. That shot was telegraphed very, very early.
Yeah, bowled a slow one, dragged the length back by watching the batsman getting to that position to play the reverse sweep, or whatever you call it, ramp stroke. Very lucky Salman Ali Agha. It didn't go straight to the fielder.
Absolutely, you see all the animation from the bowler every time ball's in the air. All they want is for the fielders to put their hands behind it. This time it was Oh, that's another good shot, but it'll be only for 1 run.
Now, the reason why he played that ram stroke because he wanted the bowler to bowl outside the off stump. Got his wish. Salman Ali Agha forced the bowler to change his line and length. Now this partnership, already 31 runs from 26 deliveries.
They should not be expecting anything less because the kind of platform Babar and Rizwan gave him was for the idea, the fact that towards the end of the innings they could up the ante and get a quick run, and 31 runs of 26 ball look really, really good. Yeah, some sloppy fielding and extras have helped the cause. Another wide conceded, but take nothing away. They've really put a good show together, and this is already looking a match-defining partnership in a sense that if they put together 250 plus, it'll be very difficult for Afghanistan to chase this.
You've given up hope. They scored 300 runs.
No, I mean, absolutely. But there's been uneven bounce on this wicket. I mean, we've noticed that at times the ball is kept low, and that should be enough because there's only one mistake that the batsman can make, and that should be enough for him to go back to the dugout.
Come on, Fidai. Have some faith in your side, man.
Are you kidding me? Absolutely. We will chase this down in 40 overs.
Right, enough, gentlemen. Put each other down.
Also looking at the average first innings total on this wicket for the last 5 matches, it's only been 239. So in cricket, you gotta also go by the stats. So Pakistan has really put themselves in a strong position. Not to mention the fact that, yes, Afghanistan has got good opening pair. They already put their second highest partnership against a formidable Pakistan. But look at that for a shot. That's beautiful shot for 4.
Pressure is telling on Fareed. He hasn't got that experience to bowl in the fagging of the innings. He's been faltering with his line of length right from the start of this over. He has conceded runs and a couple of boundaries.
Yeah, it's well played. Watch this well and just guided it over the top. But yeah, this is where, whether you're trying to restrict things in the first innings of the day or trying to save things at the end of the day, pressure is on a bowler who's bowled, what, 7.4 overs now. Bowled well to start with. But you start to imagine you have to provide all these variations. It's an interesting balance again because, as we've seen, this pitch has given them an edge, Pakistan. Allowed them to bowl actually relatively, what's the word for it, straightforwardly for a lot of it. And then when you start to imagine that you've got to do something different, it can open up these options. But I thought the shot from Nawaz was very, very good.
And the left hand and right hand combination is disturbing. The left arm fast bowler has to keep on changing the lines and lengths.
Well, he's still trying. Okay, he got the duck, he got the leave, but he's also got the penalty. But it's been called a wide. So second wide of this over.
This has been the most expensive over of the innings. Salman Ali Agha already asking question from the umpire. This was way high from my reach. So he'll have to reload this for an extra delivery. How often it is that the extras cost you extra runs. You have to bowl that again. More often than not, you go for runs. And Pakistan has already got another 25 deliveries to play with. But this is bowled well. It'll end the over. The end of over number 46. Pakistan are 229 for 6.
Yeah, interesting progress, lack of progress for so much of the innings. After those early overs, first power play, And then after drinks, around about the 31st over, then things started to happen. Then the wickets, as ever, just pegged things back briefly. And now with, what is it, 4 overs still left, we're seeing, well, the acceleration cannot continue up the graph like that, but we're seeing that Pakistan obviously will be targeting that 250 plus. Night sky in Colombo. Right, Rashid Khan has 1 left. 1 for 35 so far, just his final over of his 10. Leave 3 more after this.
Afghanistan needs wicket from him. Only to hold a really good spell. Only conceded 36 runs. It'd be very important for Afghanistan to stay in the game. The fact that Rashid Khan could make an impact and break this threatening partnership that is now a good 41 runs of only 33 balls. That's good running between the wickets. If you can't get the boundaries, it's always good that you run the first run hard and make sure that you can convert them into 2. That's exactly what they do. They run the first run hard. Salman Ali Agha always had the mind the fact that we can get 2, and they comfortably do.
Shake of the head says not out. Doesn't necessarily deter Rashid from asking again. Timer ticks away in the corner.
They had 1 review left, and they have used it again.
Yeah, review for LBW given not out. It's a fair delivery. Start with front run, please. The ball passes close to the gloves. Gonna have ultra edge to confirm. Rolling. Yeah, flat line as the ball passes the bat and the gloves. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking whenever it is ready, please. Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets missing. And Nitin, stay with your decision. You are now.
So DRS stands for desperate review. Not out.
If you're the premier bowler, it's your entitlement, isn't it, to use those reviews?
I can think of a few who will always go up there. I mean, you could see, obviously, from early on, it's hit him in the chest. So unless he's got 3-inch legs, he was unlikely to be hitting the stumps. Well, that's quicker and shorter and flatter. Helped on its way very nicely too.
It's surprising to see Rashid Khan bowling out of desperation. He's renowned for his line and length, nagging line and lengths. But here in this innings, he's been all over the shop. Yes, he has bowled quite a few good deliveries, but not consistently.
Yeah, well, even the best can feel that frustration from time to time. Well, that completes his 10 overs. 1 for 42, his final figures. 3 to go, 236 for 6. Yeah, two men have completed their 10. Mujib, 1 for 50. Rashid, 1 for 42 now. So Faruqi, you'd assume, would bowl 2 of these last 3. And I guess, well, I don't think they'll go for Nabi. And so the orthodox way to go is to try and back your pace bowlers. But we've seen, for instance, Farid, who's bowled largely decently for most of those 8 overs he's bowled so far. Then when the pressure started to mount a little bit, variations came in. They've not all worked, but anyway, still got the ball in his hand. Again, preempted, very much preempted by Mohammad Nawaz.
Talking about Rashid Khan, even the strongest men have their moments of fatigue, but not to forget the fact that he enjoys bowling under Asian conditions, around 100 wickets more or less to his name, and he's really bowled well in the earlier part of the innings, as we saw that he kept Babar Azam on the back foot and Muhammad Rizwan were not able to milk him for run. But you could tell that he's that sort of a bowler who continues to look for the wickets.
Now, before that delivery, long off went back, third came up, because we'd had the bouncer, which, okay, worked this time. So the inevitable conclusion was we now try to go fuller. But in trying to go full and take pace off and get a bit of width on, just let it slip. Rather more where it was intended to be, I think, the ball before, in terms of that sort of fullness of length, and the line obviously a bit closer to the off stump, but making sure it's offside rather more than leg side.
Yeah, the captain must have strong faith in this fast bowler Farid. This 8th over was the most expensive over of this innings. The captain persisted with him. So far, apart from that wide, he's been able to land the ball right areas. Another dot delivery.
Every dot ball at this stage of the game is gold. You never know what can change the complexion of the game. By a margin of 1 run or very few runs, you can win the game. Afghanistan will be very happy if they could put the equation down to 2-1 at least, win this game. They'll go with very strong moral to the Asia Cup from here.
Yeah, a bit of a heave, not particularly well timed. So Farid doing his job here in this over. That single takes the partnership to 50. 43 balls needed. Arga 23, Nawaz 21. Doing their best to head for that 250 mark. Pace off, that's well struck. This is better time, but it drops 10 yards short.
Yeah, important partnership this. Pakistani team losing wickets in quick succession after the 40th over, but these two made sure Pakistan gets to a decent total. They're marching along. They should be able to get 260 at the end of this innings.
I give you good news. Pakistan have never lost after scoring 250 at this ground.
The great thing about good news, it's good news for some, bad news for others.
Well, it is very true. Moments of joy for the others are moments of pain, but that's part of the game. End of the over, Pakistan are 242 for 6.
Well, I think you'll find that's good running in the end. Pressing hard for these twos. Slight issue, but something to do with the ball and the gloves and the bails. Yep, second most successful partnership of the innings, comes at a good time for Pakistan. Those early struggles have been forgotten about for now. It's still only, what, just over 5 runs per over that we're talking about, which of course by modern day standards people say, what, only 5? You have to remember the conditions early on, the fact that 2 great batsmen, Rizwan and Babar, were struggling to time the ball. This represents a pretty good recovery. Well, now that sounded good off the bat. It looks good off the bat, and it's bouncing off the wall behind that boundary fence. That has gone a distance.
Yeah, that's his favourite spot. Mid-wicket. And the angle was encouraging. The ball was pitched outside the off-stump, slow one. He picked it and went with the stroke. And how well he has timed this one. Went the distance.
And he's aiming the shorter end of the ground. So yes, that was a 78-meter long 6, but then that gives you a confidence that you'll be able to clear it the moment you know that, considering the dimensions, you want to go for the shorter sides.
Yeah, well, it's not that much different. Slightly quicker, just slightly quicker, slightly fuller. Instead of the fingers going across the top of the ball, in effect bowling that spinner at Nawaz. Tried something with a straighter bat, something that didn't work for him this time. But the 6 off the first ball, perfect, isn't it? Because that always puts the pressure back on the bowler or onto the bowler straight away in this penultimate over. And there's width there. Well, no reviews, so the not-out decision will stand come what may. Even if it's true, even if there is the faintest nick here, that decision will stand as it is. I'm not sure there was a nick anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. They have exhausted their reviews, no reviews left, so we'll just have to rely on whatever decision the umpire takes in their. Oh, that's a drop. That's the last thing that you'll need at this stage of the game. You drop the catch, you give extra 2 run, and you keep Mohammad Nawaz on the strike, and it brings 250 for Pakistan.
He has to improve his fielding. He has to. Now his ground fielding is not notable. Forget about the catching.
Again, we're slicing this away, and this one does carry, and this one is taken. Avoids Mujib this time. Riaz is the man behind this catch. And that one at least has been safely taken. Some have gone down today for Afghanistan, so these are not wild celebrations. When you see one drop from the previous ball and one taken from the second, well, the celebrations will always be muted. But credit here, because he had to come slightly forward, got his hands into the right position, made sure that even when he hit the ground with the elbows, the ball stayed in the hands. So that's a very, very handy 30 from Mohammad Nawaz, 30 from 25. Could have been even more dangerous, but he's gone, and it's 250 exactly for 7.
It's Fahim Ashraf, the new man in. He's one who could also flail the bat and tonk the ball.
Fahim Ashraf playing his first game of this 3-match series. Comes in with this last ball of the 49th over. dug out for 2. We have 1 over left. It's 2:52 for 7. Yeah, this chance here for Mujibis. He's done all the hard work. He's cruised his way across, kept his hands high. Trouble with coaching, isn't it? You can't take the catches for them. You can give them catching practice. You can give them confidence. You say the right things, do the right things in practice. But you can't catch it for them. Riaz's effort much better. That's still not easy. Only easy take at that height, that distance, but he did well with that. That's a lovely shot. That's a beauty. Just opened the face enough to get it wide of the long off. Struck it nicely, timed it well. Farid has been given this final over to finish off both the innings and his allocation of 10. And it starts with a boundary.
And that was an excellent stroke. A left-arm fast bowler bowling round the stumps, and to be able to hit the ball against the angle was an extraordinary effort from Salman Agha. Not an easy stroke to execute, but it did it quite easily.
It'll be interesting to see how he bowls the next 5 deliveries, because we still have 1 over left from Gulbadin Naib, who's bowled pretty well. He got the early breakthrough and only conceded 36 runs. That's the best economy. So Farid has exceeded. He's given another extra run with the wide, and he'll have to bowl those 5 very important deliveries. It's kind of strange thinking what is going in the mind of the skipper.
Well, the thing is this: skippers will have in their minds at the start of the day who they're going to trust at the end of an innings, and you pick your team accordingly. You know who your 11 are, so in a sense, obviously, yes, you can react to events. Oh, what a shot! What a shot that is! The low full toss, which quite often at this stage the game can do a trick of its own, has been dispatched a long way.
Yeah, incredible. Like you mentioned, low full toss, and to be able to hit the ball aerial was an effort. The bottom hand coming into play, and that's why he was able to clear the boundary line. What a hit. What a hit from Salman Ali Agha.
Well, it's the sort of thing that is practiced a lot these days. Yeah, 20 years ago that wouldn't have happened, I'm pretty sure. Going for something similar. This is a very different result. Oh, the misfield, the dive in at the last moment. They're going to have a look just to make sure. But the misfield gave them the chance to come back for the second.
To director, we have an umpire referral for run out at the wicket-keeper's end.
Interesting to see. It was a bit of a misfield. He was not able to clearly pick it, but then he's in.
Yeah, just roll back.
Should be interesting to see.
Keep rolling. Can you zoom on that for me, please? If you can have the split screen, that will help for me. Standing by. Yeah, keep rolling. Yeah, batter has made his ground before the wickets are broken.
Well, 2 things contributed to that final decision. 1 was the misfield, and 2 was the big dive, the desperate dive at the end. Just getting the bat down in time. It's a reverse, something or other. Gets him 1.
Yeah, there was 3rd thing as well, which saved Salman Ali Agha. It was the extra bounce with that throw. Allowed time to Salman Ali Agha to dive and get to the pitch.
How many more can they get? They've really got a very good last over. They've really scored enough run as far as the wicket is concerned. And looking at the bowling string that Pakistan has.
I think 14 more Pakistanis will start to feel confident. That's in the air. Easy catch for Gurbaz. How did that ball go to the wicketkeeper?
That's what you're here to tell us. Yeah, a bit of minor consolation towards the end of the over. We've got one ball left still to go, of course. But for Farid, these are tough times. You've got to try everything you can to try and stem the flow of runs in these closing overs. Yeah, but the slice shot gets it up and just gets it just behind. So Gurbaz hardly has to move. So wicket is a dot. It is 8 down now, 1 ball left. Ashraf gone for 2, 266 for 8. Shaheen Afridi goes for the big hit. It's not quite good enough to clear the boundary. It bounces a good 3 or 4 yards, only that in front. Oh, hang on. They managed to come back for 2. As Gurbaz hurt there. Anyway, Shaheen Afridi faced the 1 ball, hit it sweetly, dropped it short of the deep mid wicket, came back for the 2nd. Gurbaz is just hobbling away at the moment. Not quite sure what happened to him. But Pakistan will be very happy with that. There was a time some way back that they thought they would struggle to get the 250. They'd cruised past 250. They finished on 268 for 8 at the end of these 50 overs. That's not a good sign for Afghanistan with their best batsman required in the chase. And here's the contrast for you. The first 30 overs of that innings, Pakistan only made 103. The next 20 overs, the final 20 overs, 165. So the pace was able to change. Worth noting for anyone joining us more recently that the first 30 overs were a struggle because of the pace of the pitch and some good bowling. But this is the final card for Pakistan. Good innings from Babar, 60 from 86. Good innings from Rizwan, 67 from 79. But the contributions down the order. Salman Ali Agha's 38 from 31, very handy. Mohammad Nawaz 30 from 25. That partnership was crucial actually in getting Pakistan up to and now beyond that 250 target they had in mind. The partnerships, well, nothing much. I mean, just Babar and Rizwan first of all, 110, but made off 149 balls. Just look at the difference in terms of the pace. Salman Ali Agha and Mohammad Nawaz, 61, but from 50 balls. That was all. So the pace picked up by Pakistan and the pressure put on Afghanistan's bowlers. They started well. So early on they made it look really tough out there for Pakistan's batsmen. Final figures, wickets for Farooqi, for Majid, 2 for Gulbuddin, who bowled most of those overs very well indeed. Rashid 1 for 42, Farid expensive in the end, 2 for 70, and Mohammad Nabi just the 4 overs today, none for 18. Okay, those are the stats at the end of the first part of this third and final game in the series. We can hear now from Jonathan Trott.
Jonathan, what's your assessment of bowling performance so far in this game from Afghanistan?
Well, I thought there were ebbs and flows. I thought we bowled it in patches very well, and at times I think we got it a bit wrong again. So I'd say 50-50. But I think it's certainly chaseable, the target, 268. 269 we need, so excited to see how we play.
This tournament, dress rehearsal for the Asia Cup and World Cup, how is the team settling in?
Going okay. It'd be nice to come away with a win tonight. We played some good cricket at times, but not for long enough. And to win 50 over games, you've got to play good cricket for over, obviously 100 overs. So, and to beat the likes of a good side like Pakistan, you've got to do it and be more consistent. So hopefully we can put together a good 50 overs here with the bat and walk away to the Asia Cup with a win under our belt.
How do you assess this pitch here? How different it is from what you experienced in Hambantota?
It looks okay. It looks a good wicket. It doesn't look like as much spin like perhaps in the first ODI. So hopefully our batters can settle in and get themselves in and then hopefully chase down these runs.
Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan Trott, the head coach of the Afghanistan cricket team, is of the opinion that they are confident about their chances of winning this game. That's it from the ground.
Okay, so just to confirm, 269 is the target for Afghanistan. For a lot of Pakistan's 50 overs, they were hoping it would be a lot less than that, but that's what it is. 269 required, and we will be back in due course with some further thoughts and then the second innings of this match.
Welcome back to Colombo, where Afghanistan are celebrating a momentous occasion. It's their 150th one-day international, and we thought it would be appropriate if we donned some Afghan garb. What do I look like, Ramis?
Yeah, you look like absolutely star. So it's called Ghada, I believe, the dress that we are wearing, and it's a special occasion, so you especially look handsome.
Don't be alarmed, we're probably going to get interrupted. There's a ball behind you, but don't worry about it. Okay, tell us a little bit about the scorecard and how Pakistan went.
It was a tough pitch, actually. You read it perfectly.
Thank you.
I thought it was the grinder's pitch, where you had to put your head down, and the moment you started to drive the ball, it became harder for you to place it and play it properly off the middle of the bat. And so credit, lot of credit needs to go to Babar and Rizwan for setting up this show.
But what about Aga's partnership with Nawaz?
Yeah, I mean, they needed that also because the chunk of the overs were played by Babar and Rizwan, and even though they were a little slow on the take, but they knew exactly what to expect, and the expectations were that if you grind it out, there was a case of maybe taking the score to 250. Now, Rizwan started off slowly. He was circumspect, but the moment he saw an opening, he just went absolutely according to the situation and played some good shots. It wasn't a perfect innings from aesthetic point of view, but he got the runs.
Yeah, how difficult is it for the natural stroke players like Rizwan, like Baba, to be able to curb that want to go after it on a surface like this?
I mean, there's a reason why Pakistan have been extremely successful of late in white ball cricket, and that is because Babar and Rizwan both bat especially well. They've got century partnerships, they know each other's game, and then they can absorb pressure and play according to the situation. So the situation demanded them to be a little bit more curious, anxious, and circumspect of the pitch, and I thought it was a perfect blend.
First 30 overs, they scored at just over 3 to the over. The next 20 overs at over 8. Did the surface change?
I don't think so. I think it was about seeing the ball and about giving yourself time and to be at the crease, and I think that helped both the batters really to then smoothen the rough ends.
Okay, what about Afghanistan now and the way they're going to have to go about this run chase?
I think they've got to be very sensible. Partnerships is the key. They batted brilliantly in the last game, so take a leaf out of that 300 book. You know, establish a platform with the openers, and they both were in excellent form. The idea is to weather the storm against the new ball bowlers, and then it can get just a little bit easier for Afghanistan because Pakistan's spin department is not as great as Afghanistan's.
But there's a number of new bowlers in this setup because there's a few being rested.
Sure.
How do you think they're going to go?
Yeah, I mean, there'll be pressure on Babar Azam because he wants control in a situation like this, 250 plus. I mean, it's still a doable job, by the way. I mean, if they get a couple of partnerships, it could be a win for Afghanistan. They could spoil Babar Azam's show of being the best side in the world. If they win this, they become the best side in the world in ODI rankings terms. So, you see, it's all about control. Can he get the control from the newcomers? Mohammad Wasim is playing after a long wait, so let's see how he develops the team for his captain, but he's mighty explosive, he's mighty talented, and he'll get some reverse also. This is a good bowling surface for paces.
All right, just one last thought here. The fielding's been impressive by Pakistan over the last few months, hasn't it?
Oh, they've been outstanding. We saw that during the test series. We've seen that in the last year or so. They've worked extremely hard on their fitness, and it's a direct result of how fit you are as a team, and you have the attitude and the appetite to be the best fielding side in the world, and they were absolutely brilliant during the test series against Sri Lanka.
All right, Ramis, thank you very much for your time. Right, so 269, that's what Afghanistan need to win their 150th one-day international. Let's join our commentators upstairs.
So we have a target, which is 269 in the remaining 50 overs of this match. It's certainly a target that is higher than it looked like it would be for a lot of that Pakistan innings. Those closing overs did the job for Pakistan. They talked about figures of 280, 290 at the start of the day. That's before they'd seen how this pitch was playing. And for the first part, it didn't favour the batsmen at all. Afghanistan bowled reasonably well and constrained everything, but now they have to chase, and this man Rahmanullah Gurbaz, well, he was absolutely brilliant in match number 2. If he shows some of that brilliance again, albeit on this different pitch, well then that will keep Afghanistan certainly in the hunt. Got a new partner today at the top of the order, Riaz Hassan. There's actually a bit of a plot behind this, because Zadran was off the field for the last 10 minutes, for 10 minutes somewhere, and by the rules, the playing conditions, not allowed to open innings. So Riaz Hassan gets promoted. We'll see Zadran in due course. And not surprisingly, the first over to be bowled by Shaheen Shah Afridi, new ball specialist, wicket-taking specialist in the opening overs too. Just a hint of swing. Leg by gets Afghanistan their first run on the board.
Yeah, these two openers have got a job to do. They need to do the seminal work, see the new ball off, negating wickets to the Pakistani bowlers, lay a foundation. If they're able to do so, they'll create few chances for Afghan to win this game. As it is, this pitch is ultra demanding when it comes to batting. Some batters, they found it very difficult to adopt to the new conditions here at our Premadasa Stadium, Colombo.
Yeah, too much swing this time. Goes down the leg side, first wide of the innings. I wonder if the lights make any difference. I mean, so often we seem to get the impression that when you swap the natural light for the artificial lights, something changes in the atmosphere. Pitches themselves sometimes seem to behave differently. Whether there'll be much of a change remains to be seen. Conditions pretty much stay the same in many ways. Temperature's much the same. It's still quite high. It's humid.
It's the humidity, isn't it? Which helps the fast bowler to swing the ball.
Well, that's gone the other way. It's gone too far the other way. Wide follows wide. Oh, it's only giving us variety.
Some work to do for Rizwan behind the stumps. He's forgetting one thing, Shaheen Shah Afridi. He has to keep his wrist behind the ball to be able to land them properly. Yeah, he has sprayed the ball so far in this over.
Well, we've seen a lot already in the space of just a few balls. Part of the problem has been that Shaheen Shah Afridi has just struggled to control it. I mean, obviously the wide down the offside was way, way, way wide. One of those ones that slips. One down the leg side. This one was heading down the leg side as well, but found the pad. It's more where he wants to be.
Yeah, he has to make the batsman play. That's where he becomes mighty difficult and dangerous. It's funny, isn't it? That ball was clearly sliding down the leg side, and it was wishful. But that's how it goes with the bowlers. Everything is out. And for the batters, everything is not out.
Yeah, again, the shape is good. I mean, I'm sure he's liking the shape, but it's just the original line that's causing him a few problems here. And a leg by. And a couple.
It's a rarity, isn't it? He's so accurate with the new ball, Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's always attacking the stumps, but this time around hasn't been consistent. Maybe different environment.
Yeah, nicely played. Just a bit too full. Again, giving a chance to swing. This is the thing, of course, isn't it? We always expect people like Shaheen Sharafridi with his immense ability, his immense reputation to be spot on each and every time at the top of the innings. Actually, batsmen like to get set. Bowlers sometimes, as is so clear tonight, have to work out how much that ball's swinging and have to adjust the release accordingly. Well, we've got there. We've made it to the end of the first over of this chase. 6 without loss. 6 runs on the board, all of them extras. 2 wides, 4 leg byes. As and when the batsmen get involved, should be fun.
It's all about keeping abreast of the run rate, and they have done that. It doesn't matter how they came, but 6 runs of the first over, that's good.
Yeah, that run rate required is under 5.5. So yeah, 6 of course keeps above it. Got to sustain it. Got to sustain it. Right, opening the bowling at the other end, Fahim Ashraf. Last time he played an ODI is about 2 years ago now, actually. My colleague, my esteemed colleague here, just had a look at the hand just as Fahim Ashraf was running in there. Cross seam. So not risking the ball swinging out of control, just trying to get his length and line sorted before he starts trying to do other things. Actually, that's quite shrewd. And you got a bit of bounce from it too. That's what sometimes happens with cross seam too. You get it hits the right part of the ball as it pitches. You get that extra bounce.
That's a Lotus Tower. A beautiful addition to Colombo. It has been the main attraction for the tourists here in Colombo now.
Well, Riaz Hassan, who's on strike at the moment, good figures in first-class cricket. 56 his average in first class, 42 in list A. This, of course, is list A, so decent figures, ostensibly, always. This.
What has happened to this pitch? Has it freshened up? Steep bounce on a couple of occasions this over for Fahim Ashraf, and then deviation of the surface. First delivery bended in, and this one moved away.
It's the lights. That's all it is. It's the lights. Yeah, full of this time. If I were he, I might have just stuck with the original lengths. 2 runs. We have runs off the bat.
Yeah, bowling within himself, Fahim Ashraf is not express. He bowls those nagging lengths, especially with a new ball. Gets the ball to deviate off the surface and can be dangerous at times.
If you look back at the first innings of this game, where we had the medium pacers, for instance, Gulbadin at medium pace, brisk medium pace, doing a very good job short of a length. That's where it was really hard to get the ball away. So I'd say the lesson from that, even if there has been a minor change in the conditions, the lesson is to just come back a little bit, keep it straight, but come back a little bit with the length. Running again is good.
Yeah, the length was good on that occasion, but not the line. Drifted towards the pads. Just clipped the ball for a couple of runs. Now with this pace, you've got to be on the money. But nicely played. Was nicely behind the line of that delivery.
Yep, that's good. 4 from the over, 10 without loss. So 3-match series here, 2-0 up Pakistan at the moment. What's coming up? First of all, the Asia Cup. Now the World Cup. Pakistan's fixtures, just to give you a clue there, start with a match against the Netherlands, another one against Sri Lanka. Both of those are down south in Hyderabad. And they play India. Is that a big game? I think it is. Yeah, India is the biggest game. Pakistan, India is the biggest game of the entire tournament, you could well argue that. 14th of October in Ahmedabad, the biggest stadium. The Narendra Modi Stadium. Slides away off the outside edge, the outside half of the bat rather more.
Yeah, this series, Asia Cup, just before the World Cup, has afforded an opportunity to all the teams to iron out if there are any wrinkles in the balance of the side. It will be closely contested World Cup. England is up there, New Zealand is not bad at all. They can challenge everybody. Australia, Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka as well. You cannot write them off.
Well, it's covered most people.
Trying to be politically correct.
Yeah, it's one of those chats, isn't it? One of those World Cup chats. Who do you reckon is going to be in semi-finals? Well, you'd have to say that India at home should be almost a banker, almost an absolute certainty for the semi-finals. I mean, Pakistan playing good cricket. England, I'd have to put in that list. Australia, I'd have to put in that list. Which, as you say, leaves a couple of good sides who aren't going to make the semis.
Talking about this player, Riaz. He looks very well organized. Knows where his off stump is. And that's a must for any batsman, especially for the opener.
Good carry. Rizwan had to be on his mettle there because that bounced and seemed to gather pace almost. Took it chest high in the end.
Plenty of support for Pakistan. Always is the case when the Pakistani team is in Sri Lanka. Very watchful Riaz, and rightly so. You cannot afford to play airy-fairy strokes against this man who's got the ability to inveigle any batsman in the world. He's a wily campaigner.
Yeah, it's a good short ball. It's well played too. Yeah, has watched it nicely, let it go by harmlessly. 33 overs have gone now. Scoring rate is slowed. It's 11 without loss. So just to remind you of Ramanullah Gurbaz's talent, which was very much on show in the previous game with his magnificent 151 from exactly the same number of balls. Early on, the short ball was dispatched. If you remember the first game, Afghanistan struggled with the short ball, 3 men caught with unfulfilled hook shots. But Gurbaz played the hook shot well, the pull shot well, and then the sweep shot well. And a couple of tries playing the spinners with the straight bats, then decided the sweep shot was going to be a better option. So a full, free-flowing innings from Mamunul Gurbaz deserved better. Just think back to the sort of frustration, the hurt, the pain at the end of the game when they thought they'd pretty much won it, and then just at the last moment Pakistan found a way of sneaking over the line for victory by just the 1 wicket. So final chance for Afghanistan to get a win out of this series. And, remember, it would be the first win ever in an ODI against Pakistan. One way to go, a lot of work to be done if they're going to do that. The approach, I think, is sensible at the top of the innings. You've got Shaheen Shah Afridi, who is acknowledged as world-class with the new ball, who's now settled a bit after the slightly erratic first over. Fahim Ashraf, very steady. I mean, that's his thing, that's his stick, isn't it, with the new ball. Just try and be steady, try and wobble it a little bit, just see what he can get out of the pitch. It's nicely played, just rode the bounce. Little skip down the pitch to start with. Fahim Ashraf responded to that.
Yeah, talking about Gurbaz in the first game against Pakistan and Bantuta, he was fretful. But the second knock, he was so confident from the word go, he was moving well. And he turned for the Pakistani bowlers very aptly and adeptly.
Yeah, it's your favourite topic, isn't it? The ability to adapt. Won't get to this time. Yeah, the outstanding thing actually about not just Gurbaz's efforts, but Afghanistan as a team in match number 2 is that, if you remember, haven't been bowled out for 59 in the first game, so losing by a massive margin of 142. To show that sort of character and resilience, okay, led by 2 very good players at the top of the order, I thought was a real feather in their cap, and they've done everything but win it. I have to say they deserve to win that game. One more chance to get that win on the board here tonight, if things go well, only if things go well. But yes, just survive these opening overs. New ball under lights can be very, very important. Survive these opening overs. Try and get a bit of rhythm going, try and sort of get the flow of runs going. Try not to lose too many wickets, because those resources in hand will come in handy later on. It's good delivery. That is a good delivery. Just slightly back of a length, and just again see where it's ended up in the gloves, just under to Rizwan's chin. And that's come from nowhere. This is, you know, brisk medium pace, no more than that, and yet it takes off.
You know, very good delivery, and this is the second time he has backed away from the leg stump. Riaz is looking to find the gap through the offside. Hasn't worked. Got to be careful.
And again, this is good bowling. Problems caused with this new ball. He's got to do some thinking, has Riaz. He's 5 not out. It's 14 without loss after 4. Rather different views compared to what we saw from or around the ground at Hambantota in the National Park. Here we are in the big city. Weekend, a busy night out there. Well, we have seen that this ball is carrying through very well. Certainly for Fahim Ashraf. Saw one also from Shaheen Sharafridi. Ooh, that's just a little uncertain, which you can understand. You can understand that. I'm just thinking, actually, going back to that first game where Afghanistan had to chase and found themselves with the lights having all sorts of problems. Judging lengths, shot selection. The captain, Haspatullah, at the end of that game said, well, yeah, shot selection at the top of the order is a big problem. And they lost wickets. They lost wickets in droves at the top of the innings, which rather sort of nailed them to the floor. Ooh, the play and a miss. The nerves are showing. That uncertainty is showing, but that's a combination of circumstances, a pitch which is giving them something to think about, and the early new ball swing.
He saw the width and went after it without moving his back leg. Lucky, very lucky Gurbaz.
Yeah, he's an instinctive player, and that instinct needed to kick in just a fraction of a second earlier, because all the movement was just that fraction of a second late there. Fuller finds the gap. Ooh, he's done well there. Did very well. Good chase, good flick back. You'd have thought after all that it'd be 3 on the board. Actually, it's just the 2. So Imam takes credit for the chase here.
Yeah, poor running. Excellent chase. Not many legs in the ball, and that's why Imam was able to pull back that ball in the playing arena. He's a good fielder, Imam ul-Haq, especially at point. Got great reflexes.
Yeah, it was a good sprint, actually. Blowing a little bit when he got back to his position in the field.
Yeah, he's been looking to work the ball through offside. You've got to be careful. He looked decent, but in the previous over, he was beaten all ends up quite a few times.
Good piece of fielding, full length. Well, you were saying about Riaz, you know, he's shaping well. He's had a couple of balls which actually, I tell you what, anyone would have struggled to get bat on. Those ones from Ashraf that seem to take off from just short of a length. So those you can't predict. But by and large, he gets himself into a nice balanced position. Seems to have a little time to play the ball. You just cannot legislate for those ones that take off. That's not so good. It's short, and it was a lot of fresh air out there. 17 without loss, 5 overs in now to this chase. Comparison at this early stage for what it's worth. Pakistan was 16, Afghanistan 17, both teams without loss after 5 overs. But just as a casual observation, it does look as though the pitch is playing a little bit differently. You know, the next 20 overs for Pakistan were a bit of a struggle. Lost a couple of wickets. Both openers went, you know, trying big shots and failing. Babar and Rizwan struggled to get the timing right, struggled to find their rhythm until after a drinks break. So that last 20 overs, stark contrast to the first 30. The difference when you're chasing is you're always aware of the run rate you need to hit.
Judging by the stroke attempted by Riaz in the previous over, frustration is creeping in, creeping in. Here's the opportunity for the Pakistani bowlers to strike.
There is the opportunity, as you say, so close to the outside edge. And again, it's that length. It is that length that is causing problems. And it is the bounce. There must be a piece of concrete in there or something. It's the bounce from pretty much that same area, which is making batting hard at the other end.
That ball swung twice initially. It was tailing in towards the batsman and at the last moment moved away. What could batsman do?
Oh, play that then. No, he's given it. Now that, I am pretty sure, will be reviewed. But the finger goes up. Initially, it was a little fuller, a little straighter. But there are so many things to consider here. The actual line, the bounce. The celebrations will be on hold now as we wait for the review.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's start with front of the camera. Roll it again. Yes, ball passes close to the bat. Gonna have outrage to confirm if there is any bat involved. Keep rolling. Yes, flat line as the ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking whenever it is ready, please. Pitching outside off, impact in line. Wickets are gone. Is that stay with your decision? Signal now, you're on screen.
Well, the finger goes up for the second time. The confirmation that it was a close run thing, you've got to say that. But the original decision kept that opportunity open. So the hero in many ways of that match number 2 goes cheaply in match number 3. Ramanullah Gurbaz, LBW to Ashraf for 5. That's a big blow for Pakistan to strike at this stage. Afghanistan 17 for 1. Well, Ibrahim Zadran is at number 3 today. He was off the field for 10 minutes during the Pakistan innings, a crucial time, and that just banned him from opening the innings. So his normal position at number 2. He's in here today at number 3. The 10 minutes, as it were, has elapsed. And the situation is a tricky one. 6 runs off the first over, all extras, but since then, Pakistan's 2 opening bowlers have settled. Now, this was such a close run thing. Initially, looking at the angles here, you think, ooh, is that going to just miss the leg stump? Height was not too bad, actually, in the end. Umpire's call, just brushing that leg stump, so confirming the original decision.
Well, I'm impressed with this umpire. Safi is not afraid to make decisions, and so far he has done so well in this series. But how about Fahim Ashraf's bowling? He's set up the batsman by bowling outside the off stump, and this time around changed the line and pitched it up and surprised the batsman. Very impressive from Fahim Ashraf and the umpire.
Yeah, this is men on at the other end, had a lot more experience of international cricket. Yeah, that's pretty much the length he needs to hit. He's done enough. This is the great thing for Fahim Ashraf. He's done enough for those ones that were climbing of short of a length to sow the seeds of doubt. And any batsman will tell you, if you walk out to bat on a really flat pitch, nothing happening, yes, you get stuck in. You can play your shots. You can try and take the attack back to the bowlers. If you see a couple flashing past the sort of shoulder of the bat and ending up head high, chest high in the keeper's gloves, you're thinking, I have things to think about. It just changes the whole dynamic. Oh, so close to the outside edge. Yet again, 6 done, 17 for 1.
Gurbaz, the centurion in the previous game, is out for 5. Afghanistan receiving early jolt in form of their batsmen in form. 17 for 1 after 6. Driven into the gap. This should run away to the boundary for 4. A loose delivery, punished.
Shaheen Afridi is looking for that front pad, and that's why he's pitching the ball up. This one over-pitched and nicely played with the angle. Slicing it past the man at point. Gurbaz needs to be just a little bit better around that off-stump channel, especially on a surface like this. You can't waste your form. Great 150 in the last game. And then here, once it got a bit difficult, and it was kind of on the cards because right throughout LPL he struggled around that area on surfaces such as this one. And he's a much better player than what he shows on a dicey pitch, on a difficult pitch. You've got to just grind it out, make sure that you are there. And it's a challenge. You've got to accept this as a challenge. And he's got enough talent and potential to sail through. In a batting lineup like this, Gurbaz is absolutely needed.
Swinging and missing. Movement again. And Shaheen Afridi is known for his ability to bring the ball back into the right-hander and takes the ball away from the right-hander as well.
This is a great kind of a practice game for Pakistan before the Asia Cup. They'll play quite a few matches here in Colombo, and so it gives you an idea of where to bowl, where to pitch it, what the conditions will be like.
Nine of 20 from Riaz. Slip and gully in position. Changing angle from round the wicket.
Yeah, he's looking for that difficult angle where he can swing the ball away from that right-hander's off stump. Different muscles are used to get that ball to swing away from that angle. That's why you got to be absolutely fit. The ball from both sides, from over the wicket, round the wicket, and to swing it both ways. He's worked tremendously on his fitness, Shaheen Shah.
Taking this chance, hanging around the off stump to create doubt in the mind of the batter. Rounded the first ball, but good comeback after that.
You know that Afghanistan are not going to hurt you in this little period, so you can experiment with a lot of new ideas here with regard to field position. So there's a slip, there's a wider slip, and you have a man close at short mid-wicket for that in-slanting angle.
Ball upishly driven. They have to settle for a single. 5 runs from the over. 7 gone, 22 for 1. Pakistan posting 268 for 8 in the allotted 50 overs. Half centuries for Rizwan and Babar Azam. Ashraf to continue. Oh, that ball bounced. Struggling with his glove at the moment. Might have sustained some injury. Rizwan.
He's hitting the gloves hard, and there's the awkward bounce as well. Ashraf is not quick, but look at that one take off. What you need to do is to keep a close eye on the ball and cut out on certain shots.
Driven. Gorgeous stroke for 4. Class and timing and placement.
Picture perfect. Classical drive. It was there to be hit. By him experimenting with a fuller length, looking for a little bit of angle, and nicely met right in the middle of the blade. That should give him a bit of confidence.
Posing for the photographers. An elegant stroke. Clear of the wicket on the offside. Classy bat. Runs in the Asia Cup. Playing for Afghanistan A. Drifting on the pads.
It's a stern examination of your batting skills when you're playing against Pakistani pacers on the front foot and slicing it beautifully. Nice still head, body in position to play that drive, that front foot across to the line of the ball. A 50 here really will make him confident. It's about self-belief, and you get that when you score runs against good bowling attack.
Getting half century on his ODI debut against Ireland in Qatar, and coming in, going out, not getting placed permanently, but sound technique. That's what he relies upon. Got runs in the Asia Cup, emerging Asia Cup, and coming here, getting the opportunity against quality opposition. The ball is bouncing around and moving around. Tough test. Innings here will certainly bolster his confidence.
Does he get a lot of runs in domestic cricket?
A lot of runs in first-class cricket. Was taken by surprise with an extra bounce. A mild appeal from the wicketkeeper.
Well, it's a tough gig this, because certain balls are climbing. Babar Azam is not going to go for a DRS. That's the length he needs to target for him, and that's an impossible ball really to be playing against. Just took off from nowhere. So difficult really to determine at what height the ball is going to come at you, and so you're always at a loss, not confident whether to go forward or back. That's played very nicely, adjusted to that lifting delivery. 26 for 1.
turn examination against pace battery from Pakistan. Mohammad Wasim Jr. into the attack. One who brings the ball back into the right-hander. The ball is bouncing around. Never seen this much bounce on these pitches here in Colombo. And leaving the delivery outside the upper stump. You've been here, Ramesh, during the LPL, but this is for the first time. I haven't seen on the television ever ball bouncing and moving around too much here.
This is average length in the power play. Afghanistan compared to Pakistan. Afghanistan a bit shorter to Pakistan, and Pakistan have been able to get more bounce. Taller speedsters with more pace. That's a wide. He'd be just a little bit rusty, even though he had a big day yesterday. It was his birthday. It's just that he's been warming the bench now for a very long time, and this spasmodic appearance where you play at times, you don't on most occasions, can get you just a little bit nervous and anxious.
Bowled him. Or was he beaten with that delivery that kept low?
For a second, Devinder, you sounded like a Pakistani commentator. They're close, but that one keeping low. And that's an issue. It's a problem. Certain deliveries have took off, certain have kept low, and so you're never in as a batter.
Nicely worked through the offside. Speed, also the length, the movement, combination of three against the batsman who's coming in the side, though Ibrahim has been around and he's been batting superbly. A lot will depend on Ibrahim's batting performance today to have any hope of winning this game for Afghanistan. Plenty of batters to come. Gulbuddin has been added in the side today, taking wickets, and he's a handy bat. They get into that situation of getting, for example, 50 or 30 balls or 25 balls, he can finish those matches. Let's one go on a pitch where the ball is behaving indifferently.
One thing a batsman can do is to stop worrying about the variable bounce. Yes, it is a hit, it is a problem, but you can't overanalyze it. So take it out of your system and you'll be okay. Not exactly okay, but you'd be in a better position to play the ball. Showing his palm fingers to the physio, Rizwan. He wasn't comfortable really receiving the ball, and it's thudded into his gloves many a times. Some have jumped, some have come at a rapid pace. They would want their premier keeper to be in good physical condition come the Asia Cup and the World Cup. Now that's good. Shaheen Shah Afridi just letting his partner know which areas to attack, where to bowl. It's a bit of a reassurance to the 22-year-old. One wicket has gone down. Gurbaz there not been able to look after that in-swinging angle, and it would have gone on to clip the leg stump. Given by the umpire, so the decision was upheld after DRS review. It's just that he's got to be a bit more efficient on all kinds of surfaces. It's been a record performance by Gurbaz when it comes to ODI hundreds. He's in the top list of scoring 5 in no time. So all he has to do is to work on his temperament on tough pitches and improve his technique around that off-stump line.
Well, he's been playing a lot of T10 and T20 cricket all around the world. That exposure is getting, but against the white ball in shorter formats. What differently should he do to become a compact batsman like Ibrahim Zidane or, for example, Riyaz Hassan?
He's very good against the short ball. He's very good at cutting the ball, but when it comes to driving the ball at times, he is not directly in line with the ball. And so he's got to pick the line early and play it as late as possible, as they say, on a seaming condition. You've got to do that regularly, and then you've got to fight. In this circuit, you get world-class bowlers, and so if you give up easily and not are able to fight, then your tenure obviously reduces at the crease. The chances to succeed reduce.
More chances against Pakistan can help against Ace Battery. Also, maybe exploring that opportunity of going to England and playing county cricket.
Yes, I mean, it was a great series, and he made the headlines, and that's what you do as an opener against Pakistan. That's a lovely delivery, shape away, and it had more bounce this time. Just hang in there. I think that is what Afghanistan need to do. 10-run partnership of 22, and it is difficult at pace to manage that line and that sideways movement. Yeah, so making the headlines, and I think he did make the headlines with that powerful 150. Gets Afghanistan in the headlines as well for all the right reasons, and he's got to look to do that more often.
Beaten with a beauty. Movement away from the right hand of the outswinger. 9 overs gone, 27 for 1, Afghanistan.
Look at the seam move, position and movement. This is a line where a batsman needs to commit. Such a difficult ball to handle.
Tough competitions coming up. The Asia Cup, the World Cup. At this point of time, Pakistan with 36 for 1. Afghanistan not far behind, 27 for 1. There has been conscious effort made to give opportunities to young and upcoming players from Afghanistan. Thinking about relaunching the Afghanistan Premier League. Ramesh, you worked there as an administrator, as a commentator. You've seen the development of PSL. You've been there as a commentator for IPL as well. How that type of competition can help in the development of players, especially for upcoming talent.
You see, it's a priceless situation for Afghanistan. Youngsters to share dugout with the internationals. With the guards have made name for themselves. Obviously, ideas will be shared. They'll get a lot of confidence sharing the dugout with the greats of the game. And it's good that it's happening in 2024. APL.
Solid in defense. 5 teams participating. And talent from different parts of Afghanistan. 34 provinces they play cricket. It's been centered around Kabul, regions around Nangarhar. That might just give the inspiration to the talent emerging from the peripheral region of Afghanistan as well.
Not only sharing the dugout with the greats of the game, but they'll probably be taught about game awareness, how to read the situation, how to read a pitch, how to apply yourself. Look at Gurbaz, how well he's matured as a strike league talent. First preference at the IPL, first preference here for LPL, sought after striker. He plays PSL also. You can find 3-4 who can be the globe trotters for you. Then Afghanistan will be in good hands when it comes to playing the international circuit.
World-class spinners, Rashid Khan, Nabi Mujib, traveling around playing different competitions, and especially batters will get the opportunity to play against high-quality oppositions. The bowlers, experience of handling situations. Upishti played, just falling short of fielder at the gully position.
So I don't know why a gully is not positioned. This pair threatened Babar Azam? No. Are they looking to dominate? No. Are they looking to survive? Yes. So if you're looking to survive, then you can be aggressive against them, and you are getting these deliveries from that good length area to rear up. Get that man in.
Short point in position. Third man on the boundary. Just one slip. With the ball moving around.
Such a situation actually forces the captain to be aggressive. And it's a tailor-made situation for Babar to be aggressive.
Nicely punched into the gap. Should be back for third.
He's got a rocket arm, Wasim Jr. But it was threaded through beautifully. There's a narrow gap and he had to thread it. And nicely playing that one. Hitting the square and that extra bit of bounce, making sure that the ball avoided that short point fielder.
Is there a nick? The finger is up. Ibrahim Jadran walks back to the pavilion. 30 for 2. Second duck for Ibrahim Jadran.
Yeah, this pitch is difficult one. If you are a seriously good bowling attack, fast bowling attack, then your survival squeezes as a batting unit. The chances are slim here for Afghanistan to deal with that extra bit of spice, life, sideways movement of the surface. That one came back, wobbly seam, feather edge to keeper's gloves. Easily done by the keeper. Fahim Ashraf is just about the right pace and the right bowler to tease you and send you back to the dugout. Jadran gone for naught, 30 for 2.
Rashmatullah Shahidi, the captain of the side, 97 being his best score, averaging 31, the first double centurion in Test match cricket for Afghanistan. Man for crisis, for difficult situations.
Powerplay signal by the umpire. All players allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Pakistan would want more in the ring. They're bossing this. 30 for 2, Afghanistan struggling. He got a good one from Fahim Ashraf. It was a little fuller and it was straight, but awkward bounce, extra bit of bounce, taking the edge of the bat, and Rizwan making no mistake. Must be a confidence booster for Fahim Ashraf, making an appearance after 2 years. So when the bounce is variable, you've got to keep your bat very close to your pad, very close to your body, because let's have a look at the variable bounce. So what happens is if you have a high wind, then you can miss the ball. And these are difficult deliveries to tackle. There, that one scooting along, others are reared, and so what you need to do is to make sure that your bat is alongside your body. and you're looking to defend first rather than winding up to hit hard. I think your first line of defense has got to be block. And if you get an opportunity, see a bit of width, and then you can go hard.
A lot of adjustment to be made. Gorgeous city, this Colombo.
It becomes a mental game. It becomes a technical game. It becomes a game of nerve and temperament.
And awareness about what can be done on given surface, identifying the shots. Do they identify the shots before coming into bat, or just assess the situation, pitch conditions, because they keep changing at times?
I think you have this general map in your mind of how to go about batting on a surface like this. And then there was this great template of Rizwan and Babar as a pair. They were very, very cautious early on. Nothing happened for the first 10 overs when they were together. It was all about managing the situation and not getting out.
Almost chopped that one onto the stumps. Hard hands. Will pick up a lucky boundary.
Yeah, it's not a pitch where you play with hard hands. It's about playing with your wrist and playing it late. I'm sure the pressure of scoreboard and the run rate subsiding, dwindling a little bit, is causing a bit of stir in the mind of the batters.
Also, after playing false shot, erasing that shot from the memory, blanking the mind. Airborne. And the miss will prompt the batter to come back for the second, just a single. A boundary and a single from the over. 11 overs gone, 35 for 2. These are tough conditions to bat at the moment. Afghanistan are 2 down for 35 in 11 overs. Happy captain getting a half century to his credit as well. And his team has been responding well with ball in hand. A lot is happening up the pitch. Riyad's 22. Ashmatullah yet to open his account. Airborne coming fine. A streaky boundary for Riyaz.
Well, you got to be lucky to survive on this pitch. He was clearly late on that short ball. Lucky in the end. That could have been a top edge or a keeper's catch.
This pitch reminds me pitches in South Africa, Durban, or pitches in West Indies, especially in early 90s or 80s. You played in that era, Ramesh. How challenging was that for you?
Very challenging, because it was about self-preservation. It was then about surviving as an individual to make it for the next match, scoring few runs. It was extremely difficult. And early on against the Windies, when they were in their prime, we were a bit like Afghanistan is today. So every team goes through this. It's a rebuilding process for Afghanistan. It's about learning from match situation. It's about not giving up, about learning from this experience. And so if you got a 50 against West Indies, you know, when they were on top of the world, it meant everything to you, to the team. In fact, all the teammates got impressed, and you would sort of be picked again, unfortunately, against them for the series, because even if you wanted to be the 12th man, you couldn't. It's about having strong body language. I think a challenge demands you to have a strong body language, and that is what we've seen from Riaz so far. He's not flinched, and he's played that shot well, getting right behind the line of the ball. So what happens is that if you bat like that, it gives a lot of calmness to the dugout. So you're sending strong signals back to the mates that, look, this is manageable. This is a doable job. So yes, you'll get an awkward delivery every now and then. You can survive it, and then, as you said, blank it out and move on.
Any interesting battle between bowlers and yourself in that era in West Indies, if you remember?
It was ball bossing us all the time. There was no conversation because you didn't last long enough to have a conversation.
The boundary of the first ball, 4 dot balls. Riaz 26 of 45, patient, trying to weather the storm from the pace bowling attack of Pakistan. The ball is moving around in different bounds as well. A lot of challenges. He's coming back in the side. That itself is a challenge to cement your position in the team. Playing it late. Just 4 from the over. 12 gone, 39 for 2. Afghanistan need another 230 runs to win from 38 overs. Plenty of batters to come. 2 batters. Riaz with good technique relatively, and Hashmat with a lot of experience. Sadab Khan, the leg spinner, into the attack. And this should be interesting because good player of spin bowling. Afghanistan batters.
This is their window of opportunity against spin. Pakistan not as heavyweight as Afghanistan spinners, so you can put them under pressure.
Strike rotation is going to be key. Getting into the second gear, third gear, shifting momentum slowly rather than looking to attack straight away, get into the game. Required rate just above 6.
The other thing is that when you're forced into a shell, it becomes just a little bit tough to get out of it, because you forget about aggression, you forget about how good you are against certain deliveries, certain lengths. For example, that full toss in a normal situation would have been put away for 4, but because they've been forced into it's not exactly submission, but forced into a defensive frame of mind, that you miss out on such deliveries. Somehow they've got to reboot, especially against Shadab, and Nawaz will be on show very soon as well. Look at that, it reared from the good length, it had spin and everything, and difficult.
Getting the ball to drift and turn and bounce. Should there be a fielder, a short leg position?
My point is, who should be setting the field for these bowlers? The bowlers themselves, because they've played enough cricket to realize what works for them. They're reading the batsman better than the captain. They know how much the ball is turning or seaming around. They should be setting the field.
Oh, that ball, googly, turned away from the left-hand batter. 3 runs from the over, 13 gone, 42 for 2, Afghanistan.
Next big event, Asia Cup, 30th August to 17th September. Get your tickets now, pcb.bookme.pk. It's a big event. Nothing can be bigger than Pakistan versus India, and they play twice at least, and then can meet in the final as well. A lot of countries are involved. Asian bloc, Sri Lanka won the last Asia Cup. They were brilliant against Pakistan in the final at Dubai. Nepal will be featuring for the first time in Asia Cup, so best of luck to Nepal. Afghanistan will be there, so this is a good series for them to learn from Pakistan, and what better to do next time when they are involved against Pakistan and in Asia Cup.
Afghanistan will be playing 2 matches in Lahore, and they spend a lot of time here in Sri Lanka. Conditioning camps, series against Sri Lanka. A teams playing here as well. Conditioned players for these situations, for the conditions for Afghanistan. There has been some planning behind staging the series here in Sri Lanka as well. Easily playing this.
I just hope we get better pitches here in Sri Lanka. You'll get great pitches in Pakistan, great batting surfaces. It's good in a way that they'll be playing a couple of matches in Lahore. They'll get some confidence, runs under the belt, and come here on difficult pitches. You can deal with that situation when you're in good form as a batting side. Deal with that a little better, what I meant to say. Good pace, 141 clicks. And that's the other thing about Pakistan bowling attack and some of the bench strength that they've got. Last time we counted, there were 14 fast bowlers in Pakistan circuit that could bowl more than 140 clicks. 140 plus. That is such a value.
Bounce. Also in Asian conditions, Australia coming to India and beating them in Indian conditions because of their fast bowlers. In the World Cup, Asia Cup, fast bowlers will have a big role to play against big teams with the possibility of duo as well.
I think in 50 overs cricket, you'll get the advantage of reverse swing as well. Pakistan are quite well equipped to bowl reverse. That'll be an added advantage to Shaheen Afridi and company. This fella is not bad. He can bowl wonderfully well with the old ball. Wasim Junior.
Hitting the seam, squared him up. That's where Afghanistan is also consciously working towards finding the fast bowlers 140 plus picks. They conducted fast bowling camp as well before this series. Guides it down to third man. Also, they got Navid Ulasanrana in High Performance Center in Kabul. Train the fast bowlers. And we're going to spend some time with the Afghanistan fast bowlers before that as well in Abu Dhabi. A good crop of fast bowlers coming through. You need a little bit of training and conditioning.
Since the 2019 World Cup, Afghanistan's fast bowling has been impressive. It's just that so much focus is on Rashid Khan and Nabi and Mujib that they forget the value of fast bowling. And they quite a few young upcoming fast bowlers coming through, as you rightly mentioned, with pace, with attitude. All they need is better game awareness, when to bowl a Yorker or a slow ball. That's a nice shot, beautifully timed. That will go and hit the fence in no time. Great end to the over. Afghanistan 47 for the loss of 2, and we'll have a little pause here for drinks.
Before the break, watching a mesmerizing shot from Riaz Hassan, we bring you here once again to Kabul. Picturesque view of Baghman, one of the spots that a lot of Afghans come to enjoy their time and have picnics around, with new constructions being built there. One of the touristic attractions with beautiful weather and nice views.
Also, Fidai, the great Mughal Emperor Babar is buried in Kabul.
That's right, and the place is called Bagh-e-Babur, which will mean the garden of Babur, where his tomb is. I'm impressed with your knowledge and history knowledge and all that.
I've got a match show, and it's a stiff contest, and you're winning hands down, by the way. Well done.
Thank you very much. That's really kind of you, Rameez. It's an honor being part of the same commentary panel with you, and we absolutely are enjoying your mesmerizing voice and the way you put words and you just add to the beauty of the game. Thank you.
I can drop the mic and retire now. That's gone past the man at shot fine. 50 comes up for Afghanistan. They need this bit of rhythm, momentum, bit of freedom to hit the ball. Over pitched and slicing it.
An excellent player of spin bowling, Hashmatullah Shahidi. He knows the areas, especially square of the wicket. Both the batters like to score of the wicket on the offside. Hashmat and Riaz, a partnership developing.
So this could be a good phase for Afghanistan. Just don't lose a wicket. Make sure you drag this now to maybe 100 for 2. And then it'll become just a bit easy to target that score.
It's drop and run. They follow the template laid down by Babar and Rizwan till the 30th, maybe 35th over. Afghanistan, they got batters in the dugout who can do the job. Ulbuddin in particular can get 50 of 25 if it is required in the death overs.
Pakistan through spin must look to pick wickets, and I think that's been an issue, because after the platform is laid down by the pacers. The next in line need to be just a little bit more proactive and aggressive when it comes to attacking the opposition. This is a tailor-made situation, perfect situation for Shadab to experiment with that delivery that will probably provide him with a breakthrough, maybe more flight, or try to bowl him between bat and pad by flighting the googly.
Massive turn. He's tossing the ball up, getting the ball to dip and turn and bounce.
Make him drive, force him to be on the front foot, only then that extravagant leg spin or spin will work.
Nicely managed eventually. 15 overs bowled, 52 for 2, Afghanistan.
The required rate's gone over 6 to the over here. I know that Pakistan in their last 20 overs went at 8s. I don't think that this pitch is getting easier to bat on. There's significant turn, and for the seamers there is certainly some inconsistent bounce. And when I say that, the ball's going up, not necessarily staying down, it is going up.
Absolutely, it's been a test so far for the Afghanistan batters. Plenty of support for Pakistan today. And around the Premdasa Stadium, plenty of them come in numbers. In the far distance. Beautiful side of Colombo. Plenty of good players to visit HD. We've been here for a while.
You can go up there, can't you?
You could. There's a rotating restaurant up there. Plenty of things to do. The last year onwards, Sri Lanka has come from where I was. So it is safe to say that country is back to normality for the moment.
Wondering at what point here? At what point do Afghanistan say, right, we need to just pick it up a little bit? I know they will reflect on how Pakistan played and say, well, we can do the same. But inevitably, it doesn't really work like that. You want to try and stay as close to the run rate as possible. I don't want to let it get to 7 too quickly. Oh, that's quick.
I think with the new ball, especially the fast bowlers bowling the way they do, even Fahim Ashraf was getting it to rip through, and Mohammad Wasim bowling at almost 144 clicks. I reckon with the batters, it's important that not to be too positive too early. We all know how fragile the middle order of Afghanistan has to be. So what Mohammad Rizwan and Babar and Rizwan did, these two pair in the middle, got to do that. The foundation. The last 10 to 15 knows if they can get 7 runs per over, they are still in the game.
But the problem for me is that if you bat at this rate, by the time you get to the last 10 or 15 overs, you won't need 7 and over, you'll need 10 and over. Because if they go at 3s and 4s, that will get to 7 extremely quickly.
honestly. I think it's been a fantastic start so far, and the runs making has been really hard. After 15.5 overs, almost 16 overs, is almost equal. 58 for 2 Pakistan were. Similarly, I think it's very important these two batters get the foundation right.
Again, pacey. End of the 16th, 55 for 2. Riaz is 32 or 55. He's hung in there. He was thrust to the top of the order because of Ibrahim Zadran had been off the field for a period of time, so he couldn't open the batting. So what's happening at the moment here is we've just been informed that there's some technical difficulties going on at the moment with Hawkeye. They'll try and get them up and running as soon as possible, but the captains are being informed that DRS is not available at the moment. Overs since the last boundary. And that is 2 overs since the last boundary. He's quite a cool customer, the captain. Likes to bat long periods of time. Got a double 100 in a test match. He got that double 100 against Zimbabwe in Abu Dhabi a couple of years ago.
One thing that he has to improve in international cricket is to play fast bowling. And, most of the teams in Ashfatullah Shahidi is at strike to use that bouncer. Keep him guessing even in test cricket, even in one-day cricket. The length has been quite short. Something has to be changed. That's something that Shahidi got to look after. But when it comes to spinners, he got all the strokes to survive.
Look, he had a very nasty blow in Bangladesh a few months back. Tuskin was the fast bowler, and Tuskin Ahmed. So that can sometimes have an effect on you, and take a little bit of time to sort of build up that courage again after you've had a nasty blow. You know, a lot of players get hit, but it was a nasty one for him. A fairly defensive field still. The amount of spin, there's no slip. Very tidy over, just one from it, 56 for 2.
Googly bowled that time by Shadab Khan. Don't think Riaz Hassan did pick it against the turn, but missed out. There was 4 written all over it. The length was there as well as the line. Unfortunately, it's been a struggle so far. 17 overs, 56 for 2. Fast bowlers running the show in variable bounce, making batsmen uncomfortable. Even the spinners getting the overs through because of that.
Mohammad Wasim Jr. out for 14 and 4.
They haven't used their fifth bowler as of yet, Pakistan, but their seamers are racing in here, all going over 140 kilometers an hour. So now they're behind Pakistan, or Afghanistan are behind Pakistan at a similar point, and that does concern me a little bit.
Skipper Babar Azam has the option of having one more fielder in the boundary lineup, maybe two. In fact, two, yeah. Still attacking Shahidi with a slip pen gully. Very impressive. Looking for wickets.
Disappointing really with the two deliveries there. The captain gives you a slip and has a gully, and the ball's around leg stumpish. It's a little too tight. I know that Wasim Jr. doesn't want to give Shahidi width to be able to cut him, but I think that Babar Azam was saying, look, I need you to go across the left-hander here. I feel he might just push at it.
Good point, HD. It has happened to me as well on playing days. As soon as the cow point comes forward, if the left hand is batting, gets too straight, don't want to give any width. But in those occasions, Shahid is just hanging back in the backfield. That's where I think if he can bowl the sucker ball just outside the yaw stump, getting him to the front foot, that's definitely a wicket-taking ball. And you need to have the courage, and the experience matters too. I think Mohammad Wasim Jr. played enough cricket in this highest level to understand that and get that line. Shahidi not moving his front foot that much, that will be a wicket-taking ball for sure.
I think Pakistan and Babar Azam at the moment are just quite content to try and get this run rate up. It's now at 6.5. As I mentioned to you a little bit earlier, just a couple more tight overs and it gets to 7, and it can get out of hand very quickly. By the time they get to those 10, 15 to go that you were talking about, they might need 10 and over.
Just hanging out of the back foot, even that's not that short. Just back off the length, but Shahidi just batting so deep in the crease, waiting for anything short. And straight away after that stroke, the cow point drops back. Only two deliveries to go. Square leg goes down as well. Somehow Mohammad Wasim has to have the courage to pitch it up. The only criticism I have towards him, other than that, the pace, the bounce, the movement, all brilliant. But just that length in these kind of pitches where it's helpful, it's important. Deep square leg and cow point. Controlling the boundary at the moment.
That's a good length, particularly for someone that's looking for the ball to be short.
Exactly my point. As soon as you get that cover, either side score of the wicket, the length becomes straight, much fuller. This comes with experience. Has happened to the best. This is where this young man got to learn as soon as possible. Plenty of fight for a spot with Nasim Shah, Haris Rauf having a rest, and this is where he has to grab the opportunity as soon as gets it.
Again, quick, short, well played in the end by the Afghan captain. 58 for 2. Beautifully bowled. Yeah, and the problem here for Afghanistan is that Shadab is spinning it both ways. And now a slip does come into place. Yeah, this is better.
And the mid-on up as well, inviting the batsman to go against the turn as we speak. Shadab Khan signaling, I think, Saud Shakil to go back to long on. I would like to see him in the 30-yard circle, asking Riaz Hassan out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, but I think the reason behind the long on going back and the long off going back is not necessarily from a defensive perspective. I think what Shadab is wanting Riaz to do is push at the ball, is to try and push it down the ground for one, and in doing so, possibly the ball can go to slip.
Game of cat and mouse going on at the moment. Shadab Khan being the lead spinner. To bowl Mohammad Nawaz, he's a left-arm spinner. He's been playing a lot of cricket.
Partnership 28 of 53 deliveries. Not going anywhere yet. Googly. A maiden. 58 for 2.
Good over by Shadab Khan. The run rate without much notice, just creeping up and add a lot of pressure on the two batters in the middle as well as the players in the hut. Cannot let the run rate leap over 8 runs. It's important these two players finds an odd boundary, gets a single, show some urgency.
More spin. Salmanaga. Just wonder whether you get the same sort of movement from that far end. Some offies. Oh, fielded. The big fast bowler got down well there. That had beaten him. It would have raced away for 4.
100%. Did really well, Shaheen Afridi. It was skidding off the outfield. But in the end, brilliant. That's like what you'd want to see from your big fast bowler.
And again, he needs to get his length right here. Again, that field with the long off, which is, the long off's very, very square, not a straight long off. But if he gets the length right, he's asking Hashmatullah to try and push the ball down the ground. He's busy man.
I tell you what, Babar Azam will do well to change Shaheen Afridi. 3 deliveries, cow point, or spinner bowling with a left hand on strike. That's a business line. And this is where Babar Azam got to be a little careful. Look after his fast bowler, as well as get the best fielder possible. With all means. The right-hander Riyad Hassan, there's no slip field in the offside. Babar Azam shifting across to the leg gully. That'll tell me that the line will be middle and leg stump.
The first real show of intent here. This is the bowler. Surely this is the bowler that Afghanistan will look at. Squeezed away. That'll be one more.
Right option taken by Riyad Hassan. He's trying to go over mid-off. The first delivery, smashed it really well, but only found the fielder. Second, it was in the arc, but it was 2-4. Good getting through some cheap overs, Pakistan.
So just 2 from that over, and that required rate now touches 7. 60 for 2. Did well to get to 268. Pakistan, Rizwan and Babar were very watchful up front, and then the acceleration took place, and Agar and Nawaz, their partnership was instrumental.
Give you a small lead. Last 30 deliveries, just 8 runs scored. That's how well Pakistan have bowled. And for me, these two batters, it's going through the motions. Slog sweep, deep square leg fielder. Fakhar Zaman takes it. And this was on the cards, with the amount of pressure being added to these Afghanistan batters. In the end, pays off with Shadab Khan striking and a good catch by Fakhar Zaman.
Something had to give. Afghanistan were going nowhere, and eventually Riaz decides it's on my shoulders. Just for a moment, Fakhar Zaman hesitates and then realizes, hang on a second, I can get this. Takes the catch comfortably in the end and gives Shadab a well-deserved wicket. So Riaz Hassan goes for 34 in 66 deliveries. Afghanistan 60 for 3. Shahid Kamal. So 2 left-handers at the crease now. We might see a whole heap of wrong-uns bowled here by Shadab. But he's going absolutely nowhere. He's bowled 4 overs. He's gone for 9 runs. He really is spinning it. These are perfect conditions for the leg spinner. And we did say that throughout the Lankan Premier League, he had actually got tougher to bat at night. So often that isn't the case in day-night fixtures when there's a little bit of dew around. The ball skips on nicely and batters love it. But here, it has not been the case in the last few weeks. It has become harder and harder. We've seen the seamers getting uncomfortable bounce, and now we're seeing the spinners getting plenty of turn.
Shahid Kamal is a good player. Did saw him during the ACC Imagine Asia Cup. Played really well. He played some important knocks, bowled well as well. And he's here. As Riaz Hassan was trying to up the ante, trying to go probably over mid-wicket. The slog sweep, just getting the top edge. And a good catch, Fakhar Zaman. Never easy under lights. Dark skies to run forward the way he did. Kept his eyes and did the damage.
Nicely bowled. Right, now does it fall on the captain? And when I say up the ante, I'm not saying you need to slog, but they need to get a little bit busier. So maybe a little lap where you could possibly get 2. And out. Now they are in serious trouble.
To the final lane in Afghanistan's coffin for this game. That was short, mid-wicket in, mid-on in. Is written for a boundary. And the only thing Hasbitullah Shahidi did was to smash it straight to the short mid-wicket fielder. It's been a tough knock, 13 of 31 deliveries. That's how well the Pakistanis have bowled. Imamul Haq, easy as it gets. And Shadab Khan in 1 over breaks the backbone of Afghanistan middle order with wickets of Riaz Hassan first. And skipper Hasbitullah Shahidi is second. Frustration, disappointment, but in the end, there was Hasbitullah Shahidi gone for 13 of 31. Afghanistan in trouble, 61 for 4.
The Afghan all-rounder, Gulbuddin Naib, was very good with the ball. Finds himself walking in at number 6. So still no Mohammad Nabi, which is a bit surprising. I'm surprised that Nabi hasn't walked in, to be honest. I know, he's the most experienced player. Gulbadin's only just come into the side. I know he's played plenty of cricket for Afghanistan, but just drafted into the starting 11 now.
A great opportunity for him. He's having a tough battle with Asmatullah Mirzai as the seam bowling all-rounders berth. Bowled well, 9 overs for 36.
Well, maybe that is why he's been sent in. Into the 21st, 61 for 4.
Bowled well for his 9 overs, 36 for 1, and he's here because Asmatullah Shahidi with mid-on up, mid-wicket up, just couldn't clear it. High in the bat, the pace off the pitch was quite quick from Shadab Khan. And Imam Haq, the awkward height, made it look so easy. Got a start, but just couldn't kick on. The Afghan skipper.
Yep, it skipped on. It just got onto him a little bit too quickly and hit high up on the bat. No power. He looked disappointed, didn't he, the Afghanistan captain? But 13 off 31. I honestly think he was starting to pile more pressure on his team. I mentioned to you a little earlier when you said that they need to hang in there and knock it around and make sure that when they get to the last 10 or 15 overs that they need 7 and over. Well, what number are we talking now?
Someone has to play a blinder out of their skin. That's exactly what they would need. Now with the bowling attack what Pakistan possesses, even a left-arm spinner yet to bowl. That's a great bowling lineup. Remember, 2 of their frontline bowlers, quicks, aren't playing either. They would have been licking their lips, looking at the pitch, the way it's bouncing, seeming to have a ball in this.
Rizwan thinks that this just hits the pad first. I'm not sure it is. I think his bat might just clip his pad. But I don't think the ball hits the pad first. And Babar Azam agrees with me.
Really, really close to that pad. Replay will show us.
Got in this time. And Gulbadin doesn't even wait for the umpire's decision. Afghanistan now are in all sorts of trouble.
That was a good catch by Mohammad Rizwan. Salman Aga is firing it in. Good length. Nothing shot in the end, but a good catch, Mohammad Rizwan. Going with the turn, looking at the ball to the last moment. Gulbadin named. Bowled really well. That was a fantastic opportunity to stake his claim, but in the end, gone without scoring. Afghanistan 62 for 5.
So it is Mohammad Nabi that makes his way to the middle now. The most experienced player in the Afghan lineup. I was a little bit surprised that he didn't walk in earlier. Strike rate of 85, which is very impressive in one-day international cricket. But he has batted up and down the batting order, various positions over the course of his career. This was a good catch. There was quite a thick outside edge here. Yep, snaffles it. I got you. Good catch.
There was some deviation at Rizwan. Brilliantly taken. After that delivery, Babar Azam brings himself to the slip area. That's a good thinking. I think the short fine leg field is moving across to the car point area. Dominic is going to be the one going with the arm. Oh. I think 3 times the fielder, I think it's Shaud Shakil, was at fine leg, car point in the end. Babar Azam makes up his mind. It's going to be a car point fielder.
I'm actually surprised at this field. So he's got 5 on the offside and 4 on the leg side on a surface that is actually turning quite significantly. I would not be against the man at backward point moving into a fielding position on the leg side, maybe even leg slip. If Nabi tries to get the ball behind point, he could lose his stumps.
Exactly for that, I think. HD. One goes with the arm. 22 gone. 62 for 5. Good point you brought up, HD. If it was a ranked turner, and Salman Aga likes to turn the ball much, but I think he just likes to fire it in. And most of the time when you bowl in that line, cow point, even a forward defense goes to that area, a thick outside edge will be a boundary. So that's a risk that Babar Rizwan don't want to take. But I'm with you. Would like to see, especially with Mohammad Nabi, just into the crease, a leg gully, playing with his mind, playing with his ego.
So Shahid has had to watch the carnage from the other end here. He's 2 or 4 deliveries, the left-hander. And this keeps happening. And you can also understand he wants to play the game at his pace.
Right, temptation for Shahid. Down up, mid off up. He'll take it up. First ball shot up, Khan googly. Invitation is being offered.
The problem for Afghanistan is they've lost 3 quick wickets, 1 at 60, 1 at 61 and 1 at 62. So these 2 now almost need to try and rebuild, and in doing that, that required rate will go up even further. So the rebuild still needs to, there still needs to be runs scored. Can't just bat the ball back.
Benefit for all our viewers. Last 30 deliveries, 4 runs and 3 wickets. That's how well Pakistan have bowled. And the Afghans are bad. Unfortunately, got to say this, they've been completely bamboozled by spin at both the ends.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, but I don't think it's been the easiest pitch, the easiest one-day pitch to bat on. It took a real gritty performance from Babar Azam and from Mohammad Rizwan to give them that platform which allowed them that acceleration towards the back end, but it wasn't easy, and it continues to be tough.
I think that's why HD, after today, most likely Pakistan will be the #1 team in the world. Going gets tough. 2 senior players put their hands up, get the job done, takes responsibility.
So just a single off that over. That's 23 gone now. Afghanistan are chugging along. That's 63 for 5.
.63 for 5. 206 still needed. 27 overs left. Pakistan have done well here today, as the previous crew were just saying. Good fight back with the bat. Got more runs than maybe they would have expected halfway through the innings. And now pressure is on Afghanistan. They've lost 5. Real struggle to get the runs on the board. Real struggle to keep the run rate up there. It's dragging behind at the moment. So Shahidullah faces the left arm pace of Shaheen Shah Afridi. The edge, just dropped short. Taken on the half volley, taken nicely, taken cleanly, nonetheless on the half volley. Yeah, someone had slipped it well, actually. It was, you knew it wasn't going to quite carry. A little bit wider. Knew it wasn't going to carry. Tried as best you can in those conditions. He has so little time to do it, to get his hands a little bit further forward, try and get underneath it. But in the end, had to accept that the half volley was going to be as good as it got. Watch this now. Tries to get forward with the hands a little bit, but there is only so much you can do in that time. Yeah, well bowled. And this is where it is such a privilege in many ways for Babar Azam to be able to say at this stage of an innings, you've got 5 wickets in the bag. To be able to say, right, to try and show Afridi, come up, step up, see if you can get another one, just keep the pressure on. You've got the pace, you've got the bounce. And it's been a pretty immaculate over, actually, so far. Found the edge first ball, one a little bit wider, but no runs from it yet in 4 balls, and he's been threatening that outside edge throughout. Still keeps the same line. Just the one, though. There's a lot of ifs there. 24 overs in, 64 for 5. I'm afraid it's not as though he's been in the runs.
Look at that for a view, a mesmerizing view from Afghanistan. Been gifted with the beautiful nature of Afghanistan.
Oh, sorry for that. Where was that? That was Bamyan, was it?
Yeah, that's right.
Right, 64 for 5, 24 overs gone. We have another change. Mohammad Nawaz played a very handy knock with the bats, lower down the order. Left arm spin now has a chance as well.
It was the partnership that helped Pakistan compile 165 runs in the last 20 overs. The clinical thing in the innings of Pakistan was the way they built the innings when Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan were out in the middle. They absorbed the pressure. And once they had the platform, they capitalized on it, and the result is that now they have such a huge total on the board. It'll be very comfortable what they have put on the board after their first innings batting display.
Well, they're treating Nawaz with a fair amount of respect here. This is what's known as gentle left-arm spin. We've seen the real spinners of the ball in action at various stages of the day. He just kind of rolls the fingers over the top, relies on sort of line and length and just subtle varieties. Slides away off the outside part of the bat. Now, saw a few misfields in the field earlier with Afghanistan. That's one of the ones we've seen now with Pakistan as well.
I mean, you often hear welcome boundary, will say welcome misfield for Afghanistan's cause. At least it's been 63 deliveries since they have hit a boundary, and they've only been able to get 7 runs in the last 30 balls. So they gotta have to do something if they are really thinking about chasing this big 203 remaining runs to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, the reason for that lack of runs in that last 30 balls, as you were saying, is the wickets that fell. 3 wickets also fell in that same passage of play. That's what takes the heart out of any innings for any team. And let's face it, with the situation it is, the ones will not be enough. 67 for 5, halfway through. Yeah, this is one of those chases where I think everyone recognised it would be a tough chase. One of those chases where you hope that enough men contribute. But if you look at the scorecard, I mean, top score so far for Afghanistan is Riaz's 34. There's a 5, there's a 0, there's a 13, another 0. Those are not the scores that get you towards a target. Well, Naseem Shah not playing today. Babar Azam was and played a part. This man just loves playing all the time. Shah Shah Afridi. Now umpires coming together. Impossible to tell from here what they are discussing out in the middle. Okay, we've had this earlier as well in this innings. Hawkeye is not operational. So DRS suspended. Technical reasons, technical glitches. Apologies, dear old Hawk. So yes, so DRS will not be available at this stage. Umpires are still talking. We've got the third umpire on the field again. He's ordering a cab for later. Yes, annoying, irritating. And DRS very much part of the game across the globe, across the world nowadays. And we've seen it used effectively today. Just for now, we'll have to do without it. Right, Shah Afridi. The full face of the bat presented by Shahidullah. At 7 from 20. Nabi's faced 5 yet to get off the mark. Going to ask Vidai not to look at the required run rate, so just upset him. But I'll tell him it's over 8s.
That's true. It's a big task, but then only tough times can make the tough men. So it's out of such situation, if you can take your team out, you get the recognition. You've been playing cricket for so long. You've represented Afghanistan across the world, playing international leagues, have a lot of experience. So if there are hopes to be made from, particularly between these two, would be more from Muhammad Nabi. It's, as I've been saying, not an easy task, but at least need to start showing the intent, need to start taking overs, 6 runs in over, 7 runs in over, do not take risks, and see if you can drag it a little forward, and then at one stage maybe you will see that it becomes probable.
I'm going to have to ask you the obvious question. Given the circumstances, given what we're looking at, given the Pakistan bowling attack, given the pitch, how do you force the pace without taking risks?
There's a word called miracle. I'm asking for a miracle, I guess.
No further questions, Milad.
No, it's tough. It's not easy, absolutely. I mean, you're spot on. See, from the cricketing viewpoint, this is not an easy task. The bowlers are in good rhythm, and on the top of that, the wicket's been behaving. There's been really, really big bounce on the wicket. And at times, we've seen uneven bounce as well. That is going to further create second thoughts in the mind of the batsman. So it's not an easy task ahead of him. But then what can you do? I mean, you always need to play for the win. So it'll only be a matter of time to see how they can adjust according to the situation, and see if we could at least start seeing some intent from both Muhammad Nabi and Shahidullah Kamal, and try and pursue the target. Make your best effort. Let's see what happens. Well, if anything is going to make it more difficult, these short pitch deliveries. And Afghanistan not being very comfortable with the short pitch deliveries, you wouldn't be expecting him to take on the short pitch. And I think one of the other issues was that when they start going after the bowlers after the 20th over, they decided to go after Shadab Khan. Maybe Salman Ali Agha could have been an easier option to go after. Then again, it's just a tough day in the office for the Afghanistan cricket.
Well, there's a bit of a truism about all this. 68 for 5 after 26. And that is that most of the time, not necessarily 100% of the time, most of the time, a strong side up against a less strong side, I'm keeping it as simple as I can here, will come out on top. Afghanistan, I give them immense credit for all they've done over the years, you know, from the inception of the Afghanistan national team to where they are now in a World Cup coming up in a few weeks' time, and with some brilliant players, some absolutely brilliant players. But the depth isn't quite there when you have a team like Pakistan in this sort of form. Mohammad Nawaz again, second over for him. If you're talking about anyone trying to make an inroad into this Pakistan attack at the moment, this is the gentlest you'll get from Pakistan. You know, gentle, rolled left arm orthodox spin.
I really doubt he's not one. He's actually he's been one of the attacking bowlers for Afghanistan. He takes wicket and he bowls wicket to wicket.
Let me put it
another
way.
option.
Let's
get another one.
Give me pads, gloves, and a bat, and I'll show you what I would do.
Of course, you would just rock out there. As
No. I'm not saying that.
I'm
not saying that. Not saying that. But of all the options, I'm just going to tell you this: of all the options out there, yeah, he's no mug. He's not a mug at all. He gets the ball is in the right place pretty much all the time, for sure. But if you're going to try and make some sort of impression, use your feet. You can get down to him because it's gentle pace. Okay, yes, there'll be tiny varieties, but you can get down to him. You can use your feet, get yourself in position, at least play some shots, and that would give you what you're asking for.
I think looking at all the bowlers that Pakistan has, you need to come out with the belief that every winning is win the game and not to just play 50 overs. I mean, absolutely, Afghanistan need to hold their heads high. The way they performed in the second ODI, that was phenomenal. I mean, the innings from Rahmanullah Gurbaz was one for ages to remember. But given circumstances, I think they need to start looking at what are they chasing, at what pace they need to start calibrating their chase, because it just can't work this way. If you're wasting overs, not getting enough runs, not even getting 6 runs, it will not take you anywhere.
Well, there are many phrases that deal with the situation. They are caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. "71 for 5. Yeah, it's turned into an absolute struggle here. 16 runs in the last 11 overs. The scoring rate has dropped almost as far as it can, but that's the pressure that Pakistan have applied. All credit to Pakistan for the way they've done that. The key is taking wickets, and you keep the pressure on and you get those wickets, the pressure builds yet again. It's self-fulfilling. Tough for both Shahidullah and even for Mohammad Nabi, who might have been around for 15 years of Afghan cricket. He might have seen it all. He's been there at times, special times for them as well, but even the experience, even all that talent, it's still going to be tough for him. The odd run just coming off the outside part of the bat. It's just one of those situations where it just seems as though Pakistan can do no wrong and Afghanistan just can do no right.
Unfortunately.
Indeed, indeed.
I mean, fans across the world want to see competitive cricket, so it's important that they put fight into this from here to end.
There is no weak link in this bowling lineup. Everybody responding to the captain's call magnificently. And it's good to see Mohammad Nawaz, I'll say it again, not darting the ball, flighting the ball, bowling bravely. And Ramesh bhai, you were talking about South Shakil. Did you call somebody or what?
I think they've done exceedingly well to pick him because he deserved it. Absolutely. The guy has got a lot of talent. He's temperamentally strong, tailor-made to play spin. And the fact that he's a left-hander, and it's of such value to have a left-hander in the middle order.
Yeah, he got a double 100 during the first test match played against Sri Lanka at Galle. Here's another request. Pick up your phone and call for Zaman Khan. He'll be suitable on these pitches. He's a slinger. The ball will tend to keep low on different surfaces, and he can be handy. Come on, pick up the phone, please.
I've got a more powerful medium available, which is the mic. So I'm sure that eventually he'll be picked. He bowls at over 140 clicks. He's got this slinging action, which is difficult to pick straight away for certain batters. That's hit, and on the bounce to the fielder. That's well collected. The fielding has been outstanding from Pakistan. But there's so much wealth of fast bowling in the circuit. It's quite amazing that a guy like Zaman cannot be picked.
And different skills. And that's where the Pakistan cricket is very fortunate. They keep on spotting the talent. And the talent comes from nowhere. Reverse sweep with effects. Boundaries being picked up by Mujib.
A shot is from Mujib, some entertainment for the spectators coming in from different parts of the world. And Colombo too, well in control of the stroke. Shot.
Oh, Plum. No. Oops. What happened? Inside edge? Oh, they do not have a DRS facility available, but it looked. Plum, due to technical reasons, I've just been told, it's not available. The machine is down.
He's asked for it. Was there any bat involved here? Quickest delivery. Low trajectory, forced the batsman on the back foot. Which stump this one is missing?
I think the third umpire can give this out without the DRS facility. This is so absolutely plumb. I think we're still looking for an inside edge, and if it's not an inside edge, this is absolutely in front of the stumps.
Will that be conclusive with the naked eyes?
Well, if this is not conclusive with the naked eye, you need an ophthalmologist, man.
This is straightforward with a blind eye. Rizwan aborted the appeal. It was so straightforward. don't have ultra edge, we've been told. So it's going to be a not out because that decision will stay with the on-field umpire. Is not going to revisit that. So it was a not out, still is a not out. It's just trying to figure out what happened. I think there is no DRS available because the machine is down, unfortunately. Otherwise, it would have showed 100% hitting the stumps.
I think it was a case of the ball hitting the front pad first and then going on to hit the back leg. And that's where the umpire was confused. Anyways, these things do happen in cricket. It's going to be Fahim Ashraf. The ball is 8th over.
Very impressive, 2 for 24 in his 7 overs, making a comeback and making impressions straight away.
Can have a man in the slip cordon. Surely 155 of 89 balls. They can get Afghanistan all out in no time if they have these catches around the bat. 29 is shy. It has been a good outing that will help him a lot in his future endeavors. This is a tough pitch to bat on, and with Afghanistan reeling, not being able to play pace properly, this really is, in that perspective, a very, very fine innings from Shahid.
Yeah, he has put up a lot of resistance, Shahid. Is probably the best bowling lineup in the world, especially looked comfortable against Shaheen Shah Afridi. But it's amazing how much a bounce Fahim Ashraf is extracting at the moment from this pitch. Bowling crossing, still getting the ball to jump.
Slipping position. Swung away. It's gone all the way.
It's all about intent, isn't it? There's a number 9 batsman showing a bit of intent, and he's picking up boundaries. Just hooked the ball. Pace was used and sailed over the boundary line for yet another 6 of the match.
It's another smash, and it's this time a boundary.
Entertainment Aguilar, 16 of 8, 6, smacking one. That's taking his front leg out of the way of a slower delivery and smacking it through that region, through the onside. 1 bounce for 4.
Yeah, so far he has faced 8 deliveries and he has scored 16 with the help of a couple of boundaries and then a 6.
Oh, another one. This is turning out to be a pretty special over for Mujib. It's a 6, it's a flat one.
It was flatter than flat. He just nailed it. Packed away from the leg stump, got the length, and he comfortably pulled the ball. And sailed over the boundary line in no time. Finally, a bit of entertainment. That has been the most expensive over of the match.
It's been given a wide. He was drawing away from the line to once again clear the front leg and try that leg side field again.
Tremendous over striking from Mujib to the onside. Then flat and over the boundary. Second six of the over.
The idea is right, is trying not to cover that line on that off stump, because every time that ball has pitched in that good length area, it has taken off.
Yeah, he's been rewarded not committing on the front foot. Yes, he's been backing away from the leg stump, but it has worked. He must have getting caught in the whirlwind of Mujibur Rahman. That's nicely played. He'll retain the strike. 36 overs done, 132 for 7.
Afghanistan requiring 137 to win from 84. A good start, losing a couple of early wickets. Key batters falling early, and after that it's been catching up job, not quite matching to the strengths of Pakistan's fast bowling and spin as well.
He's running hard to retain the strike. He's been the aggressor. Mujib.
He's been keeping wickets in hand at this point of time. Also with a bit more intent from the top of the batter, things could have been different. Sometimes when you allow the fast bowlers to operate in the areas that they like, they focus too much on technique.
I feel certain pitches are made for slogging. Because if you try to get behind the line of the ball, you'll be teased and probably get out. And so this is kind of a pitch probably a bit like the league cricket in England, where you draw away from the line of the ball and start hitting, and somehow you get a 50 in no time. And the moment you try to get behind the line of the ball, you're bamboozled and you're done.
Yeah, on a pitch like this, as a batter, you're better off playing those horizontal bat strokes rather than vertical bat. And the ball has been doing something, extra bounce, and that is the only way you deal with extra bounce, horizontal bat strokes.
Pakistan hoping for a wicket to fall. I think the body language suggests that they've tried hard enough. They probably have this covered. Now it's up to Afghanistan to take risks and get out. Oh, big shot, 6. He's timing that brilliantly.
Oh, what a shot that was. Staggering. That was a flighted delivery. Yes, it was outside the leg stump, but how well he managed that one. Picked the right spot,
between mid-wicket and mid-on, and it has disappeared. Yeah, he's turning it on. Mujib, quick fire 30 from 14 deliveries.
There is no dearth of talent, batting talent as well. It's about conditioning and the requirement of exposure. 37 overs have been bowled, 140 for 7. Good partnership developing. Mujib 30 of just 14. Shahidullah 30 of 55. Long way to go, but show positivity, the determination to fight. And that's what they are known for. The way they responded in the second ODI as well with the bat. Two for 27, Shadab. Swept behind the square. A boundary for Shahidullah Kamal.
It has come after a long time for Shahidullah Kamal. The moment the leg spinner was introduced, he wanted to slog sweep and did it successfully.
It's an eye-catching effort, this partnership, 47 of 31. Could there be a twist? 125 in 76 balls, 3 wickets in hand. Mujib is batting brilliantly on 30 of 14. Shahid is dig in, 34 of 57. Here's another sweep shot. This time there's protection, only a single.
Yeah, stranger things have happened. How often we have seen those stranger things. Teams making a comeback from nowhere. What I like about Babar captaincy in this game, he knows it's just a matter of time. He's not overburdening Shaheen Shah, Afridi, or the other frontline bowlers. He can use Wasim Jr. He's only bowled 5 overs.
Card away through the offside for another single. Maybe introduction of fast bowlers at this point of time to take wickets.
It's quite amazing, this game of cricket. If you get a partnership rolling, pitch becomes a little easier to tackle. Bowlers become that much more easier to hit. And you tend to find gaps invariably all the time. 50-run partnership now, 35 balls.
And how easily those 50 runs came about. And the main contributor has been Mujib. From 15 deliveries, he has scored 31. Make it 37. That's a big one.
Tremendous striking from Mujib. He's now 37 of 16 balls, and this partnership is infusing bit of hope. 56 of 36, 116 of 72 balls. Something for Afghanistan to look forward to. Tremendous effort. This goes on to show that if you have a plan based on aggression, based on common sense, then you can be a successful batter or a successful cricketer. Last ball 6. Really climbed into that one and smashed it over mid-wicket. He's going at a strike rate of 231, Mujib.
A rather dull day has lit up by Mujibur Rahman's innings so far. And Mohammad Wasim Jr. straight away for the first ball. There's a left hand, some bounce. This has been the most consistent thing right throughout the day, especially in the second innings for the Pakistani fast bowlers. The amount of bounce being produced out of this surface.
So this is Afghanistan's fastest 50 partnership for any wicket versus Pakistan in ODIs. 35 balls it took. At long last we saw entertainment. And Shahid richly deserves this. 36 of 61. He saw through a very, very tough time. But is still there, grinded it out, and now finding it easier to place the ball and play a few shots as well. Oh, too quick, that bouncer from Wasim Jr.
Definitely, Wasim Jr. has dished out some thunderballs today, making it to the team. First two games couldn't find a place in the team, got his opportunity, and he has bent his back right today. As well as these two batters, especially Shahid, playing as a batsman. Did see him in the ACB Emergencies Cup, was very, very good. And Mujibur Rahman, in all fairness, has been striking really well, playing proper cricketing strokes and making sure they go the distance.
It's all part of the learning curve, as they say. Learning it on the job. It's not been easy when wickets have gone down, when the better ones have faltered and fallen.
Babar Azam, what a fantastic knock he played, and what a vital one as well. Took responsibility, took the bait, and made sure did the hard work along with Mohammad Rizwan. This is what good players, classy players do. When they get tough kids going, they put a value on the wicket. It's something that, as you said, Ramesh Bhai, that Afghanistan should learn as soon as possible. I just feel a little bit of cricket I have done with Afghanistan, covering them. As soon as it's under lights, there is seam movement and some help for the fast bowlers. These players have struggled. That's something that they got to brush up, especially so many games being played under lights in Asia Cup as well as the World Cup.
You make a good point, because different tactics, different technique is engaged under lights, whether you're batting or bowling. At times you find dewy conditions, and so for the spinners it'll be difficult to hold the ball properly, but you've got to adjust. This is a punishing international circuit. This will test Mujib. Pace bowling. 39 done, 154 for 7.
Even when Afghanistan played Sri Lanka in 3 ODIs up in Hambantota, there were day games. And the morning hours, there was some help for the fast bowlers. The struggle as there as well, just before the qualifiers was played. I just feel whenever there is movement, pace, the Afghanistan batters do struggle. It's something that they need to brush up somehow. They got the bowling, and remember they got 4 games, 2 in Chepauk, which is Chennai, 2 in Delhi. Wickets are slow and low. The batters can get it right. They have the bowling attack, especially the spinners, to get the job done and surprise for quite a few teams.
Yes, took his time and probably has made the right call. Batsman really will have to go because there is no DRS available. Tried hard, and I think he probably was in front of the stumps. He's quick through the air, Shadab, and he was extremely confident that he had got the batter in front of the stumps. Yeah.
It looked dead, Ramesh. I think it has probably missing leg and hit him middle. just as the previous one. On this occasion, the right decision was made on field. Nevertheless, Shahid Kamal fighting 37 of 65. Kudos to the young man. 154 for 8, Afghanistan.
Farid Malik is a passionate cricketer, 29 years old. Bowled his heart out. 8 down Afghanistan. 3 wickets now for Shadab. He's such a value addition to this side. He fields brilliantly, bats well in crunch moments, and then as a leg spinner, he's hot right now.
Just a word on Shadab Khan. He just reminds me of Shahid Afridi, but different dimension. Shahid Afridi likes to go after the ball first delivery, but I think Shadab Khan brings that balance at number 7. When the situation needs him to be there at the wicket, he does that. And bowls his 10 overs, which is very crucial, as well as a gun fielder. It's definitely a brilliant asset to the team.
Oh, big spin from outside at off stump. Didn't pop up after hitting the bat. That's the other thing that he's done today, is bowled a lot of leg spinners and they've spun.
Absolutely. There's a lot of tendency against leg spinners to against the left hand to bowl a lot of googlies, whereas Shadab Khan has stick to his guns. It's wonderful to see. Maybe the confidence factor, scoring runs, bowling well, fielding well, is showing off definitely.
That's gone up in the air. Who's calling for it? Probably will fall safely in. So a slice up in the air is not held by the outfielders.
As long as long on field, Shaheen Shah Afridi was in the circle. Farid Malik, the devil in him, could not have any more patience. Went against it. It was a googly attempted. In the end, safe for 2 runs.
There was another wrong gun. Didn't like it because it was wrong line. Nevertheless, successful over comes to an end. 156 for 8.
A successful spell by Shadab Khan. Picked up 3 important wickets for Pakistan. As a top edge of Riaz Hassan. Brilliantly taken by Fakhar Zaman at deep square leg. Ashfatullah Shahidi, short ball. Wanted to go over mid-on probably. Caught by Imam ul Haq, and that was the last one. Shahidullah was plumb in front. He spread the length and stuck him in front of middle stump. Brilliant bit of display by Shadab Khan. That's the signal for the 3rd power play by umpire Nitin Menon. Pakistan can have 5 fielders saving the boundary now.
There's the expected shot one, and he's going to get a lot of them in this over. Completely at home he was against spin. This will test him.
I bet you my bottom dollar Mujibur Rahman did not enjoy that. How impressive is Mohammad Wasim Jr. today?
Yeah, he's a very, very fine bowler. He can reverse it, he can bowl at a good feisty pace. Bowls a good outswinger. And is hit over the top for 1 bounce 4. In his radar, in his reach, and it goes.
Wasim Jr. was going to the glory ball. Full, but equal to the task was Mujib. Yes, he gave him some room, probably expecting another bouncer. But what he did well, Mujib, was have a good head position, was steady, and he made sure he prayed through the line, through the offside. Very impressive.
He's 41 of 19 balls. There's a shift in the field. Another man at mid-wicket has been positioned, so he's not going to get anything up. Exposes the stumps.
Back of the length. That's understandable. Fed away by Wasim Jr. after getting struck. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, fine leg. It's predominantly going to be back of the length and bouncers aimed at Mujib.
He's on track to be the fastest to score a 50. Rashid got it in 27 balls. He's 41 of 20. Slow ball. Puts it away for mid-wicket fielder to come in and collect it.
Mujibur Rahman's batting has come leaps and bounces. Remember when he started, but it was just a walking wicket. But more he has played for international cricket as well as franchise cricket. They've realized, just like Rashid Khan, how important to score those runs in the late order. And what's impressive for me in this innings is the shape that he has kept, especially with fast bowlers. Spinners, yes, he's been hitting it through the line and clearing it. For the fast bowlers, sometimes gives it room, but still the head position keeps it still and swings through the line. It's a swipe. One of the days when the fast bowlers looks after the other fast bowler. No more bouncers. We've passed those days, Ramesh Bhai.
Absolutely. It's cutthroat competition. It's goal-hearted effort. That's well played in the end. Expected Yorker from Wasim Jr. after bowling a bouncer. It's 161 for 8. Pakistan with a healthy 268 on a dicey pitch, and Afghanistan in pursuit of that score, out 8 down. 108 needed of 54. Probably may not happen, but eyes are on Mujib. Will he get a 50? And can he get it before the 25th ball, which is the fastest scored by 27 balls scored by Rashid Khan? This is the over. Spinner is on. Mujib is on strike. Oh, how did that miss the stumps? But he was lining up for another majestic 6.
In all fairness, I think Mujibur Rahman deserves that record, but not playing these kind of strokes. He was much better playing through a straighter bat, even towards mid-wicket. Trying to slog, especially with a short bound to the leg side, is not going to work. Play good cricketing strokes, I still feel he'll get it under 27 deliveries if he does that.
He has the strike. 4 balls left in the over. Well, let's try to figure out the areas which may interest him for a 6. So if he wants to go with the spin, it's got to be over mid-wicket. Long on, they have long fence on the leg side. Talking about a 75-meter plus hit. Doesn't hit over cover, so it has to be a flat batted. Sorry, he's a right-hander, so he's got to go against the spin. He's going to smash it over mid-wicket. Here he goes, and there she goes for another mighty 6. Fantastic hitting this on 48 of 23 now.
This is exactly what I meant. Play with the proper cricketing strokes. Head position, brilliant. Keeping a close eye. Head underneath the ball. And flexing his arms. This is brilliant. The long levers making sure, probably the biggest six of the day. Or maybe even the series.
He'll go again. 3 balls left in this over. Oh, stop. Well stopped in the end by Fahim. Otherwise, Attu would have given him the fastest 50 for an Afghanistan batter. Still got a chance. 2 more balls to beat Rashid's record.
Agonizingly, he's waiting for the second run, but a brilliant effort by Fahim Ashraf.
Got to take a single there. No, he doesn't.
Now be sensible, Farid. Just block this. Give that opportunity, Mujib. First ball, he deserves it. Yes, he has 2 more deliveries to go. Got to be sensible right here, right now.
Striker is with Mujib. He's on 49, 170 for 8. The Herculean performance from Mujib. Some of his stalwarts have struggled to come to grips with the sideways movement and the extravagant bounce. He's on strike. Mohammad Wasim is not going to feed him anything close to his bat. It's got to be a short ball. Is he ready for it? And no, he doesn't get that single.
After this knock, what are the chances? Mujibur Rahman goes up to the head coach, the captain, and says, get me up the order. He's been brilliant. He's outbatted most of the batsmen in this pitch. Even against good fast bowling, who's bowling at 145, he looked more secured, and he has the mentality to do it.
1 more ball for him to create that record. And he takes a single. Record now belongs to Mujib. Fastest 50 for Afghanistan in ODI. And he knows it, I think. We all stand up and applaud this effort. It's been a great entertaining innings. And he richly deserves it because he had a method. Hit spinners out of the ground, and they're quality Pakistan spinners that were absolutely taken to the cleaners.
Take a bow, young man. You thoroughly deserve all the recognition what you're getting. 5 massive sixers, 3 brilliant boundaries. Shown the batters in the dressing room how to get the job done. Absolutely brilliant. Yes, it's on a losing course, but he has entertained all of us. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, Pakistan have dominated right throughout, but Mujib with the ball in all 3 games, and in this especially, breaking the record what Rashid Khan had.
Maybe get a sponsor now for his bat. 50 of 26 is seriously good batting and hitting and entertainment. His previous best before this knock was 18 in all formats.
Luxury of playing lots of franchise cricket around the world. Remember when he started his career, it was just a walking wicket. Now he has become a force to reckon with. That's how well, especially Rashid Khan as well in this team. Professionalism to be shown, and this young man have shown the top order batters how to get the job done.
Edge over the keeper's head. Will get up 4. Slashing and slashing hard. Shorter length from Wasim Jr. He has not tried the Yorker ever since he was put away over mid-off by Mujib. Length ball. Well, agricultural in style, but did the job for the left-hander.
Time to go over probably mid-on with a flat bat. Fortune favours the brave. The big fast bowler. Reed getting a top edge.
End of the 43rd, 8 down for 175.
That's what we're talking about. Breaking Rashid Khan's record of 26 deliveries against a formidable Pakistan team. Mujibur Rahman is the man.
He'll savor this for a very, very long time. Not only the guy to get there in 26 balls, but against quality Pakistan bowling lineup, where others went down like 9 pins. He absolutely massacred the spinners. 5 sixes and 3 fours for him.
Babar Azam having taken no chance, bringing in the ace fast bowler Shaheen Shah Afridi. All these 7 overs for 16 runs were very impressive with the new ball, as well as in his second spell. Pride at stake, not taking any chances. Babar being his #1 fast bowler.
Starts out with a slow ball. Deceived the striker, but that ball missed the stumps. It's good in a way that Pakistan have played here in Colombo, because come the Asia Cup, they'll have matches here in the second round. There's a lot of Pakistani talent at the LPL, but as a group, this will benefit them immensely. Straight hit. Shaheen Shah Afridi is treated indecently.
Second time in the over, going for another slow ball. The first delivery, the length was good, slightly short and not full, but this occasion, again, the front foot was so away from the leg stump, but still what he did well, Mujib, is to have a good head position, still head position, and playing it underneath. This is superb batting.
At times you just want to do something different when a batsman like Mujib is on strike. He's a slogger, so you try to do different things instead of just following a certain pattern as if you're bowling to a batsman. You try to bowl to a slogger and you lose the plot at times. You put yourself under a lot of pressure. Shaheen Shah Afridi is smart enough to know the value of a length ball against a slogger or a yorker. I think he's got to just continue with that routine as if he's bowling to a top order batter.
It's a learning curve for the fast bowlers as well. There's no reverse swing, absolutely. I don't see anything from neither of the fast bowlers. How to get the yorker in. Being a fast bowler, when he's reverse swinging, it's easy to get the yorker in, whether it be outside the off stump yorkers or straight down the middle. But when it's not, this is where experience counts. Mohammad Wasim Jr., youngster, will have to learn. Shaheen Shah Afridi, yes, he's a seasoned campaigner. Sometimes he can struggle as well. That's why he's going for these slow balls. It's a learning curve for everybody.
Well, that's well stopped at square leg. He comes back for the second. He wants the strike. He gets it. That's good batting, actually. He covered the set of stumps and didn't really flinch, so he stood his position and then whacked it towards square leg for couple.
Yeah, third occasion, Shaheen Shah Afridi has gone for a slow delivery. All 3 against Mujib. Just goes to show, I think, when he's not reverse swinging against the right hand, he's comfortable bowling those slower cutters into the pitch, not giving the length.
What a shot. What a shot that is. That's gone and hit the fence Just a flick of the wrist and nothing more. Everything being met at the center of the bat. Mujib is having a ball. 61 he is of 31. This is a smashing innings.
Well, it's been entertaining from Mujib. He's breaking records left, right and centre. The highest score now by a batter at number 9 or lower against Pakistan in ODIs, as well as the fastest 50 for Afghanistan. Previous to number 9 was 59 not out by Guido Alves for Sri Lanka against Pakistan. 1983 World Cups. That's been around for a while.
Yeah, the Pakistani bowlers getting into the whirlwind of Mujib, and it has been a sensational innings. And played with all the freedom in the world. And that effort of his was not expected.
Indeed not. I mean, he's had the freedom, of course, of the situation, which gave him, as I say, absolute freedom to play any shot he wanted, but he's played them well. Consistently struck them well. Now that will test Imam down there, and Imam is equal to that particular test. Good diving stop by him. He's been consistently good in the field. Yeah, this one not out the middle for a change.
It's absolutely been entertainment. That's the least that I can say about that. And at the same time, Imam ul Haq, how brilliant he's been in the field throughout the day. Saves definite 3 runs. Talking about Mujib, in Bangladesh series that Afghanistan recently had.
Now that's gone up. This is going to be a real tester. It's going to drop safe. Had the height and had enough distance to clear the infield, not enough to reach the outfield.
Rais Ahmad Zai, the Afghanistan assistant batting coach was talking to me, and he said, I changed the guard for Mujib, and I said, stand on the middle. You might well be able to reach to the ball, because previously he used to stand and take guard on the leg stump. So that seriously has improved his hitting abilities. It's been really a good show.
Unorthodox. Translation, subtitles, had no idea what was going on.
Yeah, by taking that guard, middle stump guard, he's taken everybody off guard.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, there was some show. I wanted that. Like, come on, some shots all around the ground, and look at that. He's broken such an old record for the 9th wicket. He's got the highest, 62 runs, and still going against Pakistan.
Yeah, we have spoken enough about Mujib, but how about Farid's effort? He has hung around for Mujib to be able to take on the Pakistani bowlers. He's been there for 19 deliveries. He's chipping in. They're getting closer and closer.
To what? Well, that's well struck. It's been beautifully fielded as well. Hang on, where's that gone? Well, he had a good shot, powerfully struck, a great bit of fielding at mid-off, because that was travelling and it was a good pickup. And then the throwaway, the literal throwaway. 192 for 8. Well, Mujib today, and when he came in, the situation was nigh on hopeless, so he had absolute freedom to play shots. But look how far they go. he just kept milling them, and another one goes, they go even further. Holds the pose for the cameraman. So yes, it has been a very fine exhibition of power hitting. Comfortably top score for the day for Afghanistan in what is going to be a losing cause. 192 for 8. 5 overs left. But a lot of pressure was put on the Afghanistan batting lineup right from the start. Babar, of course, goes quickly. That always makes a big difference to the psychology for an Afghan team. Sliced away. One bounce down to third.
Watch out. Mujib is on strike.
That's well put. Absolutely. It was a long time back, probably some years. Afghanistan was playing against Zimbabwe and Daulat Zadran and Mujib Zadran out in the middle. And that time it was Daulat Zadran who hit some big shots, but he did play that contribution. Here exactly is the same scenario, but now Farid is providing that assistance in this innings to Mujib. How many more can he hit?
Well, he ain't hitting that, but the scoreboard will take 4 more runs. That was quick enough. Quick enough to beat any intent to get bat on ball, and quick enough and high enough to beat a diminutive Rizwan too behind the stumps.
Only 72 required from 28 deliveries. Few more boundaries, and they'll start to feel we can win it.
Yeah, then he won't have the freedom. Then he'll have to play properly, won't he? Powerfully struck, and again well fielded. Almanaga on the in the deep there. But that flew off the bat, didn't it?
Yeah, every time he has hit the ball, middled it most of the times, and pinged off the bat. Quite entertaining. Quite entertaining. And he has shown no respect and no fear with this strong bowling lineup of Pakistan. He has dealt with the Pakistani bowlers disdainfully.
And the interesting thing is this, when it came to crease, yes, the cause was nigh on hopeless. So we talk about the absolute freedom to do almost anything you want, but he's hit the ball beautifully. The relevancy is this: if Pakistan find themselves in the Asia Cup and the World Cup in a tighter game, and someone comes in down the order and does the same sort of thing, which might take the game away from them, they need to have plans and ideas and things they can fall back on to make sure that doesn't upset their particular apple cart then, when it really will count.
That's spot on.
That's clever. The toe of the bat. Almost, well, that sort of brings to mind snooker. You just need a bit of chalk on the tip of the bat there to give it grip.
Yeah, I'm with you. What we have seen today, Pakistani bowlers got bamboozled. The thinking process got hampered. They kept on bowling straight to Mujib. They'd never changed the lines and the lengths, and hence became very easy. Another one into the gap.
I think he's got himself out. He's come back onto his stumps, and his scintillating innings of 64 runs come to an end, come to a dramatic end, but Pakistan will certainly take it. Mohammad Rizwan looks to be very happy, and what an innings this has been. Mujib Zadran played beautiful 64 runs. That's how he got out.
Yeah, just a little bit too far back on his stumps, treads on them heavily. He knows, of course, right at that moment that his innings is done for the day. It's entertained us all. It's entertained what crowd we've had here at Premedasa today. He certainly enjoyed himself, and we've enjoyed him. 199 for 9. Well, we are down to the last wicket pair for Afghanistan. 9 down for 199. Technically, another 70 needed. And only in the space of the 4 remaining overs. It's Mohammad Wasim Jr. again. Final over for him. Farid is no longer the support act. He can have a bit of fun of his own if he wishes.
Yeah, he became the first Afghan batsman to get out in that fashion, hit wicket. Yes, as a batsman, you should use the depth of the crease, but you're not supposed to go that deep. In the air, and once again falls in no man's land.
There's still a chance for run out. Racing back for the second. Faruqi wanted to come back. Farid wanted the strike, no doubt.
By to director, we have a
and they will just check it out again. They always do. They'll check it out.
Yeah, there was no proper communication between both the batters. Farid wanted the strike. Fazal Faruqi stayed for a while. So that time might just cost you the wicket. But let's see if he's been able to make it.
Yeah, batter has made his ground before the wickets was broken. My decision.
Yeah, once again. Oh, hang on. Once again, there we decision pending, decision made, confirmed as not out. 201. The 200 has come up. 201 for 9. Always feels better than 199. Whipped away. That finds the man. Yeah, just confirming. Mujib has the distinction, apart from now having the fastest 50 for an Afghanistan batsman in ODIs, the distinction being the first Afghanistan batsman to be dismissed hit wicket in all international cricket. Just to confirm all that. So tests, ODIs, T20s. It's a first. We saw it here. Well, Wasim Jr. will be thinking that if he can just get that full and straight, that might be, you know, the Faruqi might be his man. Faruqi might be the last to go, just to wrap things up here in Colombo. Nice looking backward defensive shot, but not particularly close to the ball. This man's been impressive today. Got his first chance in this series. Fantastic that Pakistan had this depth of pace bowlers. Young men with energy and natural pace, and they all seem to have really good actions. And that's the great thing. So whoever's coaching is doing a very, very good job. Or it's just, of course, natural talent as well that comes into play. But this handful of really good young quicks is impressive. Others, of course, not here. Well left.
Yeah, what has... We'll come back to that. Overdone, 202 for 9.
Now's your moment.
Yeah, talking about Wasim Jr., he was guilty of spraying the ball down the leg side quite consistently. but looks a different bowler now. And I'm sure Mona Mokal, the bowling coach of Pakistan, has really worked hard with him. And these bowlers are responding. That's good.
Well, the dying overs then of this match between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Little left to settle apart from just the numbers involved. Technically 67 needed from 18 balls, a rate of 22.33. But for Pakistan, the satisfaction of a series won 3-0. For Afghanistan, the frustration that they came so close in match number 2 in Hambantota. Didn't quite manage to win that game. We'll have to try again another day, another time, another series. Still warm out there. Well, tell you what, with Farid, there's a lot of effort goes into this, as there has been with many other attempts at these big shots of his, but there's absolutely zero timing in that one.
Well, this has overall been a great experience for Afghanistan. Afghanistan will want more of such exposures to play against the big teams. One like Pakistan must have given him a lot to learn from. How you can close the games, focus on the death bowling, make sure you have proper finishers to finish you the game. But there's been so much for Afghanistan's think tank to look at and prepare towards the Asia Cup and towards the Cricket World Cup 2023. And definitely for Pakistan's been so good that will bring them on the top of the list, the #1 ODI ranking team.
Well, there's absolute confusion. Guess when you get down to the 10th wicket, they're not necessarily used, and certainly this pair won't have done this often together, but you're not used to these tricky decisions. Shall we, shan't we? Yes, we shall. Oh, no, maybe not. No. Bad idea. It's always a bad idea, to be honest.
Solid defense. I know it must be frustrating some. They might just want to wrap this thing up, but Afghanistan certainly playing for another 14 deliveries. They'll want to end it without losing the last wicket. They'll still take that.
Absolutely. 2 this time. Aimed away over extra cover and just slightly sliced.
Question is, who can just take this last wicket, last ball of the over for Nawaz? Can he finish it off for Pakistan?
Well, that has been struck rather well. One bounce, just a couple of feet, 3 or 4 feet inside the boundary, straight down the ground. That's a classic shot, worthy of many a better batter than he. Look how easy he makes it. Just gets that front leg out of the way, as many in the top order would try and do. Good levers, straight down the ground. Thank you very much indeed. And there should actually be just a little bit of a contest between these two at 10 and 11. One of them wants to be not out. So 209 for 9. There are technically 2 overs still left available. Yeah, 2 overs left, 209 for 9. 17 now to Farid from his 25 balls faced. Faruqi, 6 with that blow straight down the ground. That 1 bounce 4, 6 from 8. We've had a slight delay to proceedings. Nothing to worry about, of course. Had to take the cap off. Reed's cap, fine against the spinner, not so good against Shaheen Shah Afridi, who now will complete his 10. Maybe he'll wrap it up. Well, you've got to see the funny side. There was a lot of preemption there, a lot of anticipation. Maybe the anticipation was correct of the short ball, but no way this is going to, it's impossible from there to get bat anywhere near it.
Yeah, he was hoping against the hope to get bat and ball.
Well,
there.
I mean, to be fair, he was hoping for something, a normal sort of length ball, maybe the slower ball that Shaheen Shah so often bowls at the first over of a spell like this. Right, we need to have a word about postcodes, if you understand what I mean, because the ball and the batsman are in different postcodes.
Well, at least he's putting his effort into this, trying his very best to try and hit a fascinating shot, and I believe that off the innings of Mujib and seeing Farooqi hitting that ball off Nawaz's last ball in the previous over, there's a thing called inspiration. They are being inspired. These bowlers are taking the responsibility on their shoulder. They're doing the work that the batters are supposed to have done.
That has gone, and it's gone. Oh, he's put it down. It looked for a moment as though it might just have enough on it to clear the boundary. Then the position out in the deep there, he had it. He had it. He got himself into a really good position. Mohammad Nawaz, just watch him here on the boundary's edge. He was a good metre or so inside the edge of the field, therefore in a position to take the catch. A little bit off balance. That's what made the difference. I think he was sort of feeling for the boundary edge as well. That's it. That is it. That is the way. Don't worry about the catchers. Don't worry about the fielders. If you're Shaheen Shah Afridi and you know what's going on at the other end, you've got a set of stumps you can aim at. And as has always been the case in this game, if a batsman misses and you hit, that is your wicket. That is the 10th and final wicket of this Afghanistan innings. The final wicket of this three-match series, which Pakistan now take 3-0, and as such they go to the top of the rankings in ODIs, the ICC rankings in ODIs. So for them, a very, very satisfactory finish to this series.
Yeah, convincing performance by the Pakistanis in this series. Yes, they were challenged in the second ODI, but they kept their cool, and Naseem Shah was able to win them the game in the last over. And now it was Shaheen Shah Afridi to wrap up things with that low full toss. That was wicket number 2 for Shaheen Shah Afridi, and Pakistan, by doing so, they have managed to topple Australia from ICC ranking table.
Well, of course, the rankings have a certain weight. Always nice to be at the top of the rankings. And you're thinking, of course, that coming next very swiftly on the heels of this series is the Asia Cup, and coming soon after that, the World Cup itself. The rankings at that stage will be an indication. There'll be a challenge, but of course it is who comes out on top, who is holding those trophies at the end, that will really count. But for Pakistan, this is the perfect boost. First of all, for their confidence in how they're going to approach the Asia Cup. And that's the next thing they will focus on. For Babar Azam and his squad, there have been some very good performances throughout these 3 games. And Jonathan Trott shaking his hand there will know that his team, the team that he is coaching, has some serious talent, of course, but doesn't have the same depth that, for instance, Pakistan have shown. In fact, this game has been quite a good example for that, because Pakistan, from a position where they were struggling early in the day, managed to put more runs on the board than people might have thought, and now that bowling performance makes sure that they've taken this series by another comfortable margin, 3-0 in the series. This margin here today, 59 runs, with Afghanistan bowled out for 209.
There wasn't enough as far the batting display for Afghanistan has been concerned. It was only Hashmatullah Shahidi and Riyaz Hassan putting a small partnership of 30 runs only, but towards the end of the innings it was Mujib Zadran who, together with Shahidullah Kamal, put together 57 run And then with Farid, another 45 run, bringing the total of Afghanistan to a respectable 209. Still not good enough to win this match. The Pakistan bowlers been phenomenal. Shaheen Shah finishing on 2 for 31. Fahim Ashraf, he bowled really well at the early part of the innings, got 2 wickets. Wasim Jr. was good, had a proper line in length. Shadab breaking that flow of the partnership, initially getting to mate, taking 3 wickets. Salman Agha and Nawaz taking 1 and 2 wickets respectively. And this is what transpired. To chase down the total in the second innings, Rahmanullah Gurbaz was given LBW of Fahim Ashraf. After that, it was Riaz Hassan who scored, but Ibrahim Zadran staying there, facing 11 balls, was not able to open his account, finished with making no runs. After that, Riaz also getting out of Shadab, and that's where, when the wicket started flowing, Hashmatullah Shahidi not able to make contribution yet once again. Shadab the man taking 2 wickets in the over. Gulbadin Naib also getting out cheaply of Salman Agha. Muhammad Nabi getting out. A brilliant catch, Imam ul Haq of Muhammad Nawaz. Rashid Khan coming in, trying to do a few fancy hittings, but not enough. It wasn't much until Rashid hit this one maximum, but after that, trying to repeat the shot, was only able to give an easy catch. Shaheen Shah taking that catch, but we did see some beautiful explosive batting of Mujib Zadran, who got his best of his life's career against Pakistan for the 9th wicket. This has been the highest score put by a batter. Hit a few entertaining shots. Shahidullah Kamal could not continue being with him and got out. But that was the shot of the day for me. Mujib Zadran coming down the track and hitting it, getting to his 50 in style, being appreciated by the dugout, and seemed very happy until he chopped onto his wicket. The first for Afghanistan player getting out in the international cricket. And that was it until Farid tried to hit a few big shots, wasn't able to. A drop chance by Muhammad Nawaz, but this is how Shaheen Shah Afridi wrapped the innings of Afghanistan, making sure that Pakistan win the series 3-0 and topping the list in the ICC ODI teams. This is the match summary. Pakistan putting 268 in response. Afghanistan only making 209. Pakistan winning by 59 runs. And this is Pakistan Tour of Afghanistan 2023 comes to an end. Pakistan securing victory in all the 3 ODIs. It's time for the break. When we come back, we'll have the analysis of the day.
And suddenly it's all over. This week in Sri Lanka has absolutely flown by, but for Pakistan, they have the satisfaction of a series won 3-0. For Afghanistan, they'll look back at that very, very near miss at Hambantota in match number 2, where they really should have won the game and should have won their first ever ODI against Pakistan. But they'll have to think about that. They'll have to take that, as they say, on the chin. And we now know that the series is definitely Pakistan's. They are 3-0 winners, and they are officially ranked number 1 in the world. So, Amir, Parviz, for Pakistan, that satisfaction is now in the book.
It is, because they've been convincing throughout this series. Yes, Afghanistan gave them a run for their money in the second ODI, but other than that, this unit of Pakistan is very confident now. The batting believes in their bowlers, and the bowlers believe in the batting. And this complementing each other has worked for Pakistan. And the fielding has improved drastically as far as Pakistan is concerned. That was a miss. But now they are playing like a unit.
Faviz, how do Afghanistan look at this series?
I mean, I said it on commentary, David. Whenever there is a slight movement, especially under lights, Afghanistan did struggle. And that's what alarmingly giving me some issues, especially I followed Afghanistan cricket for a long time with Asia Cup and World Cup, so many night games happening. So either it's hit or a miss. When they come good, scores 300. When they don't, they lose like this. So that's a concern for me. But overall, I think they fought hard, but just that Pakistan are too superior for them.
I mean, for me, the difference today was that Pakistan had the depth. So they had the depth, the experience, the talent. I mean, for instance, Babar and Rizwan, they were under pressure, not scoring runs, finding it hard to force the pace, but the experience somehow saw them through. And Babar, is a man who loves to lead from the front.
Yeah, you know, at times batters are supposed to work hard for their runs, and that's what they did. You know, when you talk about Babar Azam, that was a dogged innings, and when you talk about Rizwan, that was painstaking. And both complemented each other, featured in that partnership, which laid the foundation, and from there on, the other batsmen they followed, they kept on going after the bowlers, and Pakistan was able to get a big total on the board.
I mean, it takes, as I say, it takes that experience to know there is a way out when things are going wrong. And of course, 50 overs, a long old game, but it was that drinks break, the final drinks break, that seemed to galvanise Rizwan to suddenly change pace.
I mean, again, class for Sovereign's fight. Babar Azam, yes, he was dogging it, and whenever he got the opportunity, he was putting it. But Mohammad Rizwan, for me, made the difference there. 67 of 79, bought the intent, bought that pressure to the bowlers of Afghanistan. He swept well, he used his pace. So overall, I think this is where, as you correctly said, DG, the experience, the class. That's why they are the #1 team. And this young man have been brilliant for Pakistan in all formats. When he has got the opportunity now, he's in superb form going into the Asia Cup. I feel at #4, Mohammad Rizwan is a dangerous player.
Indeed. No, so the contrast is this. They were able at the top of the order to put themselves in a position to make a bigger total. It was only the fun we had with Mujib at the end. I mean, let's face it, Afghanistan were encountering all sorts of problems at the top of the order. Mujib had absolute freedom to play whatever shots he wanted. But I mean, the great thing about it was they seemed to go a long, long way.
Yeah, if you enjoy yourself, you'll entertain the crowd and the viewers, and that's what we saw. He came out with an intent, and he kept on going after the bowlers. And let me tell you, after this innings, when he went back to the dressing room, he must have been asking his teammates, hey, you have to call me all-rounder from here on.
Yeah, the bowlers love that, don't they? But Faviz, you were enjoying this. I mean, you were admiring the middling of the ball.
Absolutely, as I said, I mean, I've seen Mujibur Rahman from his debut days, and when he came into the scene, he was almost a walking wicket. Now, so much franchise cricket, he's putting a value to his wicket as well, following Rashid Khan where he started. So this is brilliant stuff by Mujibur Rahman. As Amir Bhai said, he's not slugging. He's proper cricketing strokes, keeping a good shape and going through the line. And those sixers went a long way.
They were. But it was fun, of course. The record he broke for the fastest 50 for Afghanistan was Rashid Khan. And it's the same situation, isn't it? I mean, Rashid loves to bat. I mean, all these bowlers. Okay, right, Faviz, I'm coming to you. There's a pandemic going on here.
Call me
all these bowlers like to pretend they can bat, don't they? Come on, you can tell us about this.
I mean, we love our batting. Take a look at Mujibur Rahman. He's putting a value on his wicket, and now he'll be going up to Jonathan Trott and Ashwadullah Shah and said, Amir Bhai said, hey, call me all round and get me on top of the batting lineup, and that was impressive. He bowled well, and he finished the series with good batting display.
Both the bowlers have been, giving signals to the top order batsmen. If we can do it, you have to apply yourself. and it hasn't been happening. You know, they lack consistency, and I personally think these Afghani batters are very, very talented, but they have to develop softer skills to be able to get that consistency.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I mean, the game they came close, took a magnificent innings from Ramanova Gurbaz, who is super talented. And when he plays like that, I mean, anyone who gets 150, and that makes a big difference to any team. But, you know, this is the problem, is when it comes to things like an Asia Cup, when it comes to things like a World Cup, you need that depth. You need that depth in a team so you don't rely on 2 or 3 top performers.
See, what they have done with their aggressive nature when it comes to ODI cricket and T20, they have created that fear. But when you talk about a team which bring that fear consistently, Afghanistan is not there. They're still the spoilers. Not a team which is going to sail through a tournament. And that's where they have to improve upon, as far as my thinking is concerned here.
Yeah, well, let's just start thinking about these tournaments that are coming up. You know, for all these Asian teams in the Asian Cup, I mean, Pakistan have now laid down a marker, but you've got the big teams are there, India, Sri Lanka. I mean, there's competition up there. I'm not going to include Nepal in this particular stage of this conversation, but this is something which, for all those teams, you know, there is pride and kudos in winning that Asia Cup.
Asia Cup is massive. I've been a part, Amir's been a part. It's something, it's a lot of pride at stake. India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan in the mix. So this is something all the teams will take forward. Pakistan, for me, red hot. They know the conditions. They have played at this particular venue. They know everything. India lately have not performed in that well. They haven't got the side correct as far as I'm concerned. Sri Lanka, never write them off. Yes, big players are missing with injuries, but they are forced to reckon with. So this Asia Cup is anyone's game. Whoever starts well will end well, as far as I'm concerned.
I just want to add one thing. The Pakistani team has an advantage because most of the players, they have featured in LPL. They know the conditions very well.
Indeed. Okay, that sort of thing, you're right. That certainly does help. Okay, right. So we've discussed all the key attributes of this game and this series so far. What we need now are the final presentations of the series with Ramiz Raja.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your presence and patience. We're ready with the match presentation. Bulleto presents Super Cola Cup powered by Marhaba Auctions, thanks to official sponsors and partners of the event, which include Super Cola, X-Bull Energy Drink, Marhaba Auctions, Bulleto, Rario, BJ Sports, Kingdom Valley, Bank Alfla, Prince, Super Asia, KFS, KFC, Transgroup and Firebird. The guests on my left, Dr. Ahmed Khalid Hatam, Board Member ACB, Mr. Minhaj Raz, he's Cricket Operations Manager ACB, Mr. Ehsan Obaid, Event and Logistic Manager, Afghanistan Cricket Board. Mr. Yahya Ishfaq, Marketing Manager, Bulleto, is here with us, and Mr. Deepak Jaswani, Director, Firebird. May I invite Babar Azam for the stylish award. Mr. Yahya Ishfaq, may I invite him to present the Bulleto Master Blaster of the match, cash award of Afghani 50,000 to Mr. Mujib Zadran. May I invite Mujib to please come forward. Mujib. Can somebody hear me? Mujib. He's running in from a long run up. And he eventually get here. Belligerent innings, magnificent entertainment. Mr. Ehsan Obaid to present Super Cola Player of the Match cash award of Afghani 100,000 and trophy to Mr. Rizwan. May I invite Rizwan to please come forward. He's the Man of the Match award winner for his fantastic batting on a tough pitch. There's a trophy to go with that. आइए रिजवान, बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो आपको, क्योंकि ये टफ पिच के ऊपर ज़बरदस्त बैटिंग की आपने. क्या उस वक्त आपके ज़हन में चल रहा था?
बिल्कुल रमेश भाई, टफ था क्योंकि जैसे हम आए तो मैं खास इमाम उल हक को इस कंडीशन के बारे में पता था क्योंकि वो कह रहे मेरे इल्म में था कि जैसे आए तो उसने कहा कि हमारे लग रहा है कि 240 तक ये पिच है, और हमने अपना माइंड में थोड़ा चेंज ही रखा क्योंकि सुबह ही हमारी मीटिंग हुई कि हमने थोड़ी चीज़ों को डिफरेंट ही करना है क्योंकि एक बड़ा मार्जिन रखना है 300 का प्लस का, मगर फिर भी कंडीशन को एसेस करना है जिस तरह हम पास्ट में करते आ रहे T20 में, उसी को अप्लाई किया। हमारे ओपनर्स ने अटैक किया मगर उसमें विकेट लूज हुई, तो उसके बाद ये है कि थोड़ा सा डीप जाएं और उसको फिर अटैक किया जाए।
यहाँ पे आपने एशिया कप के भी मैच खेलने हैं, ये एक्सपीरियंस एक तरह से फ़ायदेमंद होगा।
हाँ बिल्कुल रमेश भाई, फ़ायदेमंद है क्योंकि इन्हीं का ग्राउंड्स में खेलना है, और जिस तरह इमाम को पता था उससे पहले वो जो LPL खेले उनको पता था, बाकी लड़कों को भी पता चल गया, बॉलर्स को पता चल गया, तो ये एक फ़ायदेमंद है हमारे लिए।
बॉलिंग को कैसा रेट किया? आप तो कीपिंग किया आपने, क्या कोई टफ कंडीशंस हैं लेटर ऑन अंडर लाइट्स बॉलर्स के लिए, फास्ट बॉलर्स के लिए?
रमेश भाई बिल्कुल थोड़ी सी डिफरेंट रहा है। अर्ली ऑन भी थोड़ा सा ट्रिकी था क्योंकि बॉल ग्रिप कर रहा था, सेकंड टाइम थोड़ा सा बॉल निकल रहा था, मगर एंड में थोड़ा सा बेहतर था। और रमेश भाई अगर हकीकत कहा जाए कि हमारी परफॉर्मेंसेज में और जो जीत के किरदार में, उसमें हमारे फास्ट बॉलर्स का बहुत अहम रोल है पिछले 1-2 साल से, क्योंकि हम अपने फास्ट बॉलर को देखते हुए इतना टारगेट सेट करते हैं जिसकी वजह से हमें आसानी होती है, सम टाइम ज़्यादा रन मिल जाते हैं।
आप मिडिल ऑर्डर में बैटिंग करते हैं और ODI में किस तरह की एडजस्टमेंट करनी पड़ रही है आपको?
रमेश भाई थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट लग रहा है समटाइम, क्योंकि समटाइम नए बॉल पे खेलना पड़ता है, समटाइम जब आते हो बॉल ग्रिप कर रहा होता है, समटाइम एक्सीलरेट करना पड़ता है, डिफरेंट चीज़ें रिक्वायरमेंट है, मगर कोशिश करता हूँ कि जो टीम के रिक्वायर्ड उसको पूरा करने की कोशिश करता हूँ। समटाइम इंसान हमसे नहीं होता, मगर हम कोशिश वही करते हैं जो टीम के रिक्वायरमेंट के मुताबिक हो।
बहुत आला खेल आपको, बहुत बहुत मुबारक।
थैंक यू रमेश भाई, थैंक यू।
Rizwan there talking about his own performance, and the pitch was difficult, but then he applied his skills accordingly, and Imam ul Haq was the local source knowledge who told them about the pitch because he was here for the LPL, but overall the bowler set up the show for Pakistan, and so it's a win at the end of the day, and he contributed heavily in this victory. Mr. Minhaj Raz to present the Super Cola Player of the Series cash award of Afghani 200,000 goes to Imam. Imam, tremendous effort on a very, very tough pitch. Well done.
Thank you, Ramesh bhai. Thank you so much.
Is this the best you've played actually, because these were demanding conditions?
Ramesh bhai, it's just a process, and yes, it's quite difficult in these conditions, especially from 10 to 35 overs. They're spinners, and they're very good spinners, and they don't give you that much. So we were preparing for it, and I was just thinking, how can I get rotating? The strike is going to be very important, and plus the wickets, the boundary in the last Heaven Tota was very big, so we had to run. So thankfully, the management and us, we planned there, and it was working.
You played a lot of deliveries off the back foot. You watched the ball closely as well. Is that the way to go on such pitches?
It's working for me, so I think it's my way, because I have listened to my very good my chachu as well. He always thinks that if you want to tackle spinners, you should move your back leg. So working for me, and then I try my front foot in as well when down the wicket. So it's working for me, so I'm happy.
We're very happy with the way how you fielded. It's just been remarkable right from the Test series against Sri Lanka till now. Have you worked extra special on your fielding, on your fitness?
Ramesh bhai, obviously I want to thank to all the management, our fielding staff, and they worked very hard on us, and we were obviously, it demands a lot of fitness, it demands a lot of attitude, that's what I think, and we were working very hard since the Test series, and we are here for almost 2 months now. So it was, we knew that fielding is the most important thing in Test cricket and ODI cricket, so we're working on it.
And lastly, what does this mean to you, this award?
Especially obviously before the Asia Cup and World Cup, as a player it gives you confidence, so I will take that confidence and will take that all the positive, and will try to improve day by day, and it means to me a lot.
Best of luck and well played.
Thank you.
Right, may I invite the Afghanistan skipper to please come forward and have a few words with us. Hashmatullah Shahidi. Hashma, it was a tough series at Hambantota. You'll be ruining the fact that you were very close of beating Pakistan, not to be. But here, conditions were very, very tough for batting.
Yeah, as you said that it was tough here. Today the pitch was different with the Hambantota, so we did the mistakes again in the batting. So As you know that we have Asia Cup ahead, so we will work on that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Pakistan is a top quality side, and so there's got to be some learnings out of it. What have you learned from the series?
A lot of learnings. First of all, I was disappointed with the performance, but a lot of learnings also because we know that we will face same kind of teams in Asia Cup and World Cup also. So we will learn from our mistakes because our batting was not good enough up to the mark, and also fielding. Today we missed some catches and some given away some runs in the fielding. So we will work on all of these before the Asia Cup.
Spin department once again was extremely good.
Yeah, it's always Afghanistan spin bowling is always good, and we have another options also which is in the backup. So I'm very satisfied with them.
Right, Gurbaz's knock. Obviously, you know, if you've got your openers well settled, that's a bonus.
Yeah, it is bonus actually. Our openers are doing very good, but our middle order also need to take the responsibility because from some of the games which happened in couple of months, our middle order is not doing good, but it's a big thing for us, and we will try to work on that. And one more thing in this series which I missed as a captain, we had 3 injuries of Azmat and Najib and Rahmat,
Sure.
which are the main players,
Yes.
match 11 playing guys, so that's a part also we missed.
Yeah, but the entire world is watching you. We are so happy with the skill work that you've produced over the years in this tournament also. Best of luck for that Asia Cup and the World Cup.
Thank you, Ramiz.
Right, we come to the winning captain. May I invite Babar Azam to please come forward. Mr. Ahmed Khalid Hatem will present the winner trophy to the winning team captain. A check for now. Can give the trophy afterwards. Babar, you can collect the trophy later. This is huge, 3-0 win, but what caps is obviously the ODI #1 ranked status. That smile tells me that you're happy.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah, we are #1 in the one day. All credit to boys, and they're working hard last couple of days, couple of, I think, months. We are playing together, and after the test match, everyone going different leagues, and somebody stay in the home, and we have a light small camp in Lahore. After that, we have a together in here. So I think all credit to boys once again, and management.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of confidence for your side just before the Asia Cup and the World Cup, because Afghanistan are a difficult side to beat.
Yes, as we know, one of the best spin side, Afghanistan. So that confidence help us in Asia Cup, and we know the conditions. It's not easy to bat on in the first innings. Ball like seam and up and down, and low and high. So we will just try to, me and Rizwan try to build a partnership, and then just go deep, and we can just back each other, and we just try to calm and compose to just play our natural game, and then let's see in the end.
The bench strength was used today by you, and they came good, which is another healthy sign.
Yes, we will, in the toss I told you, we have a good bunch of players. We have a couple of young player, and now we have tried 2 fast bowlers, and South Shakil and Nawaz come back. So we try a different combination, so we are stand, and because we have a couple of days, we have a match again, Asia Cup first match, so we just try to try everyone to give him confidence to ready for Asia Cup.
The only mistake that you made today was that you said that South Shakil was making his debut. So he's already played 5 games, and you've included him for the Asia Cup squad as well, which is good, sensible selection.
Yes,
because he plays spin brilliantly.
I forget then when I'm coming in the dressing room and say, Saudi, your debut? I said, no, we are not playing. And then I told him in the toss is a debut, so sorry for that. Yes, we are selected for Asia Cup, and we announced, I think, a couple of hours. We are switched type that to South Shukil because he's playing spin very good because we saw in the test match they play different cricket and different in the test match. So that's why we are put in the test match.
No, it's a good selection. Well done once again, Babar. You've been a star for Pakistan, and now this 3-0 win just before the Asia Cup should get you in good frame of mind. That trophy is yours. Go and please collect it. Right. He lifts the trophy, Babar Azam, and that is what we have from the presentation ceremony down here.
Yes, indeed. So Babar Azam is the winning captain both today and throughout this series. 3-0 the margin. Another magnificent trophy is presented to Babar Azam, and he will take that to his team just to share the joy, share the elation of a job well done. It could have been 2-1. It was certainly 3-0 in the end. Either way, Pakistan deserved winners of this series here in Sri Lanka. Remember, a home series for Afghanistan played on neutral territory, but it's Pakistan who have been the better team, Pakistan who pick up that trophy. So that squad has had a very, very good run out. I've still got Amir and Faviz here as well. So that squad, Amir, has had a very good run out. They managed to get a lot of the players involved, one stage or another. So they all had a pretty good run at it.
Yeah, like I said before, this team has gelled in well. Everybody, every individual in this team knows about the role it's been assigned to them. So that's why these players under pressure, they come out and perform well. And that's a very good sign for Pakistan cricket, and especially in the Asia Cup.
Yeah, always nice to be the men behind the board which says winners. But of course, this cricketing world moves on so very quickly, just very quickly for both of you. The next thing which happens very, very soon is this Asia Cup. Who do you fancy?
Did you have to ask?
No, okay. Right, Faviz, what do you reckon?
I think red-hot favourites will be Pakistan on form. India, as always, they have a dangerous side. If they get the things right, if they get the combination right, watch out for them. Sri Lanka, yes, few of the bowlers are out, and that's where Sri Lanka is very dangerous. When the tough gets going, Sri Lanka team every time picks up. Happened last time in the Asia Cup, became the champions coming into this championship as the reigning champions. So watch out for Sri Lanka. So those three, for me, are the teams.
Okay. Amir, do you want to get your vote in officially?
Pakistan.
It's as simple as that. All right. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for your contributions here tonight and throughout the last week, throughout these 3 matches here in Hambantota and Colombo. That is it, I'm afraid. That is it for this series. Pakistan deserving winners, and they will move on to that Asia Cup full of confidence. But for us, the only thing now we have to say is goodbye and thanks for watching.
This has gone high in the sky. Edge and gone. It's 50 for Rizwan, his 10th ODI 50. That is ODI 50 number 28 for Babar Azam. Oh, he got in. And that did the trick.
Ibrahim Jabran walks back to the pavilion.
Flop sweep, Fakhar Zaman takes it.
Oh, this should be out. Nawaz has got one.
It's 50 for Afghanistan in ODI. And he knows it, I think.
That is it. The final wicket of this 3-match series, which Pakistan now take 3-0.